Assalamualaikum guys, I believe you all are doing well. This is your host Old Haris here. और आज guys होने जा रहा है यहाँ पे esports के मैचेस और यहाँ पे हम लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं the one and only अपनी favorite team को जो कि guys पाकिस्तान को represent कर रही है टीम Diamonds Pride. Let's see guys क्या होता है और यहाँ पे आज हम लोग मौजूद हैं. आज हम ViderGG जो कि guys एक esports organize करते हैं और मैनेज करते हैं और गाइस उनके चैनल पे मौजूद हैं और आज हम लोग गाइस सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और एक वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं और लेट्स सी गाइस अभी क्या होता है. अभी यहाँ पे स्टार्ट होने वाला है. गाइस स्टार्टिंग सेरेमनी है. अभी यहाँ पे वेट करते हैं और अभी गाइस एंजॉय करते हैं यहाँ पे एनिमेशंस वगैरह. ओके गाइस, मुझे लगता है गाइस कि आज टीम डायमंड्स प्राइड कुछ ना कुछ करेगी और उम्मीदें बहुत हैं और देखते हैं गाइस किस तरह की परफॉर्मेंस दिखाती है. क्योंकि गाइस यहाँ पे मौजूद है बहुत सारी टीम्स जो कि गाइस बहुत ही अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दिखाती हैं.
Welcome to Paris, where we are here for
Full support,
free
inshallah.
fire at the Esports World Cup
Ashmeer
2026.
welcome to live
It's
stream.
hot outside, but the competition inside is even hotter. I'm Lace.
And I'm Conchita Caroline, but before we go into this year's competition, let us take you back to 2025, where EVOS Divine were the first team to activate a champion rush, doing so on game 6, winning 2 games, placing top 4 5 times before finally
EVOS
cinching the
Divine.
title on game 10. Now, the competition is so much different this year, and I think there's a lot of obstacles that EVOS Divine are going to have to face first.
Exactly right, and that's another 24 teams, 2 groups of 12, over 12 different maps.
लोग
And the
ओपनिंग
top
सेरेमनी
4
शुरू हो
team
चुकी
from
है और
each
पहली
group
टीम
stage will head
आ
through
रही
to the
है
finals.
और
Now,
ये
the
सारी
5th
टीम्स ही आ
and
रही हैं.
10th are going
So
straight
let's
to
see,
the
guys.
survival stage, and unfortunately we're gonna have to say goodbye to the bottom 2 because they are going to be eliminated.
अब तक
12
Diamonds Pride
maps
नहीं
is a
नजर आई.
lot, but I think it's so worth it for the prize pool that we have.
$1 million,
Oh.
300,000
guys, अगर हम
to
बात
the
करें इस
first team.
tournaments
And one of
का,
those teams
1
that you
billion
might want
prize
to keep
pool
an
है.
eye out for is Team
काफी
Secret,
handsome
our
amount है.
underdogs here for free fire, taking over the victorious championship from the AGAL team. Things are about to get real spicy.
Yes, but let's not forget, we still have our reigning champion. Hello, once again, EVOS Divine is back, and I
और
think
guys, यहाँ
they're so
पे
ready for it.
इनकी तरफ से
and
सपोर्ट
Bruno
की जा रही है
struggled actually in
चैंपियंस की जो कि गाइस
EWC last
EVOS
year, and of course
डिवाइन है
they are going to
जिन्होंने गाइस
change things here,
पास
but
में
they
भी
did get the win in the Free
चैंपियन
Fire
रश कहते हैं
Global
फिर क्या कहते हैं
Series.
उसको वो एक्टिवेट
So
किया
yeah,
था
I
जिसमें
feel
गाइस
like they've got a
अगर
little
आप
bit
एक
of a
पॉइंट से
vengeance.
पहुंच जाएं और अगर आप नेक्स्ट गेम बुया कर लें तो आप विन कर लेते हैं.
And he did say that they came in good spirit. I think this might be it for them.
Yes, and if that doesn't help you guys, we have a tournament format explainer video for you guys to have a look at.
Free Fire will
Yes.
once again make its mark at the Esports World Cup. So let's take a closer look at the tournament format and how the teams can reach that final booyah. 24
यहाँ पे
of the
tournaments
best Free
format
Fire
बता रहे
teams
हैं.
from
यहाँ पे
around the
24
globe will
teams
enter
हैं.
the arena and throughout 4 intense days battle for a
4
share of a
days का
$1
battle
million
है guys.
prize
$1
pool.
billion
The
का prize
competition is
pool.
divided into 3 stages: group stage, survival stage, and match point finals.
और guys,
We
3
start in the
stages
group
होंगे.
stage, where our teams are split into 2 even groups of 12 participants. Each group plays a set of 12
दो
matches,
groups हैं guys,
after
बराबर
which 4
teams के.
best teams from each group advance directly to the finals. Teams placed 5th to
सिर्फ 4
10th move
qualify
to
करेंगी.
stage 2, and each group's bottom 2 squads are sadly eliminated. Next comes
Oh.
stage 2, the survival stage, where 12 teams once again have to fight each other throughout 10 intense matches. Here it's
Oh.
all or nothing, as only 4 top teams advance to the final stage, and 8 squads can start packing their bags. That brings us to the match point finals, where the remaining 12 teams,
और यहाँ पे
8
एक
from
और
group stage
हाई
and
कैम
4 from
सपोर्ट आ
survival
रही है
stage,
कि
clash
डायमंड्स
for the
प्राइड
ultimate glory of
विन
becoming
करेगी
the
और
Esports
लेट्स
World
सी
Cup
हो
Free
सकता है
Fire
विन करे
champions.
और
Here there's no
अब
map
तो
cap.
डिपेंड
The
करेगा
game
कि
goes
उनकी
on until
परफॉर्मेंस
one
पे.
of the squads earns 90 points and, after that, manages to score a booyah in the next match. Only then can they call themselves the champions.
Oh. और क्या देखो टीम यहाँ पे 90 स्कोर कर लेगी पॉइंट्स और बुया
Here
कर
at the
लेगी.
totem, and I am joined by the
तो यहाँ पे
reporters
अपने आप को
of the club
champions बुला सकती
championship.
है.
So every single one of you is going to give us a little bit of a rundown. We got Chris, Trav, and Glitter. I'm going to start off with you, Chris. How are things going, and what can we expect from your stage?
Well, Dota, to be honest, has kind of been business as usual, been going through the motions, getting through the group stage. Today is when we have actually started the survival stage. Relevant of that, though, we did have 4 teams top their group, and Falcons, one of those squads, managing to get through, guaranteeing themselves some club championship points. So that's something to keep an eye on. Another notion, though, today, we've got the first 2 teams coming up in this survival stage. Team Liquid currently down in their series, not looking too great for them. Virtus Pro, they're 1-1 in their series, so both those two teams could go out today. Considering where they're at in club championship status, that is a massive, massive result if they go home today.
Absolutely. And then from you, Trav?
Yeah, so we had Fatal Fury last week, City of the Wolves, which was a big, big thing for Na'Vi in general. So it was Dark Angel who managed to take the 1,000 points home, which is huge for them as well, because they're one of the competing teams in the club championship. Second place as well, Virtus Pro have got a large array of teams across it as well. So them getting those 750 points was huge for them. And then Reject as well, coming in fourth, getting 300. So they had a week for those organizations. We're on to Mobile Legends, Bang Bang.
ओके गाइस, अगर हम इसी के साथ बात करें तो अगर हम टीम्स की बात करें, अगर आप लोगों को नहीं पता तो मैं आपको टीम्स का भी बता देता हूँ। यहाँ पे गाइस टीम ईवो है गाइस, काफी लोगों की फेवरेट है, गाइस क्वालिफाइड हुई है EWC टाइटल डिफेंडर से। और गाइस इसी के साथ MIA ड्रॉप जो कि गाइस क्वालिफाइड हुई है FFWGS USA से। और यहाँ पे ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स है जो कि गाइस क्वालिफाइड हुई है FFWC से। और इसी के साथ गाइस यहाँ पे AGAL क्वालिफाइड फ्रॉम FFWGSC से ही। और गाइस इसके बाद बात करेंगे गाइस बुरेराम यूनाइटेड E-स्पोर्ट्स, गाइस मेरी भी एक तरह से फेवरेट है ही, बट यहाँ पे हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जैसे कि आपको पता ही है कि हम लोग सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे अपनी टीम डेमोन्स्ट्रेट हुई है गाइस, बिकॉज ये पाकिस्तान से बिलोंग करती है टीम, हम खुद पाकिस्तान से बिलोंग करते हैं, बट हमारे लिए अभी सपोर्ट टीम्स डेमोन्स्ट्रेट की ही तरह से। अगर तो इन फ्यूचर अल्लाह ना करे वो एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं तो फिर हमारी सपोर्ट थोड़ी बहुत चेंज हो सकती है। और इसी के गाइस टीम्स फैल्कन भी है जो गाइस FFWSC से गाइस हुए हैं ये क्वालिफाइड। और गाइस इसी के साथ LYON लॉन और गन डेस्टिनी, और इसी के साथ गाइस प्रो हेड टाइटन Esports क्लब टीम सीक्रेट्स। और इसी के साथ अब गाइस काफी सारी टीम्स हैं, लाउड स्नेकर्स, काफी कूल भाई इनके नाम्स हैं, नाम से मैं बोल रहा हूँ नाम है। और इसी के साथ गाइस प्रोडक्ट्स गेमिंग भी आ चुकी है, DRX गेमिंग भी आ चुकी है, और अल Esports भी आ चुकी है। और इसी के साथ गाइस अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पे गाइस टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग जो है गाइस क्वालिफाइड इनवाइटेड फ्रॉम तेज FFMIC। और इसी के साथ गाइस यहाँ पे टोटल गेमिंग E-स्पोर्ट्स भी आई है कि इंडियन टीम है, बहुत बड़े यूट्यूबर की जो कि जज्जू भाई हैं, सभी जानते होंगे आप लोग। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वालेकुम अस्सलाम, एक्स्ट्रा हियर, वेलकम टू लाइव स्ट्रीम। और गाइस अभी तो यहाँ पे ओपन सेरेमनी गाइस यहाँ पे हो रही है, अभी स्टार्ट हुई नहीं है मैचेस। अभी गाइस अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पे ट्रॉफी भी गाइस काफ़ी प्यारी है, ये ट्रॉफी हो या ना हो ये भी मुझे कंफर्म नहीं पता, बट जाहिर सी बात है एनिमेशन जो दिखा रहे हैं उसी तरह की होगी। और गाइस अगर हम बात करें ये जो मैचेस वगैरह सारा कुछ हो रहा है पेरिस में हो रहा है, और इनके स्पॉन्सर्स भी आप लोगों के सामने शो हो रहे होंगे।
It's Yoso and welcome to EWC 26. Right next to me is our player Razia from EVOS Divine, and of course here's our beautiful translator as well. So to our first questions, being the champions of EWC 25 and getting back here again, are you willing to rewrite the history or making something new at this moment?
Jadi sebagai champion tahun lalu, adakah tahun ini kamu sudah bersedia untuk melakar lagi sekali
sejarahnya? मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही क्या बोल रही हैं आप।
Yeah, I'm really confident right now because we're gonna ready to back-to-back champion again.
Oh,
very confident, and I love that. They would love to get the championship once again. But
भाई
here's
कह
another
रहे हैं कि
question.
we are very confident,
We
यानी कि
have
हम
Team
बहुत
Secret
ज़्यादा
right here.
यहाँ पे
As
हमारे
you guys all know,
क्या
Team
कहते
Secret
हैं
as
उनको
WEG
कॉन्फिडेंट को
got
जो
the
है मेरी तो उर्दू भी कमज़ोर हो गई है,
at the Free Fire World Series
यानी कि हमारे हौसले बहुत बुलंद हैं, बहुत
here
पस्त
in
हैं, और हम
Vietnam,
लोग ये
and they're
चैंपियन
also
बनेंगे
here to
बैक टू
compete with
बैक,
EVOS Divine.
यानी कि बैक टू
So,
बैक बुया
how do you
करेंगे।
think
ये
about
टीम
them?
EVOS
Jadi kan
डिवाइन
ada
से
Team
बिलोंग
Secret
करती
kan?
है।
Jadi bagaimana perasaannya dengan mereka itu?
I'm feeling like I want to prove to them like EWC is our place. EWC is mean Esports World Champion, not Esports World Cup.
Oh my God! Wow, I feel the intensity is really much here, but overall, that is all we can hear from Russia, and I would love to see more from EVOS Divine and of course other teams right here in EWC 26 Free Fire. See you guys later, and thank you for listening.
सीरीज चल रही है, ये इसका नाम इन्होंने गलत रखा है, ये हम ही विन करेंगे और इनको नाम ही हमारा ही देना चाहिए था, बिकॉज़ हम ही विन करते आ रहे हैं बैक टू बैक।
Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2026 live from Paris. We're finally here. By the way, my name is ViderGG. I'm going to be your studio host, and I'm joined by some amazing talent, none other than Conchita and Neptune. Neptune, I'm going to start with you. How are you enjoying Paris so far?
Oh, it's quite different. This is the first time in Paris. I'm really loving it right now, especially the energy that we have right now.
I mean, yeah, we're next to some other stages, and boy, we can definitely feel the crowd energy. How about you, Conchita? How are you enjoying Paris?
It's also my first time in Paris, and it's been amazing. I just can't wait to see how the competition goes this year, and yeah, having a great time so far.
I mean, you know what? Let's just dive right into the competition, because we have Evos returning, and they could be back-to-back champions here at EWC, Neptune.
Oh, have to see though, because on the regionals, it seems like they're having a lot of trouble. So I don't know if it's just a setup so that they will not be known, their strategy will not be known up to this level, but hopefully it's for the best of them, because again, who doesn't want to see them to be back-to-back?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if we're talking about EVOS Divine, let's not forget we have Russia, the youngest player, also the MVP of last year. I'm pretty sure that today he's back with a vengeance, and he is going for redemption. Honestly, I think EVOS Divine is trying their best to perform well at the EWC, because I just said before, the regional was so great for them. They were having a bit of a time. They struggled, but yeah, I think things are looking up, so
तो हम यहाँ पे डेमन स्प्राइट को ही यहाँ पे सपोर्ट दिखाएंगे और हम यही कहेंगे कि वही विन करेगी वो तो वक्त ही बताया करेंगे चलो फिर भी
Are they going to make it directly to the finals, or are they going to be going to survival? Conchita, if you want to go first, or Neptune?
Can I go first?
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna sound a little biased because again, Indonesia, and I can't help it, but I really want them to go straight and not go through the survival. Not because I have that much confidence, but also I'm a little worried actually. I'm a little worried for them to go into the survival stage. So it might as well be, you know, do it quick, do it better, do it perfect, and then go straight to the next stage.
I don't know, though, because even I think they're confident enough, despite of the record of not having performed from regionals. They're confident enough that if they are being thrown into survival, they know exactly what needs to be done to get into the grand finals. That has been the storyline that they have even in Southeast Asia. And that's one reason as well. When it comes to the numbers, that looks like they're struggling. But now that I'm thinking about it, how well they are recovering after those instances, so I guess they might be able to do it even in EWC.
I mean, sometimes some teams actually benefit. I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes teams benefit if they end up getting that little extra oomph in survival. But the thing is, as you said, it is scary in survival because only the top 4 will be moving on to the grand final. So I don't know if they want to put themselves in that position.
हो गया जहाँ पे यही बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ टीम सर्वाइवल पे जाएंगे जो कि गाइस आगे मैचेस होंगे बट यहाँ पे गाइस टॉप 4 में जो टीम जाएंगे वो गाइस यहाँ से फाइनल में चली जाएंगी भी जब वो यहाँ पे दिखाएंगे तो और क्लियर हो जाएगा अभी तो उनकी बातों से यही समझ आ रही है
Yes, I'm very proud of ViderMedia United. I think winning the global finals in 2025 really gave them the confidence they much needed. And EWC is something they've been looking forward to finally have in their store, you know, because it's something that they don't have yet. And Wasana, I think Wasana has been showing a bit more maturity in the way that he's playing. I hope that he can be one of the best players that we can see at the EWC 2026.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Wasana being consistent, being the best rusher out of the team, and also the chemistry out of the team right here has been built for so many years. Even if they haven't grabbed any title or has failed in EWC, we've seen how well they recovered on the global finals. And it's not as if they made a lot of change. The strategy is pretty much the same. Slow in the beginning, mid-game towards the end game. That's there where they get all those elimination. And pretty much that's also the same in the Champion Rush, because you don't have to rush that much in the first instance, the first stages. It's just that Puya needs to be taken where it really matters, and that is for the last day.
And I think it's like a perfect Cinderella story, you know? I mean, they finished 9th in the last year of EWC, but then slowly trying to build themselves up. They show consistency. They finally won the World Series, and in the global finals, it's just a perfect run for them. This would be a full circle moment for ViderMedia United Esports.
Oh, they're just missing that EWC championship.
I know.
Another team that's actually missing that one too, that I know a lot of Brazilian people are going to be happy about, is going to be Fluxo. Fluxo's coming in with one of the MVPs too out of the region in MT7. We'll wait and see what that squad's going to be doing.
बहुत चीजें देखने को मिलेंगी, बहुत चीजें सीखने को मिलेंगी क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो टीम्स है ना वो हर
that's a
कंट्री से
North
अपने आप को
that
रिप्रेजेंट
has
कर रही
won
होगा
before
टॉप
here at
टीम से
EWC Free
जैसे अगर हम
Fire.
बात करें
They
टीम
only have
डेमन
just
स्प्राइड
one
की जो गाइस
player from
पाकिस्तान
when
से
they won
क्वालीफाई
though,
हुई
and
है
that
और
was
गाइस
on fire.
बहुत ही अच्छी
Okay,
उनकी गेम प्ले
I
भी और
think
गाइस
Neptune's gonna take this one, 'cause speaking of
हर यहाँ
Falcons,
पे
I
गाइस
can
कंट्री
hear
की
your voice
हर
in my
टीम यहाँ
head
पे
already.
क्वालीफाई हुई है और गाइस उनकी गेम नो
Well,
डाउट
that's one thing.
नेक्स्ट
Team
लेवल है
Falcons, at some point after not like losing a few of their players, they lost their identity. We are not seeing that consistency anymore. There is some fire similar to what we've seen from Birmingham United, but it's not that aggressive. It's not that much we're in. It's a sure win for them. So it's really difficult to tell if they're just playing with us, just pulling our leg right now, that they're not that strong, and then later that's when they bring in those booyahs in the champion rush. Because again, it's one of the things that I noticed from certain teams, they choose some stages or some tournament wherein they really want to pop off because they don't want to give out that much of strategy on their regionals.
So I think it's a bit of an unpredictable situation when you talk about Falcons. So yeah, we might have to just wait and see.
Okay, talking about unpredictable, I mean, we got India coming finally to EWC.
Oh.
That could be an unpredictable and a big question mark to a lot of people. As in Group A, we're going to have tag Apex Gaming. I know a lot of fans are going to be tag on top. We'll see if they're actually going to end up there. The thing is, these groups are going to be playing 12 matches.
Yes.
Can tag maybe end up surprising us in these first 6 matches that they'll be playing today?
Yeah, I do think that's quite possible because then again, it's a long game that they're playing. It's a game of endurance basically because 12 maps is quite a lot. I mean, from the 6 that we have last year, it's a bit of a jump. But yeah, consistency is something that the teams need to show. And I think they've had it down because this isn't their first time coming. They know exactly what they're facing. So yeah, it's just quite interesting to see how they maintain the stamina that they have, the endurance that they're going to have to show.
Yeah, I do agree because like even in on LAN event, their qualifiers is coming from a LAN event, so they have that experience already. But I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in because this is some of the teams, the aggressive teams coming from India, and it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're going to expect because they have been preparing for this after a lot of rest out of esports scene from India.
टोटल गेमिंग की भी बात कर रहे हैं तो गाइस फाइनली पाकिस्तान की टीम भी यहाँ पे आ चुकी है और इंडिया की टीम भी आ चुकी है लेट्स सी दोनों टीम्स किस तरह परफॉर्म करती हैं और दोनों गाइस बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करती हैं बट गाइस डिपेंड ये करता है कि आप लोग पेरिस में जाके चैंपियंस टीम्स के दरमियान बैठ के चैंपियंस की लॉबी में बैठ के आप किस तरह खेलते हैं बिकॉज़ इस तरह के आप जब एक स्टेज पे पहुंचते हैं ना तो गाइस बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाती है बिकॉज़ स्ट्रेस होता है एंजाइटी होती है और गाइस एक प्रेशर होता है कि मैं एक गलती ना कर दूं और वो एक गलती मेरी टीम के ऊपर भारी ना पड़े बट लेट्स सी गाइस हमें क्या होता है ये किस तरह स्ट्रेस को प्रेशर को मैनेज करते हैं
teams really that hasn't shown that much from the previous competition. I think AJL is one of the teams that has that confidence right now, especially having that clash squad. So it's a different game mode overall, but the team after getting that championship, they have been in good chemistry up to this point.
Yeah, I have to agree with Neptune on this one because AGAL, they have been showing amazing performance and I think Dew is in the right place, right space and yeah, it's always beautiful how he and Saifa would do a teamwork and play so well alongside each other. So I'm just really looking forward to see what AGAL will bring to the game this year.
Oh man, all right, you agree with it too, okay, okay. Now, I'm gonna put you guys on the spot because I just want to be able to say this word and it's none other than Booyah! Who's gonna be taking the first Booyah of the day?
Oh
वैसे
my
मैं
God!
ये देख के बता सकता हूँ कौन बुआ करेगा
Like close your eyes and start.
We literally just started the show. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Buriram United Esports.
ऐसा नहीं है नहीं नहीं ये टीम डेमोस्प्राइड बोलेंगे गद्दारी कर रहे हैं लेकिन नहीं इंशाल्लाह टीम डेमोस्प्राइड ही बुआ करेगी और हम उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं बट बाकी टीम्स भी बहुत अच्छी हैं और टीम्स डेमोस्प्राइड के लिए काफ़ी मुश्किल होगी बहुत सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे चैंपियंस हैं और गाइस यहाँ पे बहुत ही अच्छी उनकी गेम प्ले है आप लोगों को पता ही होगा
I thought you were gonna go with Evos. I'm not gonna lie. She stayed with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with Evos. But let us know in the comments below for everybody watching, who do you think is going to be taking the first Booyah? Because this is day 1 of Free Fire at Esports World Cup. You know what? Let's get started.
यहाँ पे स्टेज यहाँ पे हो चुका है सेट और टीम्स की चेयर्स टीम्स के यहाँ पे कैबिन्स कह सकते हैं या फिर यहाँ पे टीम्स के कंपार्टमेंट्स कह सकते हैं वो भी हो चुके हैं रेडी जो है गाइस। यहाँ पे आप लोग चेक कर सकते हैं कि जो आप लोगों को चेयर्स नज़र आ रही हैं इस पर टीम्स बैठेंगी, हर एक टीम्स के 4 स्क्वाड जो होते हैं वो बैठेंगे मेंबर्स। तो गैस कितना प्रेशर होगा ना जब एक बंदा यहाँ पे बैठा होगा और पीछे ही उसकी एक और टीम होगी जो गैस चैम्पियंस होंगे। और गैस आप लोग यहाँ पे स्टेज चेकआउट कर सकते हैं कि कितना खूबसूरत है माशाल्लाह। ओके गैस लिटरली मैं अगर उधर होना मेरे लिए खेलना बहुत मुश्किल होगा। और पे ओपन सेरेमनी हो रही है। ओके ओके जब ये स्टेज तो गाइस बहुत प्यारा है। ओके यहाँ पे लोग ढोल बजा रहे हैं बट विथ कोऑर्डिनेशन। ओके यहाँ पे स्टंट्स भी हो रहे हैं जो भी है गाइस। यहाँ पे ओपन सेरेमनी बहुत ही मजे की जा रही है अभी तो। ओह वाओ वाओ यार वाओ काफी प्रोफेशनल हैं ये लोग। ऑब्वियसली बात दे आर परफॉर्मिंग ऑन पेरिस स्टेज। Oh, nice. हमें वेट है गाइस टीम्स का, लेकिन जो भी है गाइस इनकी यहाँ पे ओपन सेरेमनी बहुत अच्छी थी। यहाँ पे गाइस परफॉर्मेंस भी बहुत अच्छी रही।
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gdynia city grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
150 million players for this 2026. 33 million players play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best players coming from all around the world.
That's right. ये बताया जा रहा है कि यहाँ पे 30 million almost रोज प्लेयर्स खेलते हैं, बट इनमें से सिर्फ 90 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे गाइस सेलेक्ट हुए हैं। यहाँ पे गाइस वो बेस्ट हैं। खुद देखो गाइस कितना बड़ा नंबर है, 30 million में से 90 सिर्फ 90।
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, of course. Like there is so many young players, and they are coming from all around the world. And you know what? Like, I think for a lot of them, it's the first time in Europe, the first time in Paris. So they are far away from home. Hopefully they're gonna make it right for this first day here at EWC Paris. However, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our first 12 teams, starting with Demon's Pride!
अगर हमारी टीम्स डेमन्स प्राइड आ चुकी है जो गैस पाकिस्तान से बिलोंग करती है, अगर जिसका इंतजार होता है गैस फर्स्ट एंट्री इनकी हो चुकी है। अगर टाइटन ई स्पोर्ट्स भी आ चुकी है। मेरे ख्याल से ये इंडिया से बिलोंग करते हैं। टाइटन ई स्पोर्ट्स या फिर बांग्लादेश से होंगे, जिसको कंफर्म नहीं पता। अगर हमारी टीम्स लाउड स्पीकर्स आ चुकी है।
Buriram United Esports.
Buriram United Esports. और यहाँ पे गाइस रसाना जो कि मेरा एक फेवरेट प्लेयर है, नो डाउट गाइस। बहुत अच्छी गेम है इसकी। AGAL कोई भी गाइस जिन्होंने एक्शन नहीं किया, ये कहने भाई तुम गेम में आओ, मैं तुम्हें गेम में बताऊंगा, ऐसा मुझे लगता है ये खेल। ओके तो फिर Aurora Gaming भी आ चुकी है। मैं आप लोग बात बताऊँ, आप लोग इनके साइज से मत जाना, आप उनको इनकी गेम प्ले का नहीं पता, इनकी परफॉर्मेंस का नहीं पता। Oh. Dangerous horde.
Gun Dynasty.
Oh. Dangerous. भाई तो टीम सारी dangerous है. नाम से पता चल रहा है.
DNS Gaming.
DNS Gaming. अबे ज़्यादा टीम्स ना कोई भी होता है ना एक्शन वगैरह नहीं कर रही.
Reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Oh. अगर चैंपियन बन चुके हैं यहाँ पे गाइस. अगर हम बात करें सॉरी टीम इवोल्स यहाँ पे गाइस ये इसके बाद
Apex Gaming.
टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग क्राउड की तरफ से काफी सपोर्ट आई है गाइस. साहिल बुलबुल.
And now, your reigning Esports World Cup champions, EVOS Esports!
अगर यहाँ पे टीम्स EVOS आ चुकी है जिसकी तरफ से गाइस काफ़ी ज़्यादा सपोर्ट थी हर तरफ से. यहाँ पे गाइस कास्टिंग जो कर रहे थे उनकी तरफ से भी टीम EVOS का नाम ही था. अगर नो डाउट इनकी गेम प्ले भी बहुत ही अच्छी है. अब बट गाइस देखते हैं ये किस तरह का परफॉर्म करते हैं.
We've got $1 million on the line, a legacy to forge and a champion to crown. So today is your only chance to make a first impression. Make it count.
The first day of Free Fire in EWC Paris begin now!
How hard is it to claim the throne? To rise above and be the best.
Russia guys, जो भी है guys, बहुत अच्छा player है.
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
Secret WAG rips away the Booyah and Bermuda.
It requires strength, resilience, the ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
4 Booyahs in a row.
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. With familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one king, one champion, and one Booyah. And no king rules forever.
ये बात तो ठीक है guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the most awaited event for at least the first half of the year. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. We are in Paris, and I expected a heat wave. It was quite cold here, but now with the game starting, Tash, I think we're going to just bump the heat up a tad bit higher.
It's going to be intense. It's going to be mad hot. We saw the reigning champions walk in and question marks on whether or not they can defend that crown.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, for the first part of the competition, it's all about survival. We are in the group stage, and for the first time ever, we have got 24 teams from around the world hopping on into a global battle. Never before. This is the first time we've got so many of them, which means there are going to be a tad bit more heartbreaks out there. The first day, you got early qualifiers, but you definitely want to avoid the bottom of the leaderboard.
For real. Now, as you go into that as well, eliminations are coming through. And as we go through this, after eliminations, only top 4 will be going straight to the finals.
Oh, yeah.
And the rest into survival stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But today is just day 1.
टॉप 4 जो टीम्स होंगी और गाइस वो जाएंगी फाइनल्स में और गाइस के साथ बताया होंगे वो सर्वाइवल में जाएंगी यानी कि गाइस मैचेस होंगे आगे भी और गाइस उनमें से भी क्वालीफाई करेंगी टीम्स.
Absolutely clueless about the regions who have not really shown up on a stage where you're able to go in and really check out what their drop spots are like, exactly what their rotation eliminations are like. So they're left in the dark, and these underdogs could just be exactly what surprises even the big dogs, right? Because we know for a fact when you go on
guys,
the
काफी teams के यहाँ पे guys
global
support करने के लिए भी
finals,
audience भी बहुत होता है
the
guys.
gameplay there is just very different. The Titans will rule as always, but here at the Esports World Cup, we actually have the capability of underdogs having a dream, right? So far, the winners that have been able to run away with it are winners who haven't been able to achieve much on the global final stage.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you think about that because it's such a different moment, right? It's a different pond.
Yeah.
It's a different capability. And again, there are also, whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of play, whether or not you can adapt to that. That day one, trying to figure out, like you mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions these teams are going to be asking themselves. Are you brave enough to take that gamble or are you going to be playing safe all the way till the end?
Absolutely. We just saw
और अगर अभी गेम अभी हम स्टार्ट हो गई तो गाइस अब टीम से पता चलेगा कि उनकी स्ट्रेटजी क्या है कि वो गाइस सर्वाइवल मोड पे खेलती हैं या फिर गाइस रश करती हैं किल्स के ऊपर जाती हैं बिकॉज़ गाइस मेरे ख्याल से वो पहले सारी टीम्स पोजीशन सिक्योर करेंगे और गाइस पॉइंट्स सिक्योर करेंगे बिकॉज़ गाइस पॉइंट्स इनके लिए काफी ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हैं और गाइस पोजीशन के पॉइंट्स बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी हैं.
A championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26. Second at even the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, where we threw in a bunch of super teams from Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also found dominance at.
Yeah, and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think, okay, how exactly am I going to be matching up with these other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say, sometimes people say, right, the younger players have a little bit more drive. They're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded. They want to go for these early fights. But in this situation, when you go high risk, the high reward moment, if you lose it, you lose it all. And in this situation, you want to avoid being at the very bottom of that ladder. What can we do to make sure that we don't go super high risk and not overheat?
ट्रॉफी हम नहीं कह सकते एक तरह से कह सकते हैं कि शील्ड है और गाइस ये मिलेगी एक ही टीम को जो गाइस विन करेगी.
At the end of the day, you're going to have some winners, you're going to have some teams down at the bottom who are going to be at risk of relegation. But I'm looking at the rise of the underdogs in the Esports World Cup, right? Because this is where dreams are made. And again, this guy, he dreamt for many, many years. I'm not so sure exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of a hand sign that he wants to flash on the screen the moment he gets a booyah. And AJL's just the kind of squad who's capable of walking with a booyah. And speaking of which, this is Group A. Many have termed this group the Group of Death because of the number of Titans that are in this group.
Right. And I think that when you think about Group of Death, there are so many situations that, for me personally, I think last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the Brazilians this year. And we were knocked out of the park and we were surprised and it wasn't at all our expectations. Now for this year, the capability of that happening again, the favorites getting knocked out is going to be happening. I would say is because there are so many teams that we haven't delved yet, we haven't seen quite yet on the bigger stages. Maybe regionally, we haven't seen their prowess because maybe regionally wise, maybe they're not the best there. But some teams excel on the global stage and that really, really surprises so many people, including us.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's just such a interesting factor that the teams that perform well on the global final stage, the titans of our competition, just don't find a good run here at the Esports World Cup. You look at Buriram, you look at even AGAL. I mean, this is their third year here, and both of the Esports World Cup in 2024 and 2025, they've placed 5th.
Yes.
It's weird that they are not able to take a step forward, but the underdogs on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion. I wonder what's the difference going to be like this time around, right? Because you look at the teams, yes, the teams have grown, yes, the mechanical skills of these players have definitely been sharpened up, but we also have to take a look at the meta. This is the season for the snipers to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, the snipers have been buffed, and I think that what's really good about this as well, I think there were whispers about the Indonesian squads running that double sniper. Seeing that is going to be fun, but again, as we go into this first game, I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening. Is it going to be double snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of meta? What do you think, AJ?
Well, I think everybody's going to be aiming for peak this time around because of the high tier loot zone, or it could also be a potential avoidance of these high tier loot zones zones for the underdogs of the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from these lobbies. But one thing's for sure, we're gonna spot quite a number of hot drops because of the fact where we haven't built dominance on these compounds just yet. Day one is gonna be a very messy day, and I think we already see a couple of hot drops out there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a very interesting moment here, where we are looking at Mars Select Point, you know, just completely
EWC
full of players. Circle coming up toward the middle central side there. So the rotations coming in from southern side is going to be fun to see, especially AGL from Sentosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gun Dynasty up against Aurora. This is going to be a little tough for Gun Dynasty if they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad, who has been performing extremely well in the recent past. And you've also got the team of Team Apex Gaming from India. Now speaking of Aurora and the players of GD, let's see if or not they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. Azrael Mac 10 in hand for medkits, no glue walls, getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the time turner on him, keeping the active skill alive. Let's see if or not they'll be able to engage well. Vega on the other hand already has the M82B in hand. Two players from the side of GD actually holding back. And David 444 moving on in, bringing the full squad for the attack. Jun's about to be in trouble here. David has the P90 as well, quickly avoids the engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little bit
straightforward fight हो चुकी है बिल्कुल एक प्लेयर नॉक दो एक प्लेयर नॉक हो चुका है यहाँ पे गाइस प्लेयर को फिनिश करके पॉइंट सिक्योर कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे गाइस प्लेयर नॉक हैं बिल्कुल यहाँ पे गाइस देखते हैं यहाँ पे टीम किस तरह अपने पॉइंट्स सिक्योर करती है ओह टीम Aurora Gaming eliminate हो चुकी है गाइस फर्स्ट टीम eliminate हो चुकी है
we walk over on this side.
TAG crossing over GD will be waiting on the other side here. बिल्कुल यहाँ पे
But they
गाइस
haven't been
जा
spotted
रहे हैं
out
ऊपर से
quite
थर्ड
yet. If
पार्टी
the
करने के
rotation is
लिए
good, I think that they may be able to come on to the screen right now as DRS is just completely annihilating PDX right now.
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS. 3 eliminations in hand. They
अगर
started
बात
off really
करें
hot.
टीम यहाँ
But
पे
it
गाइस
looks like Paradox will have
GD
to back away
गाइस
from
यहाँ
this
पे
equation
4
here. Snipe with
eliminations
the
के साथ
VSS
मौजूद
is
हैं
going to be
गाइस
standing by
DRS 3 eliminations के साथ
distract the
मौजूद है
players
तो गाइस
of the Rail
PDX
Soldiers.
यहाँ पे गाइस
Was his
स्पाइन के
buddy
सामने
makes it
प्लेयर
away from
मौजूद
the
हैं गाइस
compound,
यहाँ
looking
पे गाइस
for
स्पाइन
the
यहाँ से खेलने हैं
revival
2
on the rest
प्लेयर्स
of the
हैं उनके
Paradox
सामने
squad.
देखते हैं गाइस क्या
Otherwise,
करते हैं
making
किस तरह
sure
अपना
they
जाते
don't
बट
make a
नहीं भाई
mistake
कोई
here in the
चांस
Valley
नहीं
Dash.
मिला
Lays
क्योंकि वो
down
अकेले थे
Snipes defenses. They pick up
यहाँ
their
गाइस इजी
4th
किल मिला
point.
बिकॉज़
A
तीनों
great
प्लेयर्स ने
start for
साथ ही अटैक
DRS.
किया
Yeah, DRS just walk up and just took the
और
area
यहाँ
like
पे
it's
टीम DP आ चुकी है और गाइस बिल्कुल लॉक कर दिया गया है यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर को बट रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर लिया गया है यहाँ पे गाइस हो रही है टीम EVOS वर्सेस DP
the enemy team on the other side here, but they weren't able to find an opening toward them since DP does have the upper hand, drops down.
ओके और यहाँ पे टीम DP है जब अच्छा खेल रही है गाइस एक प्लेयर को एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया है और गाइस अब बिल्कुल टीम EVOS के ऊपर टीम DP रश कर रही है गाइस
Oh, it was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning defending champions in EVOS Divine, trying to take them out of the equation, but it's not going to be that easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising to the occasion, instant pickups from the outside, and they turn the tables on Demon's Pride, showing them who the true demons of this competition are.
Demon's Pride क्या guys last player रह गया, but guys team EVOS जैसे टीम को उन्होंने काफी ज़्यादा guys EVOS रश का guys knock कर दिया गया, जो guys बहुत अच्छी स्नाइपर का इस्तेमाल करता है.
To just catch him off guard before EVOS was even able to reposition.
Yeah, great positioning
third party हो चुकी है start. guys team EVOS फंस चुकी है, एक और टीम भी आ चुकी है guys launch pad का इस्तेमाल करके हम चले हैं यहाँ पे guys पे बहुत ही मजेदार मैचेस चल रहे हैं और guys यहाँ पे सारी टीम्स बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेटजी के साथ खेल रही हैं और बहुत ही अग्रेसिव खेल रही है guys. टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग भी guys एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, अभी तक हमारी टीम जीती नहीं एलिमिनेट हुई तो guys बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है.
As Falcons just clean up house, eliminated so quickly. Demon's Pride as well out of the
game
fairly soon.
Demon's Pride यहाँ पे guys eliminate हो चुकी है, जो कि guys पाकिस्तान से represent कर रही थी.
From the big names.
Yeah, I mean very messy game one on day one as expected here. Most of the teams just do not know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have to stay on their tippy toes. and
guys,
sneak
जो भी
around
बोले
these
यहाँ पे टीम
knockouts
स्प्रेड
as
अच्छा
best
खेल रही है यहाँ पे
possible.
guys.
And if that
EVOS
fails,
टीम
well,
EVOS
just
जो है
go
guys
all out with a
चैंपियन रह
gunfight,
चुके
just
हैं
like
उनको
what
guys बहुत
EVOS
अच्छी
did
टक्कर
earlier.
दी.
But I'll have
अगर
to say,
हम बात
Demon
करें यहाँ पे
Sprite
guys
was not
अभी
as big a
टीम
threat
EVOS
as
को भी guys काफी
Falcons.
ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ था बट अभी रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर लिया गया. अभी guys 9 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं guys. EVOS इमिगो को भी guys एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया. 2 प्लेयर्स का नुकसान हो चुका है टीम EVOS के.
It's honestly insane. EVOS come back into the game, immediately gets completely annihilated, and now over on this side,
Oh guys, बहुत अच्छा यहाँ पे स्नाइपर्स का इस्तेमाल टीम फाल्कन की तरफ से guys. बगैर डरे भाई खुले में.
Titans Esports Club, what do you have
So
in you?
guys, team
Have your wings
Titan
been
Esports
clipped?
काफी ज़्यादा guys मुश्किलें पड़ चुकी है because यहाँ
have
पे
not
लास्ट
been
प्लेयर रह
able to
चुके हैं
fly
बिल्कुल
very
guys अबे
far. But this
खत्म.
time round, picking up some
नहीं
crucial
ऐसे
early points.
लास्ट
They
प्लेयर
do
टाइम
have
का
the vending
बिल्कुल guys
machine
अभी टीम
beside the
एलिमिनेट
final
हो चुकी है.
surviving player. But it looks like it's going to be a
यहाँ पे
rough one
8
as
टीम्स रह चुकी हैं. अगर बात करें बहुत ही
TEC
एग्रेसिव
bows
खेला
out
जा
as
रहा है
well.
तमाम टीम्स की तरफ से.
There's just so many things happening around the map right now as we're looking here. Loud and EVOS in one compound in the corner. GD trying to rotate into the zone as well as it's just slowly dwindling. But the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here for GD. They take on the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024 in Falcons.
टीम
GD themselves,
यहाँ पे
they're
guys
very
रोटेशन
sound
की गई
in
बट यहाँ पे
terms
guys
of
2 टीम्स
mechanically
आ
able
चुकी हैं. यहाँ पे
squad
guys
in the world
EVOS
of
के
Free
guys
Fire.
यहाँ पे
This battle is going to be a rough
प्लेयर्स
one for
guys
them.
अभी
Now they're
जिंदा
trying to
हैं
sneak
और guys इसी के
outside the
साथ guys
compound of
टीम्स
the
हमारे यहाँ पे
blue
साथ
zone
छोड़
here.
चुकी
They
हैं
get
बट
scanned out
guys
by the
कोई नहीं.
binoculars
नेक्स्ट
as well.
मैचेस में भी
Falcons does have a
डेमोन्स्ट्रेट
tad bit
अच्छा परफॉर्म
information,
कर
but
सकती
David
है.
444, again, the most lethal player on the side of Gun Dynasty.
और यहाँ पे कुछ काफी अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है. कार्ड 98 का guys यार बहुत ही
David
अच्छे
444
शॉट्स.
is going to be a rough one for Raja, but they do have the electrotherapy on their side. Valiant Dash breaks down their defenses.
और यहाँ
Raja
पे
the
फाइट शुरू हो चुकी है. टीम फाल्कन अगर guys यहाँ पे प्लेयर को रिवाइव करने की कोशिश की जा रही है बट यहाँ पे डैमेज यहाँ पे guys कोई मौका नहीं दे रहे हैं. guys ट्रिपल किल करके यहाँ पे guys एलिमिनेट कर दिया है.
This is
यहाँ पे
crazy.
guys मेरे
That circle
फाल्कन का एक ही
rotation
प्लेयर
meant
बचा
a
है
lot of fights are going to be happening
बट रिवाइव
as this
पॉसिबल कर लिया
rotation
गया.
comes through. Middle circle full in control of Loud here as we look at the Falcons try to find their way into the zone and they're
और यहाँ
not
दो
stopping.
प्लेयर
That
जब स्नाइपर का
sniper is
इस्तेमाल
just
कर रहे
doing
हैं.
so much damage in the hands of these players.
Oh,
Pina
shot.
covered by GD already and quickly annihilated. Amazing work coming from the
यहाँ पे
limit
guys बात
alone
करें
as
बहुत अच्छी
Medina
परफॉर्मेंस
comes
टीम
through.
GD की तरफ से guys 12 एलिमिनेशंस.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, David got taken down once again, but he's the rusher. He's very aggressive. But the backup from Shiru, the backup from Blaine, it is absolutely perfect. Now, we used to see David 444 play for Zeus Esports on the Free Fire World Series
और यहाँ
USA,
पे
and
जोन
the guy
स्विंग
was
होता जा रहा है. यहाँ पे
lighting up
guys
the
टीम
battlefield.
BRUB
Recently
guys
acquired by
मौजूद
Gun
है.
Dynasty
हो
for a
सकता है
good
guys यहाँ पे टीम
reason.
EVOS और
Stomp
टीम
down these squads
BRU
out
यहाँ पे
here
guys
at the
aggressive नहीं
Esports
खेल
World Cup.
रही
Let's see how far
बट
they
ये
can
एंड
go.
पे guys
The
जब शुरू
Falcons
हो और फिर मसला बन जाएगा. यहाँ पे guys टीम
just yet,
EVOS
completing their
फिर से
full
रिवाइव
revival
हो
spree
चुकी है.
here. Back to a full
यहाँ से
squad, but
इनके
can
4
they
के
loot
4
up
प्लेयर्स ही
and be
जिंदा
battle
है.
ready before the next circle?
Speaking of that as well, I mean, EVOS had so many close calls throughout this entire game. I think there was 2
वही
times
guys यहाँ पे
they
टीम
really got knocked
EVOS
out
को
and
guys
somehow
बहुत
survived
क्लोज
middle
कॉल्स
of
और
the
इनका
circle
एक
already.
एक प्लेयर ही
And
बचा बट guys फिर भी ये रिवाइव पॉसिबल हुआ. यहाँ पे guys AGL साफिया रश हो रहा है यहाँ पे बिल्कुल guys यहाँ पे प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे guys यहाँ पे.
gets taken down. AGL, one more to their name.
Yeah, on fire just had no chance there in that situation. AGL just swooping on and spotting a little
No doubt
prey
guys जो clash
and
हुआ
showing
ना
that they can be a
टीम
prime
EVOS
predator.
versus
But of
टीम
course,
Demon's Pride
that was
guys
a
एक
2v1,
काफी ज़्यादा ये
a little
एक
bit of an unfair fight.
नुकसान
Now a team
हुआ
that has
था
been
टीम
keeping
यहाँ
very
पे guys
quiet is
EVOS को
Buriram.
because guys
They've
यहाँ पे उनको
managed to
guys
build
उनके
a lot of
players
respect for these
यहाँ पे
other
काफी
squads,
ज़्यादा नॉक कर
especially
दिए
here
थे और
on
guys
the
यहाँ पे थर्ड
Esports
पार्टी
World
भी हो
Cup
गई थी.
stage.
बट
Can
अगर तो
this
guys
be
वो
the
प्लेयर एलिमिनेट हो
the
जाता
third time here
guys
at
यहाँ पे टीम
EWC,
TP
maybe the
के
third
यहाँ पे
time's the charm
लाइव होने की बहुत चांसेस
for
थे.
the Thai squad.
बट guys अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ये तो नहीं हुआ कि
Movements
वो
now, we are seeing
कुछ भी
still
किया बगैर
DRS and
एलिमिनेट होके काफी
PDX
अच्छा
still
खेल रहे हैं.
very much outside the zone, really taking their time here. But DRS is slowly moving toward Pina and it's making me a little bit nervous for them.
Loud. They definitely are a Loud squad out there. Very constant organization on our global stage around the 2021-2023 timing. But they've been missing the past couple of years. Now back with a brand new roster.
And on
Team
fire, man. Falcons just can't catch a break, can they? Gun Dynasty showing them exactly who's going to be ruling these lobbies from the get-go on fire again. GD
Just
no doubt
outnumbered the players on the
बहुत
side
ही
of Falcon.
अच्छी
Yes, they
performance
did
दिखा
manage
रही
to
है
run around getting
14
those revives, but the team
eliminations
just
guys
spread out too thin on the
14
battlefield.
Yeah, they weren't able
eliminations
to play together in these situations. You know, you're seeing a lot of respect.
Oh shot और guys यहाँ पे टीम Falcons भी यहाँ पे हमारे साथ छोड़ के जा चुकी हैं 7 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं और guys यहाँ पे लास्ट प्लेयर को DRRS टीम ने eliminate कर दिया guys इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है पेट का next guys rotation लेने के लिए पता करने के लिए guys कितने players मौजूद हैं यहाँ पे guys अपनी strategy इस्तेमाल करके आगे की तरफ push करेंगे because guys zone swing हो रही है यहाँ पे guys EVOS का यहाँ पे guys clash हो चुका है because guys team EVOS के 4 players यहाँ पे हैं alive यहाँ पे guys team Paradox के ऊपर की मौजूद और guys यहाँ पे बिल्कुल guys यहाँ पे 4 player के ऊपर guys यहाँ पे बिल्कुल यहाँ पे guys rush कर दिया गया है with GD versus हो रहा है team DRS guys यहाँ पे बिल्कुल नहीं छोड़ेंगे बिल्कुल guys डाउन कर दिया गया है फिनिश किया जा रहा है यहाँ पे एनिमेशन से और बिल्कुल फिनिश कर दिया गया बट यहाँ पे guys team GD के प्लेयर ऊपर से आ चुके हैं क्या ऊपर से एक और प्लेयर आएंगे क्या ऊपर से एक और प्लेयर आएंगे और ये guys अभी GD का मेरे ख्याल से लास्ट प्लेयर ही बचा है और यहाँ पे guys DRS के 3 प्लेयर्स एक प्लेयर का नुकसान हुआ है यहाँ पे guys कारी का इस्तेमाल करेंगे मॉन्स्टर ट्रक का इस्तेमाल करेंगे स्काइडर लग चुका है और बिल्कुल guys यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव करने के लिए guys जा रहे हैं guys बहुत मुश्किल है
Got sniped, quickly hopped on out of it to play the recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from the blue, but he's looking for the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the full squad back. All he needs to do is just run out a bullseye, but the problem is he's right in the middle of the bullseye of the crosshairs of the opposite teams who are looking for an extra point and an extra team to eliminate.
And how PDX is moving here, they're just trying to find a way into the game here. PDX should probably come through into the peripherals of Loud as well. Now Russia,
तो पता है कि वो लास्ट प्लेयर में जो बिकॉज उनके 3 प्लेयर्स इन्होंने ही एलिमिनेट किए और उनको पता है कि अगर हम यहाँ पे स्कोर देंगे तो गाइस ये मुश्किल होती है बट गाइस यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी यहाँ पे कैसे टेंशन डिवर्ट हो सकती है अगर एक और स्क्वाड आ जाए और वैसे एक और स्क्वाड आ चुका है यहाँ पे गाइस लास्ट प्लेयर है और गाइस अभी ये टीम जीडी के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो चुकी है बिकॉज गाइस यहाँ पे AGL टीम भी आ चुकी है और गाइस यहाँ पे AGL के लिए गाइस थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है और यहाँ पे गाइस टीम EVOS अभी सुकून में है बिकॉज यहाँ पे कोई भी स्क्वाडिंग की तरफ मौजूद नहीं है यहाँ पे गाइस बुरेराम यूनाइटेड भी गाइस यहाँ पे जिंदा है इस वक्त यहाँ पे गाइस गेम में हमारे साथ है
Interestingly enough as well, the rotations coming in. DRS very comfortable in the middle side area as well. As we see Snap getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent to the lobby, but Takuri is the one that takes away that point.
Let's see exactly what the reigning defending champions EVOS can do. It has been a rough start for them. But recovery has been solid
team
for
EVOS यहाँ पे अभी फाइट नहीं करेगी बिल्कुल गाइस ये जोन सिक्योर करेंगे क्योंकि गाइस जोन इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इन दिस गेम बिकॉज़ गाइस अभी फाइनल सर्कल होगा और आप लोगों को टीम्स नजर आएंगी कि भाई कितनी टीम्स चल रही हैं नॉर्मल यहाँ पे बीआर रैंक नहीं चल रहा गाइस ये ऐसा मैच है जिसमें गाइस यहाँ पे 12 टीम्स और 12 गाइस टीम्स नॉर्मल टीम्स नहीं है यहाँ पे गाइस 3RU असाना आर्सेनल के ऊपर मौजूद है गाइस चारों प्लेयर्स जिंदा है टीम बुरेराम की टीम EVOS की टीम लाउड के और टीम यहाँ पे गाइस बात करें AGL के बाकी गाइस यहाँ पे काफी ज़्यादा टीम DRS को नुकसान हुआ बट यहाँ पे गाइस टीम GD ने भी गाइस रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर तो लिया और गाइस यहाँ पे किल्स यहाँ पे इजीली किल्स उठाए जा सकते हैं नीचे आके बट गाइस यहाँ पे गाइस फाइट हो चुकी है टीम AGL की गाइस यहाँ पे बिल्कुल टीम यहाँ पे GD के एक प्लेयर को नॉक करके गाइस किल फिनिश कर लिया गया बट गाइस यहाँ पे टीम GD बहुत ही मुश्किल से बची है और गाइस यहाँ पे बिकॉज यहाँ पे ऊपर से उनको कवर दिया गया उनकी एनिमी टीम ने ही उनको बहुत सपोर्ट किया है यहाँ पे टीम DRS ने
And they're going to make a wild rotation round.
और ये यहाँ पे बिल्कुल गाइस बहुत ज़्यादा गंदा फंसी है टीम AGL बिकॉज गाइस ऊपर से यहाँ पे 2 टीम्स ने उनके ऊपर अटैक किया गया। यहाँ पे टीम TRS हो गया, यहाँ टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। प्रोडॉक्स गेमिंग एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। 6 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं। बिल्कुल गाइस स्किल सिक्योर करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। AGL का लास्ट प्लेयर मौजूद है, बिल्कुल गाइस वाइप आउट हो चुकी हैं। टीम वाइप आउट गाइस 5 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं। और ये जब सर्कल में रहने के लिए टीम यहाँ पे गाइस बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे एवोस बहुत गंदा फंस चुकी है, बहुत गंदा फंस चुकी है। और बिकॉज गाइस यहाँ पे गुलाम यूनाइटेड ऊपर की मौजूद है। और यहाँ पे गाइस टीम लाउड को पता है कि इनको आगे नहीं आने देना, इनको यहाँ पे ही एलिमिनेट करना है। गाइस बोल्ड मेकर्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है, बोल्ड मेकर्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे गाइस बिल्कुल यहाँ पे गाइस लगाए जा रहे हैं, स्किल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। स्किल लोग बच गए। यहाँ पे टीम इवोस यहाँ पे हिम्मत नहीं छोड़ी, ग्लू वॉल लगा रही है, ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। लाउड ट्रैप की वजह से गाइस लेट्स सी क्या होता है। गाइस 5 टीम्स अलाइव हैं, सेकंड लास्ट जोन चल रहा है गाइस।
Too much. They will take a little bit of hit from the lightning zone, but nothing that they want to worry about so far. Moshi with the
टीम इवोस एक परमानेंट कवर में आ चुकी है गाइस, आ चुकी है। बट गाइस इनका प्लेयर नॉक हो चुका है, रिवाइव पॉसिबल की जा रही है। बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज पड़ रहा है टीम इवोस को, बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज पड़ रहा है। बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे टीम इवोस को गाइस टीम DRS ने एलिमिनेट कर दिया बिकॉज सर्कल की वजह से गाइस 4 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं। टीम बुरेराम यूनाइटेड का वसाना गाइस मेरी सपोर्ट यहाँ पे इस वक्त टीम बुरेराम को है कि वो बुया करेगी बिकॉज गाइस नो डाउट बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, वो अपने प्लेयर्स का नुकसान नहीं कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे गाइस बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। यहाँ पे गाइस पॉइंट्स भी एक प्लेयर को देने, वेट कर रहे हैं गाइस, वेट कर रहे हैं। वो गाइस पोजीशन और बुया की तरफ जा रहे हैं टीम बुरेराम गाइस। नो डाउट गाइस टीम DRS बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है। 4 टीम रह चुकी हैं गाइस। मैं फाइनल में अभी तो नहीं जा सकती बिकॉज गाइस अभी और मैचेस भी होने हैं। तो गाइस टॉप 4 होंगी, वही जाएंगी। और ये जब टीम BRU के लिए थोड़ी मुश्किल हो चुकी है बिकॉज जोन या स्विंग हो रहा है, जोन उनकी तरफ नहीं है। यहाँ पे गाइस टीम लाउड यहाँ पे गाइस रोटेशन ले रही है बट गाइस काफी डैमेज हो चुका है। गाइस बिल्कुल रश कर दिया गया है, अटैक किया जा रहा है। गाइस यहाँ पे टीम लाउड के ऊपर काफी ज्यादा गाइस अटैक किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे गाइस टीम बुरेराम के ऊपर कभी नहीं किया जा रहा बिकॉज वो एंगल में नहीं है। और गाइस यहाँ पे टीम GD के 2 प्लेयर्स हैं, टीम बुरेराम के गाइस 4 प्लेयर्स हैं। और गाइस अभी तक BRU के कोई भी प्लेयर का नुकसान नहीं हुआ। बढ़िया गाइस ग्रेनेड टीम लाउड की तरफ से बहुत अच्छा लगा। जोन स्विंग हो रही है गाइस। यहाँ पे टीम BRU के लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो चुकी है, बहुत मुश्किल हो चुकी है। गाइस यहाँ पे टीम बुरेराम फंस चुकी है।
They could not use their active skills and they actually had to wait that out. Quite a number of seconds lost
already. अभी तक टीम बुरेराम के पोजीशन देखे उनको एक प्लेयर का नुकसान नहीं हुआ गाइस। 2 टीम्स उनके पर यहाँ पर रश कर रही हैं। बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया बट गाइस यहाँ पर रिवाइव पॉसिबल किया जाएगा। ग्रेनेड का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल और एक प्लेयर का नुकसान मेरे हाथ से हो जाएगा उनको। और गाइस ग्रेनेड्स का बहुत ही अच्छा इस्तेमाल है। गाइस अभी बुरेराम के 2 प्लेयर्स रह चुके हैं और यहाँ पर गाइस लाउड DRS GD और टीम बुरेराम गाइस रह चुकी है। और यहाँ पे गाइस टीम लाउड के 3 प्लेयर्स हैं, अभी DRS के भी 3 प्लेयर्स हैं गाइस। और गाइस अभी लाउड की तरफ से बहुत अच्छा यश यहाँ पे गाइस गन डायनेस्टी को गाइस एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया। 3 टीम्स से रह चुकी हैं। थर्ड पार्टी हो चुकी है गाइस। यहाँ पे बिल्कुल यहाँ पे वाइप आउट हो चुकी है गाइस। 1 वर्सेस 1 की सिचुएशन। टीम बुरेराम यूनाइटेड गाइस एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस। टीम DRS और लाउड गाइस यहाँ पे गाइस 3 वर्सेस 2। क्या यहाँ पे टीम लाउड यहाँ पे फायदा उठाएगी है 3 प्लेयर्स का। और गाइस बहुत अच्छे स्नैपर का इस्तेमाल हो जा रहा है। पहला बुया गाइस कौन करेगा? मेरे हिसाब से गाइस टीम लाउड करेगी बुया बिकॉज गाइस वो मौका नहीं दे रहे स्नैपर को, बिल्कुल मौका नहीं दे रहे। पहले स्नैपर को लेंगे, एक लाउड को प्लेयर को डाउन कर देंगे। 2 प्लेयर नॉक हो चुके हैं, रिवाइव पॉसिबल किया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर ही नॉक हुआ, 2 नहीं हुए। यहाँ पे ग्लिच हो गया था गाइस, लास्ट प्लेयर ही निकाल के इनका। तो ये गाइस स्नाइपर है।
Jumps on back. Loud says absolutely not. They take away
well done,
the
yaar.
first win. And Brazil showing that they are going to be making a lot of noise here on the stage.
They're loud, they're dominant, and they know exactly what they're doing. Knowing exactly exactly when to attack and when to go for those tactical retreats.
Oh yeah.
They built a
और फर्स्ट गेम यहाँ पे टीम लाउड विन कर चुकी है गाइस, ब्राजील से बिलोंग करती है गाइस। और गाइस नो डाउट सब टीम्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेला गाइस, स्पेशली यहाँ पे गाइस उन टीम्स ने जिन्होंने गाइस बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पे गाइस प्रेशर एंजाइटी को गाइस अपने हैंडल किया, बिकॉज गाइस कोई भी टीम यहाँ पे आसान से एलिमिनेट नहीं हो रही थी।
I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing your way towards that final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was executed perfectly by this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see them as well. They weren't too flashy super early.
Yeah.
But we saw toward that mid-game, they made so much noise.
Oh, yeah.
They started to get really active. They started to really move around that map. And they're tactical on which fights they wanted to take.
Yes.
And which fights they decided to just leave alone.
And I have to say, it's Trap that was the mastermind of that battle, constantly pulling the timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have an easy rotation in that final circle to avoid the battle. But the thrill of battle, and again, even in the final battle up against these players from the side of DRS, it was the thrill of battle that made the biggest of difference. And this guy is not just a support player who activates the thrill of battle from the back and then allows the rest of his team members to get the job done. He hops on into the fight as well with the F590. Phenomenal mechanical skills, phenomenal timing. Everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby, because again, that's exactly what we expect here. Day one, game one, you barely know where your opponents are going to be dropping. I mean, you can go in and do a little bit of research, but it's really a toss of a coin at the end of the day. And I think Loud handled these situations out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting as well for me personally, I thought that today we're going to be seeing the rise of the underdogs and the quieter teams that never really made that big splash quite yet, because that's usually how day one goes, because everyone's a little bit more cautious. Regardless, after this, we'll be seeing more of the Free Fire at EWC, so do not go anywhere, we'll be right back.
गाइस हमें छोटी सी ब्रेक आई है, बिकॉज गाइस बीच में भी एक मैच खत्म हो चुका है, गाइस ब्रेक आ चुकी है।
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Hello guys, welcome to EWC 2026 Paris. I'm Conchita and right next to me is Wasana from ViderMedia United Esports. We're gonna have a bit of a chit chat. Of course, we have Kay here to help translate us as well. Okay, Wasana, welcome back to EWC 2026. It's so great to have you back. How does it feel to be back, and how is the preparation leading up to the World Cup?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอยินดีต้อนรับน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์นะครับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน EWC 2026
Oh yeah, the big translator आज के because यहाँ से
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้กลับมาเล่นในรายการนี้แล้วก็
नहीं समझ आती ना बोलनी आती है
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในรายการที่พวกผมอยากคว้าแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับแล้วก็การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่เลย 100% ครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage, and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so. Can't wait to be back on the stage.
Ooh, okay. So speaking of preparation, we all know that the other teams are also going for the title, obviously. This is the one title that ViderMedia United really wanted to have. What do you think is the biggest obstacle that you're going to have to face on the stage this year?
ก็เมื่อกี้เราพูดถึงว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีเลยใช่ไหมฮะอยากสอบถามว่าทุกทีมเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมมากที่จะได้ขึ้นเป็นแชมป์ในรายการ EWC 2026 เนี่ยฮะอยากสอบถามว่าเรามีอุปสรรคอะไรไหมในช่วงการเตรียมตัวการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับ
ก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสำหรับผมก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสุขภาพครับเรื่องแบบปัญหาของตัวเรามากกว่าก็คือตอนนี้ก็พร้อม 100% แล้วครับ
Yeah, for me, I think like it's gonna be like our health issue, like our health condition, because like we have to fly over to like from Bangkok directly to Paris, and the weather is like it's very hot right now, but right now we are good to go.
Good to go, well adjusted, even though, yeah, of course, it takes a lot and a while to get here. But speaking of contenders, who do you think is the biggest rival that you have on the World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about Esports Divine, yes, they are the reigning champions, but it hasn't really been a great year for them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนฮะที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นอุปสรรคหรือว่าเป็นตัวที่แบบว่าเป็นทีมที่ทำให้เราเข้าถึงจุดที่เรียกว่าเราได้แชมป์ได้ยากที่สุดครับ
สำหรับผมก็ไม่มีนะครับเพราะว่าส่วนตัวก็คือน่าจะคิดว่าเป็นที่ตัวเองมากกว่าถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคนก็น่าจะไม่มีปัญหาอะไรครับ
I think that there's none of the team that gonna play against us. It's gonna be like the obstacle for us to claim the champion titles. But the biggest obstacle gonna be like ourselves and our players in the team. Like if we can play on the level that we practice, everything gonna be fine for us.
Ooh, that is a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่จะเล่นกับเราในวันนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ก็วันนี้ผมขอจองท็อป1ไปก่อนนะครับ
Well, top 1 is mine.
Ooh, my God, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition already. Thank you so much, Wasana. Thank you for having this interview. And thank you for watching us.
Welcome back, everyone. We start off our first match today hot and loud as Booyah is the one to get that first Booyah of the day.
It's nice to see the top 4 teams within the first game in itself be from 4 different regions out here. Everybody's hungry. But what has been shocking the world is how Gun Dynasty is running the game out there. Eliminations-wise, they absolutely knocked the ball out of the park. You have to respect the absolute tenacity. They bumped into many squads and barely anyone was able to keep up with them. I mean, even Falcons multiple times, they just got hunted down, and that's exactly what you expect out of the LATAM squad. Again, mechanically very sound, and it looks like they have definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams we have to look out for, looking like a solid team to make it into our grand finals, maybe even one of the first 4 to qualify into the grand finals directly. But DRS, that was the standout team for me because nobody would have expected that sort of a performance out of the Nepali squad.
Yeah, coming into DRS as well, I think that they're really good, not only at rotations, but also moving in their fights. They have a lot of zone control when they find an area. They are not quick to give it away either, and they're not quick to just really go and overhit and go for these fights. I'm seeing a lot of respect they're giving to other teams to make sure that in terms of survivability, they can survive all the way to the later stages of the map.
Yeah, I feel like, in this game, what sounds easy is absolutely difficult to execute out there on the battlefield. We talk about how important the mechanical skills are. We talk about how important the decision making and the timing is going to be for a lot of the squads out here. But DRS pulled off these things absolutely perfect in this first game, right? You look at the mechanical skills, they were handling some of those gunfights like pros. Their timing were absolutely perfect. They have great numbers behind them. And it's a bit of a shocker for me because we definitely saw their performance at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational. And they didn't really give us a lot to talk about, right? They had some good games, but fairly inconsistent with their run. But a game this explosive up against a lineup of squads that's, global level, superstars, multiple-time world champions, it's insane. And you got to respect that out of Nepal. Now, the big question is, of course, going to be whether or not we're going to see the consistent plays out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's really, important to think about not only is just consistency. I'm a big believer that you gotta fail in order to do well. And I think that now that you mentioned the DRS, they have a good run. Maybe they learned a lot from it. Maybe they picked up the weaknesses and made it way better for here. But again, this is after the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for many of these teams. They're trying to figure out where the drops are, how each team plays, how the rotations are going to go.
Yeah, and also if you look at it from a standpoint of how much of pressure these squads are under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be because everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers, DRS, the expectations are fairly low. They have got nothing to lose, right? It's the first time they're here on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they don't allow their nerves to catch up with them. It's going to be rough if they do. But if they continue on with this momentum, I think it's going to be a solid run for DRS. They might just be the underdogs that we have been looking out for all of these years. But again, consistency on a stage like this is very difficult to hold on to. And we have even seen teams like Froso kind of flunk out. So what more DRS, right? But if they do manage to pull it off, it will definitely be a legendary run.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. Coming in, we've seen so many legendary teams just really, find their way way almost to the finishing line and then just completely lose their cool. And the thing is, when you have nothing to lose, when you are on a big stage where you're just saying, hey, let's just come in here, have a great time without having to really bow down to the pressure from the bigger teams, you can make your name in history. And at Esports World Cup, everything is earned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team Apex Gaming earlier, the team from India, got knocked out with no placement points whatsoever, only 2 eliminations to their name. And I feel like this is one of those teams that we can expect to see perform a little bit better here on Solara. As we hop on in, these light rails are going to be attracting many teams to your compound. I think the third-party situation in Solara has always been extremely exciting to watch. And it looks like Gun Dynasty is looking for a big fight again with the early clash up against the Malaysians. Aurora Gaming, Eco Trade, battle up against Gun Dynasty. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, and it's always going to be super exciting when you go for these early fights. The rest of the map, though, fairly safe other than Delta Isle. Delta Isle right now also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this. As we're rushing forward already, barely alive, as Astra already had turned on that time turner.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 early hot drop. Aurora does have a chance in here if they can manage to flank around and play their strategy well. Trogon in the hands of Jun. Axel, AUG in hand. The sniper of the squad does not have his preferred gun. Jun for the backup. Axel nails him down with a headshot off of the AUG. And it's a great start here for the Malaysian squad. Maybe this is that perfect comeback, that perfect revenge early on. As GD snuffed them out, kicking them out of the lobby a tad bit too earlier. Benel, again, the super savior of the squad, will hit that double revive, making sure even if Gun Dynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go for that reposition. It's a bit quiet right now. They don't want to do anything. They can see Aurora leaving away from the area. GD, you got to deal with the White Tigers right now.
Apex. The Kimbo Vector in hand. Rate of fire is there. The damage questionable for sure. Spot one out is the cord. And it looks like he's going to be gagging himself in. Beautiful valiant dash. AGOD hopping on in with that backup. And they definitely had the advantage on their side with the numbers. And on the other side, AGAL up against TEC. It looks like AGL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so unlucky to meet them. I just want to say I'm liking this proactivity coming in from EVOS. They heard sounds coming through. They go in and just force a third-party fight. But in this situation, I was surprised it didn't go 3 ways. Aurora, this time around, they got knocked a bit too early just now. They want to make one more just now.
Benel versus AGOD. It's a 1v1 fair fight. AGOD spots him. First shot finds no connection. Now looking for the quick reposition. But the rest of the EVOS squad, they've entered the compound already. Benel's in a tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Wolven backing away. Team Apex Gaming, can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions and walk away with the victory here? There is a vending machine in play, and you can see the Apex player already camping away at it in case they need to pull in. A quick revival. Raja on the hunt. Sahil Jad has been spotted out already. Wolven sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire. Flanking around from the right-hand side. Max 7. His own glue wall keeps him in a way. And Wolven with a timely time turner to keep himself in the run.
Oh man, and here comes the firepower from the Falcons, knocking a majority of the DAG players down here. 2 eliminations already done and out here. And now they go for more. DAG is stuck in a corner. 3 players crushing him all alone. Away from On Fire is here. A 2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, KD God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side of Falcons. Managed to get a double knock, but the recovery from your 2024 EWC champions, absolutely swift. But KD God in trouble now. Team Apex Gaming, they've already hit the revive. And they're holding on. Riptide rhythm from KD God just to put a little bit of extra pressure on them. The nade is in his hands. Pina on the chase. KD God. Stays safe still. And now he has an advantage as he hops up on the slide rails. Takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see if or not he can take him out of the equation. Vending machine right beside. It's a 1v1. Katie God has the better gun in this situation, but Pina absolutely sneaky, just hopping on from the back of the glue wall, taking the shots quickly, hiding away. And from having a disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way till here. Movement was insane coming from this guy.
Oh yeah. Gotta respect Falcons this time, hungry for those points. They obviously wanted a better run in the earlier game, did not find it for themselves. Got kicked out of the lobby with just 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game one for Falcons. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. You just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara. But so far, so good. You see the coins on their side absolutely stacked up. And TEC, one of the favorites from Bangladesh, alive and kicking with a ton of elimination points already on their side in the Solara game.
Oh man, Barros putting the damage on the top. That takes a lot of damage, almost getting knocked down here, but moves around the area, cannot survive, and knocked out as well.
Yeah, Barros, great play on that 1v1. Thrill of Battle popped in a timely manner, locking him down. And a swift elimination right after. AGL on the prowl, looking for some extra points. But Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswad and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros looking for the backup and the bait and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy take it out of the equation. Barros, you monster.
Oh, it's the biggest no I've ever seen in my life, and Cypher is the one to turn things around there. Aswad down and out. Gonna try and see where exactly can go in this situation. Coming in terms of rotations here, a lot of players already inside of the zone. Mid-side area, I'm really curious. I'm seeing AGL and Loud there.
AGL, again, this is their 3rd EWC. Just like Buriram. Perhaps 3rd time's the charm. David 444 taken out early here. This is one of the prime players out of Gun Dynasty. And Buriram hunting them down one after the other. You messed around with this in the previous game. We could not get to the Booyah. And this time, we will take you out of the lobby early. Buriram says, but can we see a recovery again? Benel, the super savior of Gun Dynasty, keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup right as the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now, the zone has shifted a little bit more here. And in this situation, most players are already coming back into the game.
Man, Benel, what in the world? This guy.
He has most revivals.
Yeah, he's definitely got the most revivals so far.
Yeah, अभी हो बात है कहते हैं EVOS यहाँ पे आ चुकी है, टीम EVOS ऊपर आ चुकी है.
These amazing
Let's see guys, अभी क्या होता है. टीम EVOS सेंटर में आ चुकी है और क्या नहीं टीम EVOS को क्लैश देखने को मिलेगा. यहाँ पे DP टॉप पे हाथ से अकेले ही बचे हैं.
How is he having so many coins on his side? We got to check that out later. He was divine though. Through eliminations.
अगर PDX टीम में हमारे साथ साथ हुई जा चुकी 11 टीम्स रहती हैं गाइस और इसी के साथ यहाँ पर देखते हैं क्या होता है. जब फाल्कन की तरफ से प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया, अटैक किया जा रहा है टीम TRS की तरफ से गाइस. ओके गाइस 50 की HP आ चुकी है.
Car 98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble, but Falcons not going to make that mistake just yet.
Doing a due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. I think DRS is doing, I think, fairly wise to just really back away from this fight. Now, for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's more firepower once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AGL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if they took the slide rail, trying to just cut the distance down with the vehicles. On the other side, Demon's Pride, top 16, tagged up already. That Moko giving away his position, and it's too easy for you to go in for the follow-up. Super Sniper turned Russia in this situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many clash squads.
And in
this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rails. We saw so many of that happening way too soon. Well, it is fun for us viewers to see it, but for them, it's probably a very, I would say, high-stakes, heart-attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle, which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown
guys,
beautifully on the Battle Royale scene.
पे जो प्ले रहे हैं गाइस अभी 3 प्लेयर्स अभी तक मौजूद हैं आसपास 44 प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं और गाइस रोटेशन लेके जोन में जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं गाइस सिवेगी बुया अभी तक कैच सिक्योर किया गया है यहाँ पे ग्रुप ए की जाने से जिन्होंने गाइस लाउड ने सिक्योर किया
not waiting. They sustain some shots, but they're going straight in for the elimination. And a 4-man scan here, potentially by the White Tigers. EVOS Divine and a double scan. Probably Aurora as well as Loud. EVOS in trouble. As two teams have got the information on them. Teammates giving on the other hand. Already scanned out by the Falcon squad early on. But Falcons are the ones who are a tad bit more comfortable. Into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same
guys
run.
TAG
I mean, what can you do? Just really survive longer here.
KD गॉड यहाँ पे guys आगे तक जा रहे हैं पूरे EVOS के प्लेयर मौजूद हैं
Running straight. Oh,
EVOS के 4
does not
प्लेयर
spot him
मौजूद हैं
out.
They don't know.
This could just be that survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be a tad bit
Oh,
difficult.
they spotted him,
GG,
bro.
I don't know if or not that was super intentional, but KD God now clipped on by the Thriller Battle, has got no way to use his active skill. But EVOS Divine not making the mistake of looking for one extra point and potentially sacrificing 2 of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble. And the veteran experience of EVOS Divine keeping them alive and kicking. But the Rail Soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough 3-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well because KD got finally knocked out as well. And TEC, their combat has been taken away. DRS, good chance to really hunker down here in the situation. Maybe win out those fights or hoping for an opening to either go in for the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
4 प्लेयर्स के साथ यहाँ पे गाइस गेम में ही है क्या यहाँ पे टीम डीपी बुया कर पाएगी गाइस
And I will not doubt those M590s are on standby for the pop as well.
Great rotation by EVOS Divine, avoiding the initial engagement with DRS. Oh yeah, the GD versus Team DP हो रहा है और यहाँ पे गाइस secret को knock करके एलिमिनेट कर दी गई टीम डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया.
This means Bangladesh is going to have a rough time to get out of their spot, but thankfully the circle's still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the conglomeration of the 3 squads here. EVOS Divine, TEC as well as DRS.
DRS, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's a potential of getting knocked out by TEC from that top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where you guys have to wait out things.
Nice play. डेमोन्स्ट्रेट की कॉपी को knock कर दी गई जैसी रह चुकी हैं बिल्कुल गाइस अभी देखते हैं क्या होता है. Rush कर दिया गया गाइस लास्ट प्लेयर नेक्स्ट प्लेयर को knock गाइस ओह
does not manage the ambush, but Demon's Pride are swapped too low.
डेमोन्स्ट्रेट भी eliminate हो चुकी है गाइस.
David's picked right back up, and again Gun Dynasty is going to be a bit of a troublemaker in the final circle.
Now the wait happens here as we already see that Aurora surviving a little bit longer this time and they want to go for this fight against GD. In front of them, they already got it at one pickoff here. Aurora doing very well, fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out Gun Dynasty, you gotta take Manel out of the equation because that man is a miracle worker for these revives. Somehow, he always brings the rest of the team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well, and it looks like Gun Dynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and Loud, this is gonna be a rough rotation for them, as everybody else has hopped on in, as anticipated earlier on. The next circle finds EVOS, TEC as well as DRS.
But now they've got one extra
contender,
position में मौजूद है बट ऊपर की तरफ है और पे गाइस ऊपर की तरफ AU यहाँ पे टीम मौजूद है और इसी के साथ गाइस अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस अगर पूरे नाम यूनाइटेड मौजूद है पर यहाँ पे गाइस लाउड की तरफ से काफी ज़्यादा ग्रेनेड्स वगैरह का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है काफी ज़्यादा डैमेज वगैरह दिए जा रहे हैं यहाँ पे ब्रू BRU के ऊपर गाइस काफी ज़्यादा अटैक तो गाइस प्लेयर नॉक कर दिया गया है पूरे नाम यूनाइटेड यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड के हेल्प से
One more, baby.
Oh, ओके अगर हम बात करें टीम फैल्कन की तरफ से भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा डैमेज मारा जा रहा है बुराना यूनाइटेड को अगर स्काइलर का इस्तेमाल हो चुका है और कहते हैं DRS वर्सेस AGL हो चुका है बिल्कुल यहाँ पे गाइस टीम वाइप आउट हो चुकी है TRS गेमिंग यहाँ पे वाइप आउट हो चुकी है 7 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं गाइस यहाँ पे गाइस फिर से टीम बुराना यूनाइटेड बहुत ही ज़्यादा यहाँ पे गाइस बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे वाइप आउट हो चुकी है टीम बुराना यूनाइटेड
at the start of our Esports World Cup.
और यहाँ पे टीम फैल्कन भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस 5 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं अगर हम बात करें यहाँ पे टीम TC यहाँ पे EC यहाँ पे गाइस काफ़ी अच्छी यहाँ पे गाइस यहाँ पे पोजीशन पे है गाइस यहाँ पे टीम इवोस भी यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है और गाइस यहाँ पे टीम और गेमिंग को भी एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया है गाइस यहाँ पे टीम इवोस 19 पॉइंट्स के साथ यहाँ पे टीम AGL 19 और 22 के साथ ऊपर जाने की कोशिश की जा रही है इवोस की जानब से
Yes, stairway to heaven. But who goes to heaven? Is it going to be you guys or TEC right above? And smart play by EVOS here. They don't quickly rush on up. They understand that AGL is holding on to a prime position right behind them. And they do have the advantage with the move of the circle. AGL will have to keep an eye on Loud. And TEC, they don't need to do much with that high ground. They just need to play fishing here. They do have a prime spot and a big advantage in terms of how that circle is now going to move.
TEC के पास काफ़ी एडवांटेज है बट यहाँ पे AGL बहुत गंदा फंस चुकी है बिकॉज 2 टीम्स की तरफ से यहाँ पे 8 प्लेयर्स बेस्ट प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे गाइस यहाँ पे बिल्कुल हम इन पर अटैक कर रहे हैं और यहाँ पे टीम लाउड के ऊपर भी शॉट लगाई जा रही हैं अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस यहाँ पे फंस चुकी है टीम AGL यहाँ पे इवोस जा रही है यहाँ पे गाइस इनविजिबल हो गए हैं यहाँ पे रास्ते और यहाँ पे गाइस टीम इवोस ये बुया लेके जा सकती है बिकॉज गाइस जोन उनकी तरफ है 4 प्लेयर्स हैं और बेशक गाइस इनकी गेम प्ले नो डाउट बहुत अच्छी है और गाइस इनकी परफॉर्मेंस और इनकी गाइस अभी जो इस तरह गेम प्ले करते हैं और यहाँ पे गाइस रसिया के आप स्नाइपर को बताइए आप लोगों को
repositioning going to be taken away from them and now Loud is
shot एक प्लेयर दिस नॉक एक प्लेयर दिस नॉक और गाइस भी ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे टीम TEC और यहाँ पे AGL की फाइट हो रही है गाइस ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है गाइस और बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे AGL ने गाइस प्लेयर्स को नॉक कर दिया यहाँ पे TEC के गाइस प्लेयर्स नॉक के यहाँ पे रिवाइव पॉसिबल किए जा रहे हैं यहाँ पे गाइस लाउड पिच से रोटेशन लेके आ चुकी है ऊपर की तरफ गाइस बहुत ही अच्छी रोटेशन यहाँ पे लॉन्चर का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है गाइस यहाँ पे लेट्स सी क्या होता है टीम इवोस वर्सेस टीम लाउड शॉट्स नॉक यहाँ पे गाइस इवोस यहाँ पे गाइस लेके जा चुकी है बाजी मेरे हिसाब से तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पे बाजी लेके जा चुकी है यहाँ पे गाइस किल्स किए जा रहे हैं फिनिश किए जा रहे हैं यहाँ पे गाइस 15 एलिमिनेशन के साथ हो चुकी है और गाइस पे लाउड के लास्ट प्लेयर रह चुके हैं और टीम AGL की भी लास्ट प्लेयर है मेरे ख्याल से बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर मौजूद है दोनों टीम के और गाइस यहाँ पे बिल्कुल हम पहले एलिमिनेट करेंगे बिल्कुल पुश करें 3 प्लेयर्स नेमलेस बेचारे क्या ही करेगा और गाइस पे बिल्कुल एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया लास्ट प्लेयर रहते हैं और गाइस यहाँ पे टीम इवोस है पहला बुया लेके जा चुकी है यहाँ पे लाउड रह चुके हैं क्या ये 1-4 कर पाएंगे मुश्किल लगता है बिकॉज गाइस चारों तरफ से गेयर के यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया और गाइस कंग्रेचुलेशन टीम इवोस फॉर सेकंड बुया और गाइस इसमें भी हमें पाकिस्तान की तरफ से कुछ अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं देखने को मिली बट गाइस यहाँ पे टीम इवोस नो डाउट बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस यहाँ पे की और दिखाई और गाइस ये बताया गया कि भाई वो क्यों चैंपियन है गुड गेम सबने बहुत अच्छा खेला गाइस
from your reigning defending champs, not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the competitions that they hopped on into. But this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion and they want to prove that the White Tigers are not here to play. They are here to annihilate. Look at these nades, man. I mean, they were a flurry that instantly snuffed out the chances of Titan Titan Esports Club.
You know what's really interesting? In so many interviews, they said, what is our secret weapon? It was Russia. And he did. We saw that pressure coming in from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EVOS Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost out in many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of Gun Dynasty. We saw Rasia being that backup player, that sniper that continuously revived the rest of his team members. But this time, they are not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of their super sniper. They are all playing their role. I think the rotations are so much more tighter. The teamwork is looking solid. And I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad. It's just that strategically, they were trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them, and it required multiple clutches from Russia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Russia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. He falls with 41 points, matching up with Loud Sneakers so quickly as well. We've only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
अगर बात करें यहाँ पे टीम EVOS यहाँ पे guys 41 points लेके 23 elimination पे एक हो गया कर चुकी है guys. Second में मौजूद है Loud Sneakers और guys यहाँ पे बात करें तो guys 41 points है यहाँ पे guys 20 eliminations के साथ हैं. यहाँ पे guys team damage spread यहाँ पे end पे ये जिसको हम support कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान से belong करते हैं. और guys यहाँ पे team Burenam United guys 25 points 13 eliminations 10 यहाँ पे guys हैं Titan Esports और Aurora Gaming के guys 10. यहाँ पे guys points की बात करें 16 guys यहाँ पे second last पे team Epics Gaming है.
Now we've got Carol with the players here. Let's see exactly what the interview has for us.
Again the players के interview शुरू हो चुके हैं. Let's see.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here. Pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for Loud. Okay, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da Loud já começou o dia com buia, e especialmente com a Buriram no top 4. Como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar no segundo lugar nessa última partida? Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa está lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vêm durante alguns meses. Estamos evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem, um top 1 e um top 2. É isso, estamos amassando, manter mais 4 quedinhas aí pra cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started EWC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security, it's way above. And right now, to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path and to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da Loud, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro. Você acha que vocês estão no caminho certo para voltar a colocar a Loud no topo, para de fato vocês voltarem a ser os reis do Free Fire no Brasil?
A gente veio para isso, a gente voltou para fazer a Loud ser campeã mundial, que é o objetivo da Loud e o nosso. E a gente voltou para colocar a Loud no topo, assim como nós também queremos ficar no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing that well in Brazil brings us such great confidence, and we are here for that. We are here to bring the old Loud that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we are gonna put Loud for sure on the top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at EWC 2026. For us to finish our interview, I would like to ask, vocês terminaram o Mundial de Free Fire no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês? Jogarem internacionalmente, obviamente que vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de um top 5 trouxe mais confiança para vocês performarem agora aqui no EWC 2026?
Com certeza, assim como no Campeonato Brasileiro que a gente sempre joga um campeonato e quando ele acaba e o desempenho não é tão bom, eu sempre solto uma frase que eu falo com o Joker, eu falo: mano, aqui nós aprendemos a jogar esse campeonato. A partir de agora, nós só vai desempenhar bem. E eu acho que foi o que aconteceu no último Mundial. Quando ele acabou, em vez de mim ficar triste e de cabeça baixa, eu falei, a partir de agora, nosso time aprendeu como jogar um Mundial.
Wow, that's very special. Okay, so reach the Free Fire World Series finals last year in the top 5 gave us such a great and important understanding in what we should do in Free Fire right now. And I told my coach, okay, so right now we are learning even more to play Free Fire. We are in the right path, and I think we are more than prepared to take the world right now, and that's exactly what we came to do here at EWC. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next match. Make the L. And I'm back to you guys at the studio.
और guys यहाँ पे इंटरव्यू हो चुका ख़त्म, जो कि guys एक और लैंग्वेज था जो कि हमें नहीं पता था. Guys, यहाँ पे अगर बात करें यहाँ पे टाइटल डिफरेंट यहाँ पे guys टीम EVOS भी guys पहले इन्होंने विन किया था बहुत अच्छी गेम प्ले के साथ.
What we are seeing in front of us here right now, and the team who ended Russia with the final elimination.
guys इन्होंने फाइनल विन किया था बहुत अच्छी गेम प्ले के साथ.
Just thinking about we're gonna lift the trophy together. I don't know. I don't think that much when that moment. That was my first international game, so that was quite easy for me to get the MVP, and yeah, very lucky.
Guys, Russia
What made him strong in 2025 was the wonder kid called Russia. You know, he's been in the circuit for many years, and for many years he could not play on a stage like this because he was underage, their best sniper, and I think that was their secret sauce to success. If you look at him, he is the most humble kid you'll ever come across. You know, bright eyes. He never ever underestimates anyone. I think the most important thing is he wants to prove himself out there as well. And the moment he got the opportunity to do that, he did exactly that.
EVOS, Esports, this is the time to shine! Sergeant,
No, I think I feel so
और guys यहाँ
confident.
पे EVOS की यहाँ पे guys दिखाया जा रहा है कि वो चैंपियन किस तरह बने थे और guys उन्होंने किस तरह गेम प्ले की थी.
21 elimination from the champions of Clash Quad and still on the roll, and EVOS being taken down.
Ya, setelah di EWC kemarin kita sudah tidak mendapatkan piala-piala lagi, kita tidak bisa ngejuarain turnamen-turnamen berikutnya mungkin karena kita udah lupa siapa kita sebenarnya. Tetapi di hari ini kita sudah ingat siapa diri kita sebenarnya.
और guys अभी ग्रैंड फाइनल की गेम 4 यहाँ पे guys स्टार्ट होने जा रही है.
Data, it says they will not be the back-to-back champions. If you look at the kids and if you look at how determined they are to be back-to-back champions, there's a slight possibility. But it's going to be difficult because for the first time ever on the global stage, we've got 24 teams. Everybody's got that exact same
और guys 24 teams हैं बट आज ग्रुप में सिर्फ 12 teams हैं. लेट्स सी guys यहाँ पे कौन यहाँ पे डायरेक्ट फाइनल में जाता है, कौन यहाँ पे सर्वाइवल की तरफ जाता है.
Kalau untuk tim-tim lain sih, kalau buat saya sendiri saya tidak perlu memikirkan banyak hal tentang tim-tim lain karena itu saya sudah percaya kepada coach saya. Jadi saya tinggal fokus aja main. Nah, itu yang terbaik pokoknya. Pesan-pesan untuk tim-tim lain, ya hati-hatilah karena ini EWC bukan turnamen yang lain. Kalian bisa lihat sejarah-sejarah kita di turnamen EWC kemarin. Nah, itu dia, kalian hati-hati aja yang ngegangguin drop zone kita.
लेट्स सी गाइस ये कौन लिफ्ट करेगा ट्रॉफी. आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए.
For anybody that was wondering how EVOS Divine was gonna start Free Fire at EWC 26, boy did we get an answer because they came in hot. By the way, yes, you saw one more person added to this amazing panel that we have, and it's none other than Lace. But Lace, I'm actually not gonna start with you just yet.
I just want to talk to me.
Sorry, because I want to talk
standing at
about
the end,
EVOS. And you were wondering how they were gonna be doing. All of us were wondering how they were gonna be doing. They're doing pretty damn good.
They're doing pretty well. I'm kind of relieved actually because EVOS had so many close calls throughout the whole entire first game, and it got me worrying. Not something that I want to see obviously, but at least they slowly climbing the elimination points ladder, and they fix what could be perfected on the first game because hey, come the second game, they know exactly what they need to do, and we see Rasha obviously as a pivot sniper. He's gonna need more room for him to do dynamic movements, and that's exactly what the support gave them. So yeah, it works well for them. EVOS is finally finding the rhythm that they kind of lost the first time. Again, maybe opening game, of course, the nerf is something that maybe we cannot explain. It's something that's always difficult, always hard for anyone at the EWC.
Yeah, they've got that pressure on their shoulders, you know what I mean? They're like, oh no, we've won, we've got to do it again. So like that's got to add on top of this as well, and I guess we saw that in their games too.
Yeah, but now leading the standing with 41 total points and 23 elimination points. I mean, that is crazy. Even you have to admit that.
I mean, it's amazing, not gonna lie. Seeing the players just chilling back there after getting that booyah and then looking at the keys, they're probably wondering which keys are we gonna be crushing now. But talking about teams that might be possibly crushing some keys, we gotta talk about Loud, because my goodness, Loud was another team that started off hot. You could say the first win was a bit given, but boy, they took advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, coming from the position we're in heat, they're not really found in the map. I'm really looking forward to how they're going to adapt right now. They were trying to do the similar approach on that game number 2. It's just unfortunate. EVOS was the one who cut them off on the rotation, just hanging in the middle of that final circle is one thing that Loud has been doing for the first 2 games, but it's just unfortunate that rotation was not favoring them, and even Launchpad was not on them in that final moment. So it was tough for them to make that rotation.
It definitely was. One thing, I mean, we've been seeing some of the squads now being able to perform well, right? EVOS, Loud out of Brazil. Earlier, you were talking about Rhythm, Conchita. I mean, Loud definitely is finding that rhythm. One team that is currently not finding their rhythm, though, Lace, is none other than Falcons.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about that pressure, and they've got the pressure of the club championships on their shoulders. So, you know, amounts of other Falcons, you know, in different games coming through. So, of course, you know, they're sitting in that kind of middle of the pack at the moment. They are trying to find those eliminations early on. There was actually a moment in the second match where we saw Team Falcons hunting down Team Tag. They were able to take 2 limbs from the team, and they're like, no revivals for you guys. And we just saw them sort of launch over to where Tag was trying to recover the rest of the team and try and get those early eliminations. So, you know, I think they're sitting about, 6th place, 27. It's nothing, you know, at the top with those 41 sorts of points there. But look, they have shown the same kind of consistency that they had, you know, in these previous global series that they had. Sometimes they do incredibly well. Sometimes they choke and aren't flying like a Falcons should. But look, don't take your eyes off Team Falcons, guys, because they are capitalizing on those early eliminations, which are putting those points on the boards. And, you know, they're just looking for that booyah.
Yeah,
they're looking for that later on.
Let's see if they're going to end up getting it, because I'm looking at number 4 here. Gundy Nasty. I mean, 32 points? That's not bad either.
Yes, Gun Dynasty, that first game was definitely something. I did not expect them to do so well. I mean, they have been consistently showing amazing strength and courage and the skill to back it up. So I am just at awe at how amazing Gun Dynasty is performing at the very first game. And sitting at 4th with 22 elimination points surely isn't bad. But I also kind of want to talk about Buriram, AGAL. It's like they're not fully being themselves. I don't know what is happening actually, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in AGAL and Buriram, they're trying their best to study their opponents this year. And again, it's some of the teams are in here quite fresh. They haven't met them in Southeast Asia or some of the global tournaments that they have. So they need a little bit of time to study their opponents. And that's what they're doing for most part of the game. First half was just silent, and then towards the end, that's where they try to put in a little pressure. But at some point, there's still a lot of teams surviving towards that final circle. So third party is Buriram United's one's weakness.
Yeah, I agree, because when I see Buriram United, it's like they're trying so hard to match the Brazil's gameplay, but somehow it bite them back in the process. So it's definitely something that we want to see from Buriram, either from AGAL.
Yeah, and I was talking to Lucifer, actually, one of the casters that you'll be able to see later on today. And I was asking him about Tag. You guys were mentioning Tag, how they're just currently not performing too. This squad, he was telling me that this squad tends to start slow, but they picked it up on the second day. Now, earlier, let's rewind it back. You were talking about consistency, right? That's not the consistency that we want to see out of these teams. So now that we got 2 matches done today, we got 4 matches left for this Group A. What are your expectations for Tag?
Actually, my expectation is that they could somehow learn from the mistakes, obviously, because the first 2 games, boy, oh boy, they were a little all over the place. If I can say that, I'm really sorry again.
It's okay. It's our job.
I
It's our
always feel
job
bad
to
to
point
say
out.
that because I really want them to do well. I mean, obviously they have quite a name, that a reputation they need to upkeep. So this is just something that I feel very sad about seeing from them. I just hope that they can bounce back and do better.
Well, we'll have to see though.
We
Because
in first
judging from
given
that
the
story,
round
if
loud
you
snickers
really
actually
need
guys
plenty of
Bermuda
time,
था
and we're
दूसरा guys
only
Aurora
talking
मैच
about
given that
4
actually team
days
की votes
overall,
अब आ
you
चुका
could
है
get lost
guys
already the first, and you
purgatory
don't want
let's
to
see
be
guys
in the
मैं
bottom
purgatory के
2
अंदर
of
कौन
that
आते हैं
leaderboard because true enough, after 2 days, you'll be out.
You'll definitely be out. And you know what? I want you, Lace, to put in your coach mentality.
Purgatory,
If you're looking
purgatory.
at VP from Pakistan, I mean, this squad, a lot of people expected them to do well, especially all the crowd from Pakistan. Right now, they're in last place. If you're the coach, what are you going to go over there and tell them?
I'm telling you to get a boo freaking yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I
That
can
is
tell.
what I'm saying.
I can tell that there's something Lace really want to tell them, but she can't say it on camera.
I gotta be broadcast friendly here, okay? Let me let like the Australian out, please, guys. Let me let it loose. But look, those teams, and this is what we talk about when you say, you know, the mental capabilities of these teams. When you sit at that lower of the leaderboard, it is hard to sort of pick it back up and get to those sorts of spots with our AGLs and even like our GDs and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, but obviously 4 matches. Purgatory's next. Yeah, I heard Neptune say it. This is heaven or hell. So can they maybe get the heaven than Purgatory?
Okay, Purgatory coming up. What are we expecting, Neptune?
I don't know. I'm hoping for a skewed flight path and a rough circle. Sorry for the teams out there. I know you want to get it easy right now, but
Just like Aurora.
Yeah, I should be asking for the other one, for the reverse, because what I did to Aurora right there was just definitely jinxed them.
I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, okay? We got 2 more matches coming up before you probably end up seeing us. Overall, 4 more matches here for Group A. Would you like to change your pick from Aurora?
Oh my God.
I gotta give him a chance.
I'm scared for you, really.
Would you like to curse any other team, sir?
Actually, I don't want to curse any teams anymore because it's very getting very dangerous right now.
तो मैं भी
this is a big
सोच में
stage,
डेमोन्स्ट्रेट
and
को
if
सपोर्ट ना
I'm
करूं
being
कि मैं सपोर्ट करूं तो मर जाती हैं
them not getting into the next stage. So I don't know, but I'm still cheering on for Aurora. Hopefully this time it's just a first game jinx, and then the rest will be quite well. Because even in game 2, we've seen them perform well. So first day jitters or first game jitters, that's what they might have felt. But yeah, let's see if they can get that booyah.
That's exactly
I see you
what
smiling
I said.
on it. She's like,
yeah, I mean, talking about the first day is always unpredictable, right? Because of the jitters, the nervousness, the pressure that they have. But yeah, going into the 3rd and the 4th game, I think a lot of things needed to change. And Purgatory is actually a map that is a little forgiving on that. It's a great place for a reset. So I'm just so excited to see what the teams are going to bring.
And we have seen some of the other squads, right? Especially going back to the first game. AG. AG did great. I mean, this is one squad that you guys were picking as a surprise to be able to do good here. Boy, did they surprise us in the first game.
Yeah, one thing that the personality of AG is trying to keep away from all those engagement. Yeah. If they can bathe onto outside of circle on the 3rd, 4th phase of that map, then they will do so. And even with a team booster that we have, the out of zone buff that is available, say they will be able to soak up in there, just get their position. Because do really need that time to get information as a sniper as a squad, and also the launch pad. That's the angle that we need to take right there was just difficult, especially if you have 6 or 7 teams remaining on 4th to 5th phase of the circle.
So what you're saying, we're seeing AGL probably follow their same format coming out of match 1 because, they did land uncontested in our first map. And then they, GD that we saw, who is just an absolute heavy hitter, they were kind of sneaking on down to AGL. And AGL's like, no, we need a little bit of space. So that's what you're saying. Match number 3, they're going to need their space, and then that's where they fly.
Okay, you know what? You got lucky because I was going to have you pick a team, and I was going to see if you would end up cursing a team. But I'm being told Game 3 is ready, so why not? Let's send it to AJ and Tash, and maybe they'll be willing to curse a team or encourage them.
Yeah, thanks, Seven. You know what? I don't think we're going to be cursing any squads. In fact, we are going to be blessing them with a little bit of extra luck out there. You know, in the first 2 games, we did see consistency from the reigning defending champions, EVOS Divine, as well as the Brazilian squad, Loud. But there are a couple of teams down at the bottom.
Brazilian squad Loud भी guys बहुत अच्छा perform कर रही है guys.
Panel called them out earlier. Tag, Team Apex Gaming, the Indian squad hasn't really been having a smooth run out there. But Purgatory is a huge map. Tons of compounds out there. You can play avoidance of majority of these initial engagements, and this could just be the kind of break the Tag needs. But that is going to be purely dependent on if or not they're going to be able to avoid the early hot drops.
Yeah, I really want to also say that some teams take a while to really heat up, right?
Yeah.
Especially since today and tomorrow, they have a little bit of a leeway, just really find their footing. I think, you know, like what Conchita said, they're nervous, they're a little bit more, I would say, pressured. But now as you go to third map, now things should just ease up.
Absolutely. And again, Team Apex Gaming in a little bit of a pickle. They've got 2 monsters right beside them. One from LATAM, Gun Dynasty, has been cooking the squads that they come across in the early parts of the game so far. They've got the Dinoculus used up already, scanning out multiple players. Falcons scanning the area as well. On Fire and Racha just at the perimeter, looking to play third party. And perhaps this is that one big blessing that Team Apex Gaming is going to get from this equation. Maybe having Falcons a little bit closer to Gun Dynasty will give them an advantage to survive this initial battle.
Yeah, do you already bought back into the game quickly? Shoto barely
TAG के साथ.
Oh man.
How in the world did we lose Titan Esports Club before even hopping on into the game here? Unbelievable. 19 points. And they do not have anything from this game. But Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, they're going to go in here for the annihilation. But now, punishing KD God. And the super revival of the Gun Dynasty squad looking for more. Shoto racks it on in with the Valiant Dash catching up with him, taken but now Loud with the Max 7.
Yeah, and he was the guy just, you know, responsible to bring the team back into the game. And now he has been brought in here. Now Tag has an idea where exactly everyone is. Revoz decides to join in on the fight as well. Still waiting in the wings for the right, I think, opening, just really join in. But now on fire, finding Wolvin already. And this offensive by Rasha could be nasty for the Falcons players.
Team Apex Gaming, all the blessings in the world. See, I told you, panel, we were going to bless them, not curse them. With all the blessings in the world, they get to avoid the initial encounter. We thought Falcons was going to be a little bit of a problem to deal with, but the White Tigers have dropped on in to say hello. You turning the table on them. They got taken out of the equation already. Apex, the electrotherapy is on connection. But unfortunately for the rest of the Falcons players, they will not be able to get out of this pinch. Shoto now tossing in the grenade. Can he find more? And it's just gonna be the ice grenade that gives him a little bit of an advantage here. What a knock on to Ray. Shoto, Team Apex Gaming not running away, staying and taking the fight straight to them.
And it started off with Tag with the ones that's on the lower.
और guys अभी वो दूसरा टीम टैग हो चुका है दोनों रिवाइव करने के लिए आए थे और बिल्कुल कहते हैं मैक्स 7 रखा भाई का हमारे यहाँ पे टीम के TAG के भाई ने डोमिनेट कर दिया है जो इंडिया से हैं यहाँ पे गाइस TAG के एक प्लेयर नॉक हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे गाइस टीम GD भी मौजूद है.
Take a little bit of a revenge here onto Team Apex Gaming. 2 players out of the equation already, but on the other side of things, TEC, it was the battle up against Paradox earlier, and Windy did a number on them, connected with the electrotherapy, was down, almost taken out, but he got the triple on them to knock them out of the lobby early.
That is almost surgical when you think about it, how they're moving around together as a team. Meanwhile, Tag already on 6 eliminations here. Wolf is now back into the game. All eyes are on GD here, as Falcons as well is in trouble. There we go, Pina now out.
Shout out to production. I love the fact that they caught us up with what happened to TEC in the earlier parts of the game, and it's great to see Africa stepping up their gateway out there. But Team Apex Gaming talk a little bit about some step up out there, baby. 7 eliminations already, and they're looking for more. The equation already, get high
और कहते हैं टॉप को देखते हैं क्या करते हैं वाइस पॉसिबल करेंगे बिकॉज मशीन पास ही है बिकॉज बसाना को नुकसान उनको हो चुके हैं मेरे ख्याल से टीम बुरे नाम काफी बुरे नाम यस गाइस यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर का नुकसान हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे गाइस डीपी की बात करें डीपी की गाइस 3 प्लेयर्स अलाइव हैं
Okay, to answer my own question, he did not have enough coins. But Tara's not going to be brought right back in. But the stealth bites helps him to reposition, catching up with Aswab. The players now looking to find a little bit of a reset. Dew will find Paradox, sniping down, snipe himself. Pun not intended, Windy gonna get the wind knocked out of him. Pun definitely intended. And AGAL getting a number down on them. Paradox, can he continue to survive? And Benel is up to it again, continuously reviving the rest of his team members. He's pulling a Russia on the rest of the world here for the LATAM squad.
You know, I really am curious, like, toward the end of this tournament, how many Benel would have, revived, and would it be a world record to see how many he would be able to do so? Now, the rest of GD also back into the game as well. Look at this middle side of the map here. There's like, what, 4 teams hanging around there? Brahim United, PDX, Aurora, even DRS, someone close by, DP, AGAL, it's all.
Man, Azrael, wrong move there, but that was desperation for sure. Up against 2 players. Jumped on into the vehicle, but the VSK snaps it right out of it.
teams रह चुकी 39 alive हैं और guys यहाँ पे काफी ज़्यादा clashes देखने को मिलेगा
help the Malaysian squad here. Alu now focusing on the players on the side of Buriram. Electrotherapy connected to the rest of his buddies, but if Alu gets taken out early here, DRS is going to be in a little bit of a pinch without their support player. But Pratik is in a great position with the Car 98. Should be able to have a tad bit of an advantage here, but the angle's just not working out for them. DRS wants to reposition. And thankfully, Buriram is actually not going in for the hunt. They're looking to reposition and find a safer haven for themselves instead.
Buriram को भी बहुत ज़्यादा focus करना पड़ेगा कि वो एक अच्छी यहाँ पे guys position achieve करें यहाँ पे guys team DP के साथ present का clash हो जाएगा.
When I saw some shots coming toward them, I think Loud was really hot at their heels right then. But Buriram United, if they do move forward there, they will be running up against DP. Loud on the other end, just putting in damage to the PDX and AGL players.
Again, shout out to the team in the back. The observers have been on fire. Thank you very much for making sure you guys catch all of the action out there because it is hot on the lobby today. Like you said, we've got too many squads in this next circle, and that's exactly what Purgatory has been able to give us for quite a bit. Stroex and Rasya leading the eliminations, and Benel actually keeping up with them. With the damage out there, I mean, Benel, what a superstar. Super survivor, super rescuer, reviving the squad multiple times. Also one of the rushers of the squad, bringing in the numbers through eliminations for the LATAM squad. This is the best that we have seen out of them, and I feel like they're giving us the consistency that we usually look for. But Team Apex Gaming, great start, connected to you against the champions of 2024. Falcons right in front of them, but Falcons are spread out. This is a big advantage for Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, this is really great at just really finding its openings, and you can tell they're very, very hungry. They've been hot on the Falcons' tails for quite some time here. Even Shoto on fire right now, and the rest of TAG wants to collapse onto this fight. They've taken away the space, but Falcons has a little bit more space to prepare.
They gotta be careful here. They don't have information. They're rushing straight in. Team Apex Gaming needs to slow down the pacing here. Get that info and then play their positions well. With the flank on the side of Falcons might just be exactly what gives them the victory over Team Apex Gaming. And as requested, Team Apex Gaming says hasta la vista. Putting a little bit of hope in this to bring themselves back between a 0-0 in the competition.
बहुत अच्छी गेम दिखा दिया रश कर रही हैं नॉक वैसे इंडिया से बिलोंग करती है टीम TAG नो डाउट बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है गाइस जबकि टीम फैल्कन बहुत अच्छा खेलती है ओके गाइस गुड गेम इंडिया बहुत अच्छा गाइस अब टीम इंडिया से यहाँ पे खेल रही है टीम TAG गाइस Last player again, last player.
Yeah, boy, Shoto's on fire. And Team Apex Gaming right back in it. But they gotta make sure they finish what they started.
के वोल्वे ने गाइस यहाँ पे रश किया बट गाइस यहाँ पे प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया स्नैपर से एक प्लेयर का नुकसान हो चुका है TAG को जो कि इंडिया से बिलोंग करते हैं 2 versus 2 स्नैपर के कवर में जा रहे हैं और प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया गाइस लास्ट प्लेयर
shot. Shoto's on fire, and Team Apex Gaming will survive.
I love Shoto, how aggressive, how confident he was in taking up that space, knowing how exactly to play with the information and position he has.
What a recovery. The revives are on point as well.
Oh,
Team Apex Gaming on purgatory. We talked about them having a little bit of extra room to breathe. And with that extra bit of oxygen in their system, they are on fire. And Falcons now on the revival spree, but with 1,300 in his pockets. Double revival, no problems at all. Falcons, though, on a little bit of a reset. Buriram close to their compound. But I don't think the World Jams will be looking to take the fight up against them. Falcons scanning out their area with the Dinoculus, a counter Dinocular used here, potentially by either EVOS or Buriram.
DP कब चार्ज होगी DP कब चार्ज होगी गाइस अभी तक तो जिंदा है क्या पता हमारी DP चार्ज हो जाए गाइस बहुत मजा आएगा
They want to take DP out of the equation here before they take away their defensive spot as well.
I am curious to see how exactly the rotation is going to come in for
guys
THG.
बंदे
They're so
बहुत
far
कम रह
away
गए
from
हैं
everyone
लेट्स सी
else,
गाइस
but
अभी
this
क्या
late
होता है
rotation could potentially benefit them. Letting everyone take this fight early.
Oh shot
Alu here as well. One knockdown. Top 16 also almost following suit here. And AGL knowing this, quick reposition forward, and DRS Takuri now
ओके गाइस अभी टीम GT ऐश्वर्य गन डायनेस्टी की तरफ से गाइस अभी बुरानम यूनाइटेड भी यहाँ पे आज के 9 शॉट यहाँ पे गाइस रिवाइव पॉसिबल किया गया है यहाँ पे गाइस DRS के यहाँ पे गाइस DRS वर्सेस यहाँ पे जरूरी गन डायनेस्टी का ऊपर से कवर भी दिया जा रहा है स्नैपर का गाइस रोटेशन ली जा रही है मैं तो रिवाइव पॉसिबल करेंगे
Can you get enough coins to play recovery? All alone now for the side of the Rail Soldiers and Gun Dynasty.
स्नैपर्स को ऐसे कॉइंस देने चाहिए क्योंकि स्नैपर एक ऐसा प्लेयर होता है जो पीछे की तरफ ले जाता है ना
Close to impossible here for Gun Dynasty. If they pull it off somehow without Vanel, it is going to be a miraculous run for Schwab.
Just really waiting things out right now. Kiroro is here with Falcons. They have like a nice, I think, off angle to play with, but not even close to get into that circle. You have to take this fight against EVOS, which is going to be so annoying. Even Strowex, look how far back he has to move away from the area just to survive.
A little bit of a slower pace. And scanning out 4 players on the side of EVOS as well. Good Dinocular once again from the side of Falcons. But what can you do with that extra bit of information?
पाकिस्तान की सपोर्ट में आई बट चलो वेट करते हैं क्या यहाँ पे टीम डेमेज पर कुछ कर पाएगी गाइस बिकॉज़ 9 टीम्स अलाइव हैं इवोस यहाँ पे गाइस सेफ है अभी यहाँ से किसी भी प्लेयर को नुकसान नहीं होया हुआ यहाँ पे टीम डीपी जिंदा ही है और ये जिन वसाना वर्सेस टीम TAG हो रहा है
You're coming close to one of the biggest dominators in the competition who are not really on fire just yet. So maybe that's going to be the blessing here. Shoto.
वसाना के साथ घर के अंदर फाइट लेना है ये मेरे से
looking for the shutdown. Wasana looking for those nades as well. And for the time being the ice grenades tagging them
DP के लास्ट प्लेयर जिंदा है
But Buriram not going anywhere. They want to take this fight and they're waiting for Team Apex Gaming to break down those glue walls so they can have an advantage.
And meanwhile, over on this side here, EVOS.
Katie God!
Oh my god, यहाँ पे EVOS मौजूद है guys.
Pina finds this angle, puts the damage onto AimGod, reposition, but hard to do anything as EVOS collapses onto the members of the Falcons on fire.
Guys, बिल्कुल यहाँ पे EVOS अब push करेगी because एक प्लेयर knock हो गया और नहीं छोड़ेगी और guys यहाँ पे बिल्कुल हमें knock finish कर दिया गया.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. Falcons can get all the information they want off of the Dinoculars, but they were just
और guys यहाँ पे top 7 हो चुकी है यहाँ पे guys team DP यहाँ पे guys एक ही player मौजूद हैं बुरियम यूनाइटेड के 4 player मौजूद हैं EVOS के loud के guys जो तक top pitch है खेल रही हैं loud और EVOS but बुरियम यूनाइटेड की तरफ से अभी तक हमें कोई अच्छी गेम प्ले नहीं देखने को मिली because जोन उनका साथ नहीं दे रही भाई जोन तो साथ देना भाई हमारा वो भी ये बोल रही है यार जोन साथ दो यहाँ पे गाइस DRS के स्नाइपर मौजूद हैं यहाँ पे गाइस रासिया को यहाँ पे गाइस टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं दोनों सामने स्नाइपर चला रहे हैं यहाँ पे गाइस टीम GT के ऊपर से गाइस ये थोड़ी सी मुश्किल हो सकती है कि लॉन्च पैड का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है इजीली
comes Ray as well. Strowex taking a lot of damage already hanging in this corner. He's stuck here. Either you go down to the zone or you go out in the open and you crunch between 2 different teams. But he's not going to stop trying though.
थोड़ी सी मुश्किल नहीं है उससे नीचे से अगर थर्ड पार्टी ना हो तो ठीक है जोन में तो है ही वो
जोन में तो लोग हैं ही
potential
to be sniped out of the air is high here. Now the zone's going to catch up with him as well. He's probably not running the team boosters. And he's going to sustain a ton of damage off of that, but still playing it safe. One with Mother Nature, finding some cover right behind the tree. And this is so much the tree can do for you, buddy. The grenades are going to find the tags onto him, forcing him to use those medkits
फिर
as
से
well.
नीचे की तरफ मौजूद है और यहाँ पे गाइस देखते हैं क्या होता है। यहाँ पे गाइस डीपी भी खत्म हो चुकी है, यहाँ पे डीपी हमारे साथ छोड़ चुकी है। यहाँ पे गाइस टीम इवोल्व रह चुका है, टीम AGL लाउड और यहाँ पे गाइस गन डायनेस्टी भी साथ छोड़ चुकी है। बिगेस्ट स्टार टीम्स रह चुकी है, बरेनाम यूनाइटेड, इवोल्स, AGL और लाउड के एक प्लेयर मौजूद है जो कि बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहे थे, बट यहाँ पे इनका यहाँ पे साथ नहीं दिया गाइस इस मैप ने। मुझे लगता है गाइस इसमें इवोज वर्सेस बरेनाम यूनाइटेड होगा, इवोज वर्सेस बरेनाम यूनाइटेड, और इन दोनों में से एक बुया करेगा और बुया करेगी इवोज। इवोज बुया करेगी, देख लेना। ओह नॉक, AGL की काफी ज्यादा मसला बन चुका है। इवोज नाक में कटवाना, इवोज बरेनाम और इवोज होगा, मैंने पहले बताया था ना। और AGL की चांसेस नहीं है बुया के।
Nameless get knocked out here. Nasha goes for 2 even to the AGAL side. And now, Buram United once is going to It's Rasha that's able to secure every single elimination point. Now, the tension changes. Buram United has to fight against EVOS Divine, and they're going to try and collapse forward.
A familiar situation here. Southeast Asia takes over Purgatory. And EVOS Divine.
मैंने पहले बोला था बुरीराम वर्सेस इवोस होगा और यहाँ पे इवोस की जीतने के चांसेस 99.9% है, बिकॉज बुरीराम का थोड़ा सा ना हिम्मत उस टाइम के अंदर अभी नहीं है। बट जो भी है बुरीराम की यहाँ पे जो साना की गेम प्ले बहुत अच्छी है, प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया, काफ़ी अच्छी रोटेशन ले रहे हैं, काफ़ी अच्छी स्ट्रेटजीज के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। बढ़िया पे गाइस बुरीराम वर्सेस हो रहा है गाइस। ओके नॉक इवोस के, देखो मैं तो मजाक कर रहा था। यहाँ पे गाइस वसाना है, बुरीराम को आगे फॉर्म में, आगे फॉर्म में, आगे फॉर्म में। बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे मेरी प्रेडिक्शन थोड़ी सी गलत हो गई, इवोस के लिए आसान था, बट यहाँ पे गाइस बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ने बहुत अच्छी गाइस रोटेशन ली, ऊपर से नीचे से वो गाइस बहुत अच्छा खेल के एलिमिनेट किया। काफ़ी ज़्यादा सपोर्ट भी देखने को मिल रही है बुरीराम यूनाइटेड की तरफ से।
I fell in love with the snipers because of this guy, and he is back. This is his meta. This is his time to shine once again.
टीम इवोस, हाँ इवोस ही था चिशाम भाई, इवोस से ही उम्मीदें थी, बट यहाँ पे गाइस मुझे ऐसा लगा कि बुरीराम उसका परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आज दे पा रही, बट प्रोग्रेटरी ने सारा कुछ ही गाइस चेंज कर दिया, सारा पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, सारी गेम ही चेंज कर दी गाइस लिटरली। हो गया तो नेक्स्ट होगा यहाँ पे, नेक्स्ट फिर होगा कलारी, फिर होगा गाइस नेक्स्ट ट्रेरा, वही नेक्स्ट ट्रेरा।
Absolutely. 3-time world champs right there for a good reason, mainly
मैंने भी इवोस की सपोर्ट की थी पीछे करके, लाइव स्ट्रीम देखो बुया नहीं कर पाई। मैं सपोर्ट करता ही नहीं, मेरा डेमोन्स्ट्रेट को मैं इस मैच में सपोर्ट नहीं करूँगा गाइस, मुझे ऐसा लगता है मैं पनौती हूँ यार, मैं नहीं करूँगा सपोर्ट। अब बस बात खत्म ऐसे यार। जब भी सपोर्ट करती हूँ टीम को गाइस वो बुया ही नहीं करती, मैंने बोला ये बुया करेगी, वो से बुया ही नहीं हुआ, जबकि वो हाइट पे भी थी। बट बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ने नो डाउट गाइस बहुत अच्छा खेला, बट बुरीराम के वसाना का बहुत मुझे उसकी टीम अच्छी लगती है, बट उनकी स्ट्रेटजी, उनकी रोटेशन गाइस उनको कहाँ से कहाँ ले गई। अभी वो फॉर्म में आ गए गाइस, बात बताऊँ बुरीराम यूनाइटेड फॉर्म में आ चुकी है, अभी मसला हो जाएगा।
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, towards the end, it was more of a hunting game. The players just looking for those shots. And Moshi, as the sniper of the squad, just not holding back at all, right? Just taking the fight straight up to them. The M82B got a little bit of a bump recently on the OB update. And these guys not doubting it at all in terms of usage. Now, we've got a few commercials to play. Dash and I will be right back with you after the battle
और guys
catches up,
commercials
guys.
play हो रही हैं यहाँ पे हम कैम को बंद करते हैं थोड़ी देर
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yoso and we're live in Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, Bad Gao and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang ngồi đây sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, và không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao
giờ
language
मैं समझ नहीं आ रही लेकिन ये पता है कि co-streamers हैं
áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC 26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả Bad Gấu và cả sau đó cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hứng phấn có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của Team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series EWC đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của EWC, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sống của Garena Defy Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn Bad Gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
translator भाई. Translator चाहिए मुझे इसके लिए.
Sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A end. Well, this is the end, and I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team, and I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support your team.
Boy, we had to make sure we got away from some of our other analysts because I know they were hyped. The Buriram has finally showed up. They got that booyah, and this is what we were expecting out of the 3-time world champs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's champions against champions right now. One taking the global finals, one taking the EWC. So you would expect really fire gameplay out of that final game, out of the final match, final circle. AJL though, I mean, I think like we just looked away, and then the moment that we look back, they were out. So the final 2 teams, 4v4, it was just phenomenal. But I'm also looking forward to how Lao is going to recover right now, because I think they were pushed down a little bit too hard this time. Grim9, after getting that booyah, they just catapulted themselves up.
Do you think they're going to be, especially for Loud, right? Do you think this is the next game? It's time for them to bounce back because we're seeing consistency once again out of EVOs.
Yeah, I mean, EVOs being a top 3 in 2 games or 3 games already is enough. Like, if you want to be in there, just an easier ticket to stage 3, then that's what they need right now. Compared to their Southeast Asia, right? And they always go for the longer route, the longer days, like even not skipping a day because they're there at the bottom going into elimination.
team demonstrated match में 6 पे आ गई है.
So I'm loving this version of Evo's Divine right now. Probably it's because of the crowd giving them more energy.
True, and this is the halfway point as well for Group A on day
Yeah,
one of
because
Free Fire
AGL
at
के लिए काफी
Esports
ज़्यादा
World
मुश्किल
Cup
बन गई थी because
26.
जोन
Now,
के
out
साथ
of all the
फॉर्म
squads, right, we're hyping
जोन
up the
का बहुत
squads that
ज़्यादा
are doing
डिसएडवांटेज
good.
था
Let's
इसी
talk
के
about some
साथ
of the other
गाइस
squads that
आगे
needed
की
to
तरफ आ
improve
रहे
on
थे
that
बट
third game, and one of them that
मुश्किल
ended
गाइस
up
वही थी
improving, at least
कि
for my
जोन था
liking,
नहीं
had to be
और टीम
Tag.
बुरेराम का भी गाइस
Boy,
उनकी जब
this
टेंशन
squad
सारी
was
थी बोल्ड
finally
मेकर
able
भी
to
था
start putting up
और
some
इसी के साथ गाइस
eliminations
यहाँ
on the
पे
board,
AGL
and
के
this is
प्लेयर
what we're
बैठे
expecting them. I
कोशिश
know
की उन्होंने
Lucifer in
बहुत
the
हील
back
शील करने के लिए
is
नहीं मौका
expecting
दिया गया
even more out of
बिकॉज
them.
स्नाइपर
exactly.
ऊपर
I
से
mean, we were just
ब्लू
talking
वॉल
about
तोड़े
that
जा रहे थे
earlier before the game
गाइस
started,
जो नो
and
डाउट
then
टीम
we saw
बुरेराम
them
ने बहुत
perform.
अच्छा खेला
So
और गाइस
it's a good thing
टॉप
as
में
well
तो
that
बहुत
it
अच्छा
only
खेलते
took
हैं
them a couple of games before for their warm up, before they really bring it on. Because being at the bottom two or almost the bottom two, that's not a place that you want to be, even if you still have another day to play. So you don't want to risk it. At least bring yourself halfway to what is intended, and then that's when you play. If you don't like, that's when you gauge. If you really don't want to show that much performance, just go in there in the skirts of what is needed to get the next stage.
Yeah, and the good thing too, like going in regards to Evos, in regards to Buram United, now that are starting to get all these points, right? One thing that is going good for this squad, yeah, they're performing well, they're being consistent, but they're just sponging up all those points at the top. And don't forget, once we finish tomorrow from Group A, the top 4 will be going to Champion Rush Finals.
ऐसे ही है
And the
गाइस
last two
या
will
बिकॉज
be
जो
going
टॉप
home,
4
and in
आएगी ना
between they'll be
लास्ट
going
मैच
to
के बाद
survival.
गाइस
But
वो
that
फिर गाइस
sponge
चैंपियन
of
रश में
points
चली
there
जाएगी
from the
फाइनल्स
top
में चली
is gonna
जाएंगी इस
just
तरह
make it
से
everything even tighter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's difficult for them to really catch up. Like because of the huge lead that you have right there, it's making it like hard for the teams to really catch up, and it's also demeaning at some point. Like you will see your team at the bottom trying and struggling that much to bring in the numbers, and then you see the top wherein you, even if you still have one day, but everyone is competitive at this point. You want to get closer and closer to where you're intended to be, to skip one day and just watch everyone play.
Yeah, and from this map that we just saw, Purgatory, remember, this is one that you were looking to see some crazy stuff. I gotta ask you, were you happy with what we saw there out of Purgatory, or do you want to see more madness?
Well, definitely more madness, more chaos with a K. Because Purgatory, like, I'm not giving them most of the opportunity for skill fight path, the like ruining for final circle. But at least the teams are treating it as if it's a skill fight path. The early engagement that's happening, a lot of teams trying to go in and out for battle. And that's what makes it exciting, because they're just playing it with the spirit of the map itself.
Yeah, and now going to the last 3 games here of Group A, right? Earlier we were talking about Tag. We wanted to see them being able to step up. I know we have a team from Pakistan as well that, I mean, we want them to see step it up because they just have such a passionate fan base back at home. I want you to tell me a team that you're going to be looking at, especially this next 3 matches, to either continue to be consistent the way they have been, or that you might see some fluctuation on their performances.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see Paradox Gaming. Currently, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, but at some point, we've seen the aggression as well from their regionals. So it's something that they can bring to the table a little bit early this time instead of waiting for the second day. And also, some of the consistency that we've seen from DRS Gaming, because the Real Soldiers Gaming is one of those that we didn't expect really show up the first time in EWC, first time in global in terms of a Free Fire competitive scene, and they're really doing well. I don't know if this is the full extent of their performance, or they're just still biding and waiting for the opportunity to bring the fire on.
I mean, they just gotta put themselves in that position where they can actually just claw at that booyah like ViderMedia United Esports was able to do on that last one. Wasana was one of the players that I know Conchita really wanted to see them being able to step up in their performance and actually perform for their squad. Is there any player or any 2 players that in the
We go into a map wherein it's like favoring the snipers. We might see
नेक्स्ट मैच का इंतज़ार हो रहा है कि वो कब स्टार्ट हो जाए. अभी वो यही आपस में बात करें कि कौन सी टीम है जो आपको लगता है कि आगे वो इम्प्रूव कर सकती है आगे 3 मैचेस में.
To go for those elimination. And one signature that I keep seeing from ViderMedia is once they get that knock, they pull out the launch pad and jump straight into the battle.
We have a lot of viewers that might be watching Free Fire for their first time. If you are one of those viewers, please let us know on social media. Use that hashtag EWC. Use that hashtag EWC26. I want you to explain to the new viewers that are watching Free Fire for the first time about that launch pad, because I absolutely love it, as we're just being absolutely sidetracked here by a dancing... Is that a dancing bull or a dancing cow?
A dancing bull, and I love the energy.
Yes.
I really love the energy on the stage right now. And
that Fluxo? I can't tell.
Yeah, it is. It
is, right? I'm like, I have glasses on, and I can't tell if it's like you guys playing like three more games, okay? Your group is gonna be coming up. Hopefully you guys brought the drums, you brought that Brazilian energy, because we've seen it so far with Loud, but I know once we go into Group B, we wanna see Fluxo bring it.
Oh yeah, I mean, great potential for the team right now. And a great revenge storyline coming from them, because from what we've said, from what we've seen as well, there's a lot of disappointing run, and it was caused by these couple of champions that we have in front of us right now. So I love to see. It's a good thing as well, since they're a different group, because they won't have to beat them on the get-go.
They're just waiting to see each other on the finals or survival, which honestly, if you're EVOs, if you're Burim, it's not going to be looking like you're going to be going to survival. If they keep playing like this, consistency, you might as well just put it in their middle name, because these squads have been very consistent. But I think it's time we start the second half of Group A. Let's send it over to AJ Tash Bunny.
Honestly, insane seeing what's going on ground. We have so many people here. We have mascots on the ground as well. And we're already halfway through the first group.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very sure that the fans out there are excited to see their teams perform out here on the battles. But it is definitely a big question mark for some of the squads, right? You look at Paradox Gaming, you look at how they're doing out there so far. I feel like the gunfights in Purgatory were so much better, but they're still having their first day jitters full on. I want to see a little bit of an improvement as we head on into this game number 4.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about, you know, you have how much space to really just warm up that engine, get yourself into the groove of the game. But as we go into the day, yes, 2 days, but already for Group A, we're halfway through. 3 more maps to go before they go on a break for the rest of the day and then come back tomorrow. But then again, playing catch-up against these teams is not going to be easy.
Locally, for Paradox, this is one of their better maps. So this could just be exactly what turns their fate around here on day 1. You don't really want to be depending on day 2 to find that recovery back into the competition. And you sure as hell don't want to be at the bottom 2 spots, because that is straight up relegation tomorrow if that is where you're going to end the day on. But as we head on into game number 4, it's time for some next
leaderboard की तो guys
Xterra is interesting. There's just so many different bits and bobs parts of this maps. Oh, how he's gonna go. And on top of that as well, we are still seeing, I think, somewhat of a hot drop here. Looking here, we have PDX, I think, toward the Deca square with another team. I'm not too sure. I can't really see who exactly is that. I believe it's DRS.
Russia leading the leaderboard right now with elimination. 16 points personally delivered by the super sniper, the Wonder Kid. Still the Wonder Kid. And I think nobody else is going to be taking away the title from him. No one else has shown the kind of determination, the kind of hunger, as well as the performance that Russia has shown us ever since he stepped onto a stage like this. But Loud, once again looking to do exactly that, as they play a little bit of Clash Squad against Falcons.
There's a lot of things going on over there as well. You see on fire, repositioning himself a little bit more further forward, keeping his head down here, because there's a lot of pressure that they're putting onto him as well. His teammates aren't super close as well. So if anything, he's just buying a bit of time, but his teammates, I think, shouldn't be a problem to bring him back into the game if he does go down fairly early. But if anything, the best case scenario for Falcons, well, you steal away 1 more kill before you get knocked down here. But BCP is tracking him right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's not a full-on Clash Squad battle, because Falcons, most of them out of this rush down area. The rotations are coming on through, and it looks like Loud wants that big flank to find the extra point off of the Falcon player. We'll catch up with them later on as Buriram spots out Demon's Pride, top 16, about to be tagged up. Jonah has got the M24 in hand, just no angles to work off of it just yet. Gun Dynasty, on the other hand, with a very early reset, at least pulling back one player back in here, and with a phenomenal flank on fire, finally taken out of position there. AGAL, one player down on the ground. The battle between them and Gun Dynasty does not end well here for Gun Dynasty. The recovery definitely needed once again. Vanel is on the case.
Gun Dynasty को भी और Loud को भी तभी गए तो फॉर्म में चुके हैं अब गए DP सबसे एंड पे
already 5 eliminations here. Saifa once more. Rahat is on the other end waiting as TEC already in such a precarious position, but his team is able to be brought back into the game, but Nejat goes down to PDX.
Demon's Pride के guys drop के स्पीड काफी कम हो चुकी है भाई बिल्कुल कहीं नॉक कर दिया गया है.
And a timely thrill of battle leads to Wolven picking up that extra point. But here comes Demon's Pride. They want the fight. They take this jump straight to the vending machine. Instant revival, but Madara sacrifices himself for that pick. Jazzy comes in for the save, picking up his buddy. No extra revivals needed. Replay here in the middle of a very important battle for Team Apex Gaming. But it looks like they'll call for a little bit of a truce for the time being.
Yeah, just now I think a lot of things are going on in that situation. I think they got cornered, if you ask me. Now, as we look at the main fight that's currently going here, TAG is still chasing the heck out of DP.
Jazzy को knock कर दिया क्या मैं TAG बोल रही है मैं सिर्फ इंडिया की टीम है मैं बगैर बोल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे आ चुका एक प्लेयर की जैसे वहाँ पे अगर बात करें गाइस DP के 2 प्लेयर्स लाइव हैं और यहाँ पे गाइस बात करें TAG के गाइस 4 ही प्लेयर्स हैं. लेट्स सी गाइस अभी क्या होते हैं बुलहन यूनाइटेड के भी प्लेयर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे गाइस गन डायनेस्टी आ चुकी है और लाउड वर्सेस गन डायनेस्टी भी हो रहा है भाई यहाँ पे फुल क्लैशेस चल रहे हैं.
And as I say that, Wolven takes him right off the board. Get IXL is there though, and it looks like Buriram's taking a full-on fight up against the Indian squad. Team Apex Gaming might be in a little bit of a trouble here. Katie God brings Wolven right back in off screen, and Loud spotting out Gun Dynasty, who is looking for the recovery in this game. I don't know if or not they're ready for the battle. One player from the side of TEC is going to be stuck in this compound as well. It's going to get messy for them if they can't find the recovery for themselves.
UAV is out as well. Should give away the position.
करने के लिए यहाँ पे गाइस लाउड के प्लेयर को काफी अच्छा है स्नाइपर का शॉट है M2 भी लगा है यहाँ पे गाइस करेक्टर स्किल को इस्तेमाल कर लिया गया है यहाँ पे गाइस TEC के यहाँ पे भाई हम फंस चुके हैं बिकॉज़ गाइस अकेले इसको कवर में नहीं था गाइस स्नाइपर ने स्पॉट कर लिया था गाइस.
Yeah, absolutely. They play the Moko really well. And he had the M82B and the SKS as well. Great attention from that long range and the advantage taken. And Katie God keeping the Indian squad still in the game with the double revive. Buriram trickled in one after the other, finding Team Apex Gaming. But the Indian squad could not take these giants out. 3-time world champs for a good reason. Just ramping up very slowly here, not showing their aggressive side just yet.
You see how active the map is right now. Loud's getting a few pickoffs as well. I'm sure DRS as well, while everything has been going on here. In this situation, I think...
No, Katie God, just a wrong spot. Ran straight in at Buriram. No binoculars, no extra information out in the open. Just got spent. And now Falcons fighting the players of Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty's just had a rough run in this lobby this time around. Next Sarah's just knocked their place. Limit will find one from afar. Dangerous will fall found as well. The players of Gun Dynasty flanked all around, and it's the Falcons swooping on in. The birds of prey looking for a meal. And Gun Dynasty is just that fill.
Yeah, and Shairu is stuck outside the zone as well. What are you going to do here? You have to find a different way into the area. And Falcons wants, they desperately really want that one extra point. It almost feels like they just are playing with a vengeance. Now, in this situation here, GD looking good with 6 points already. Shairu still managing to stay alive. And right now, if we were to look at the leaderboard here, EVOS has looking really good right now. They have a huge lead compared to the rest of the teams. And in terms of, I would say, positioning right now, they're looking, I think, fairly alive. If anything, throughout the entirety of this day, EVOS has been doing well in terms of positioning, in terms of looking for pickoffs, in terms of looking
और
for
guys
fights
अगर हम
as
बात
well.
करें तो
And I don't think this is going to change anytime
AGL
soon.
guys सेंटर में मौजूद है और guys यहाँ पे Falcon के दो
Nexera has
players
always given us a lot of eliminations thanks to
दो
number of vending
players
machines,
नीचे की तरफ मौजूद हैं
compounds
सॉरी
that you can use for cover,
guys
not having to
प्लेयर
use
यूनाइटेड
up
भी आ
all
चुकी
of
है
your glue walls too
DRS
earlier,
का एक
too
प्लेयर भी आ
early
चुका है
in the
ऐसे
matchup.
रिवाइव पॉसिबल करने के लिए जा रहा है बिल्कुल गाइस
And we're
रिवाइव
going to
पॉसिबल करने के लिए जा
see
रहा है और
quite a
रिवाइव
number of
पॉसिबल कर
survivors.
लेगा
Again, as I
अगर
say
कोई
that,
भी टीम अभी तक
the
लेमिनेट
real
नहीं हुई
soldiers
लेट्स सी
pulling
गाइस
in a
कौन सी
double
टीम पहले
revive.
लेमिनेट होती है
Yet
गाइस
again,
डीपी
extra
के चांसेस
points.
हैं गाइस
Takuri
कि इनको हम
making
सपोर्ट करें बिकॉज़ गाइस वो अकेले
He
मौजूद
brings
हैं
back the
गाइस यहाँ
two
पे
revives first.
AGL
So
के
great
प्लेयर को
strategy played by
यहाँ
him
पे
before he
AGL के
got caught
प्लेयर ने यहाँ
out
पे
there.
नॉक करके फिनिश
Unfortunate
भी कर दिया है
that he
उनको
could
पता
not
ऊपर से
go
बंदे
in
आ
for
रहे
the
हैं गाइस वो
final
तैयार हैं
revive.
98 लेके
So 2 players down for the side of DRS once again.
AGL is really scary. If you think you managed to shake them off, there's just really a false sense of security before finally being taken out. He's done his due
AGL
diligence though.
बहुत
He brought his
खेली है
teammates back
guys
into the game, and I think bringing them back into the game poses a big threat to so many of these teams. Now, in this particular area where Falcons was, you could see just now they were really looking for Jazzy. He's still very much alive, but they have to be very, very aware that Loud is close by somewhere in the wing. So this could potentially be a two-way fight. It's looking really good right now.
Rough run for Demon's Pride. Yeah, Pride definitely taking a hit here on day one. Still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard with just 10 points to their side. David 444 down on the ground. Instant pickup there, and the recovery is solid for Gun Dynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS, and they've got the numbers advantage in this battle as well.
भाई यहाँ पे एक टीम यहाँ पे लेमिनेट हो चुकी है जो कि गाइस फर्स्ट प्लेयर की मेरी प्रेडिक्शन थी कि डायमंड स्प्राइड यहाँ पे लेमिनेट हो चुकी है बिकॉज़ ये जो लास्ट प्लेयर थे और उनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल था गाइस में से रिवाइव पॉसिबल करना इनके पास कॉइंस का भी इशू होगा
They'll be really good. Now the Falcons finally ran toe-to-toe against Loud. BCP forced to move away here as the Falcons finally rally back. They have a nice high ground to play with. Over on the other side here, gonna cook up that nade, throw it forward, but I'm gonna think it's gonna be going a little bit too wide as BZP is just so quick on that reposition.
Yeah, that was a blind nade there, no Moko for the advantage. Good time turner for BCP. Has got the double barrel, but the Valiant Dash just bursting through him. Extra bit of confidence off of the electro therapy that Cassie provided them. Limit those straight down to the ground. Recovery is not going to be impossible here, but they're going up against one of the best Brazilian squads. Loud can shut them down, and that's exactly what Nix does. M10-14 perfection on fire taken down. Cororo shut down as well. Loud making a lot of noise, but Peter's there for the save. But the pickups have to be the focus here. And Falcons surviving this one. Guaca too far away to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really double down on this, and then Dedrick as well just stuck in the corner, trying his best to survive. But Burrow United, they're saying no. So as much as you want to survive, it's not going to happen. We will dig you out of that hole if we have to. Gets one more point to their name, and now they're going to go and find a different way into the area. This mid-side area in terms of rotations here, southern side, EVOS has control of this area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora, but middle side here, you have, I think, GD and AGL forward, and TAG just busting forward, looking for this fight eagerly.
Just with that game 3, Buriram has jumped into the top 3 already. Now you see the Moko tagging up the players on the side of Team Apex Gaming. This is a little bit of a pinch. AGL focus fire, but Team Apex Gaming very smartly repositioning, just staying away from the crosshairs of both AGL as well as Gun Dynasty. A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
But they're not really showing their hand either. They're just really hoping to weather down that storm, because no team can really get too close to one another for these forward fights. Pina, somewhere along the lines there, does find Sturwex eventually. Alu rushing forward. They're almost taken down on fire, but regardless of that, would have been traded. So now the blue zone comes through here. Kiroro should be brought back into the game as Loud is slowly trying to recalibrate themselves.
Recalibrate indeed. The double revive coming on through. Full squad once again for the Brazilian squad. Loud have been loud from the start. Very consistent to keep themselves in the top 4. But they have to make sure they play a little bit of recovery here. And Nix is going to have his foot shot off. A-backs with a sharp shot from afar. AC80 perfection once again. And yet again, the Brazilian squad on the back foot. This is just not their lobby. Recovery seems to be really difficult. And that's exactly what Nextera is. Lots of spots to hide away at. And we have got a ton of squads, so many players still alive and kicking as we approach the 12 minutes.
Yeah, Alu is not going to be able to hit the ground there. Gonna just get knocked down so quickly. His teammate did try to give a bit of pressure there onto Buram United. Not happening though. You know, like you mentioned, Moshi just so superb on the snipers.
Oh yeah. Buram showing that, yes, we were ramping it up slow, but nothing impossible for us to catch up with. Russia though, right below the bridge like a troll, up against Falcons, but gonna get caught all alone here. On fire, making the rotation. Russia, can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us? It's Gun Dynasty that takes advantage of that chaos. And the follow-up is solid. EWC with the revenge. The players on the side of Paradox taking advantage of the situation as well. The Rig is gonna get picked right back up. And Falcons almost at rotation put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players in that sequence.
In this situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora, but cannot able to come close to them at all. And EVOS is very, very patient here, trying to find an opening, an angle, anything, but also aware that Loud is close by. One moment your head is out there in the open, it's going to be instantly popped, and that's how it is for both of these teams here. And it's sort of a momentary stalemate between these 3 teams. You have to worry about PDX as well. You also see that they're trying to rush away from the area. As on fire
तो ओके गाइस, अगर हम बात करेंगे तो 10 टीम्स रह चुके हैं। लॉन्च पैड का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है यहाँ पे। आई बिल्कुल भाई ग्लू वॉल लगा के बचा लिया गया। ग्लू वॉल्स तोड़े जा रहे हैं। बहुत मुश्किल है गाइस, बहुत मुश्किल है। जो टीम्स गाइस घर के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जो गाइस सेफ हैं, वो नहीं छोड़ेंगे। उन्होंने कह दिया कि भाई हम क्यों छोड़ें, अगर हमें छोड़ के गाइस मार दिया तो मुश्किल बन जाएगी बहुत ज़्यादा। बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे शॉट्स लगाए जा रहे हैं। स्किल लॉक का इस्तेमाल किया गया है। स्किल लॉक लग चुका है, स्किल्स लॉक हो चुकी है गाइस। बुरा यूनाइटेड के प्लेयर को लेमिनेट कर दिया गया है एजीएल की तरफ से। ओह शॉट, अगर टीम Falcons eliminate हो चुकी है। EVOS की तरफ से लिहाजा किया गया है गाइस।
Sneaking their way back in here, locked down once again by the thriller battle, potentially out of the Brazilian squad this time round. Grenade, what a tight angle, played perfectly there.
नीचे की तरफ ही मौजूद है, अंदर की तरफ EVOS बैठी हुई है। लाउड बार की तरफ है। 3 बेस्ट टीम्स आगे पीछे मौजूद हैं गाइस।
Just fighting for this real estate property. Saifa gets knocked down somewhere in the corner here as EVOS still saves their lives by just hunkering down in a corner and waiting out the initial onslaught. You can see Trap barely alive, already taking out so much damage. Gets a top up here, trying to break into the building. And somewhere in the corner, Team Apex Gaming does already get eliminated here. Loud waiting patiently on the outer side here, like it or not, EVOS and Aurora are gonna have to vacate the premises. Now the blue wall's involved. I think destroyed. They're coming into the area. EVOS forced to move back as well.
A smart reposition here by Loud.
What
a great distance between themselves and the chaos that they almost encountered between EVOS and Aurora. Now leaving the battle between the Malaysian and the Indonesian squad. And the shot from afar, AGL putting the pressure on to both Aurora and EVOS. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. Azrael sneaky. But you saw the Riptide Rhythm and quickly stepped away from the window. Ray on the other hand not doing that. AGL getting a couple attacks in AVOS. The Molotov tagging him up already. And it looks like he will sneak away. Ray on the other hand will not get the pleasure of doing so. AGL getting caught out. Riptide Rhythm again putting on so much of pressure, taking advantage of this tight little compound. And Aurora again will get snuffed out early.
EVOS doing great, just really catching people in the mid of those rotations as well. Now EVOS only aim god is alive, gonna hunker down the corner as Loud is gonna work their magic onto GG. Aim god rushing through, but for the other side there's gonna be a massive Nyx and Trap doing a lot of magic, but GD pressuring them. And AGAL also wants to join in on that fight. GD rushing forward, and now right in the nick of time, you have AGAL finding the last possible member from EVOS. Not able to survive, so aim gone down and out.
Yeah, that's it for EVOS. AGL spotted them out and they were just tracking them all the way through. And now Gun Dynasty trying to take on the Brazilians, but the interference from the Thai squad. AGL long range away and almost no cover at all except their glue walls. This is going to be trouble if a Skylar is in the hands of either Gun Dynasty or Loud. And they'll quickly take some cover behind the boulder as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AGL being very patient here, stuck behind a rock, but definitely not a high a hard place yet. But now as GD wants
Critical
to take
situation
away
हो
this
चुकी है,
real
टीम रह चुकी है,
escape
टीम
from
GD रह
Loud,
चुकी है और
cannot
यहाँ पे
do
guys
so.
AGL रह चुकी है,
Oh,
Loud रह चुकी है और
Loud
guys
is trapped,
यहाँ पे
but no
देखते हैं क्या होता है because guys टीम GD भाई में मौजूद है, यहाँ पे Loud and Tech मौजूद है, guys सबके पास चार बंदे हैं और यहाँ पे guys AGL जो कि guys बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रही थी और guys ये बात करते हैं कि यहाँ पे Tom United और टीम EVOS दोनों नहीं है जो कि guys ऊपर टॉप पे थे और बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहे थे.
Caught in hand, looking for the flank, trying to play a little bit of pressure on AGAL to take AGL out of the equation here before they have to deal with Brazil. And AGL understands the little bit of a pinch that they are in, trying to close the distance now to take the positional advantage away from GD as the circle forces them closer in.
Shiro is just trying to really just come into the area, can go for this backstab. AGL does try to collapse forward, but the amount of pressure that Loud is putting on them is incredible. The glue walls are just immediately destroyed. GD cannot come close and come into the compound at all. Do fall, David, good one onto him as well. And Shiro, his position finally sees, forced to move back here. David putting in the damage to AGL, a great reposition forward, and they are
Dynasty के परश कर दिए गए guys Loud versus Gun Dynasty हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे guys टीम AGL ने guys बहुत अच्छी guys reputation की guys बहुत अच्छे अपने आप को बचाया guys level guys.
With this chaos, Gun Dynasty have been pushed outside. They are at a disadvantage at this point of time. But when the circle starts closing on in, it's going to be trouble. Where will the zone move?
Gun Dynasty ने guys अच्छा फैसला नहीं किया बाहर जाने के लिए और guys बिल्कुल grenades का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है Gun Dynasty अब guys यहाँ पे owner reverse हो गया Gun Dynasty guys फंस चुकी है because of बाहर की तरफ दूर है guys. Let's see क्या होता है. कौन यहाँ पे guys पूरा करता है guys टीम यहाँ पे guys fight शुरू हो चुकी है यहाँ पे guys Dynasty फंस चुकी है यहाँ पे guys knock कर दिया गया है guys. लेकिन यहाँ पे guys टीम Loud यहाँ पे पूरा लेके जा सकती है 99.9% की गेम Loud यहाँ पे guys पूरा लेके जा चुकी है because यहाँ पे guys third party easily Loud team Loud पहली टीम ये बन चुकी है जो कि guys जिसने guys second पूरा यहाँ पे guys अपने साथ लेके गया है.
Got pushed down a tad bit. The performance at Purgatory not the best. At Solara it was decent. But this is gonna get them right back in contention for the number one spot for sure. AGL definitely gonna be in the race for the top 3 here after a back-to-back performance. We saw them pick up a massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have gotten in towards that final circle here at Nextera with the exact same performance. Great play, I have to say, from both teams.
You know what's really impressive about AGL? The fact that in the beginning of the game, they're all around the map. We come to them finally after seeing those initial fights. Something like, what? They already have 6 eliminations? Silent but deadly, but definitely Loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound, I would say, advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, and this was where it all came crumbling down for AGL. They went in, they took the house as their defensive compound. What they were not expecting was the play out of Gun Dynasty. And the play out of Gun Dynasty wouldn't have been forced if it wasn't for Loud. Loud started tossing those grenades at them. Gun Dynasty had to make a decision, and the only decision they could make was take the fight up against AGAL. And they played that perfectly, rushing straight at them. And again, I've always mentioned how David 444 is one of the most lethal rushes out there. And he took the fight straight up against them with the Mag 7, demanding a lot of points in that house, and he got it for their side. But towards the end, it just wasn't enough. AGL stood their ground really well with the defense, but they had to lose 2 players in that sequence as well, and Loud with the advantage just walked away with it towards the end. It's not always about the most aggressive. Sometimes it's about who understands the final circle better.
Yeah, you have the eliminations. You have to find that I would say balance, right?
Yeah.
Between getting to that last few
बिल्कुल
points
अगर हम
of
बात करें
placement,
guys यहाँ
plus
पे
also
टीम
getting those
Loud ने
eliminations as
बहुत ही
well.
परफॉर्मेंस
And
की
AGL
यहाँ पे
has, I
guys
would say,
स्किल्स के
AGL,
पीछे नहीं गई
Loud,
क्योंकि उनको पता था कि भाई
Pyramid
नीचे
have
फाइट
really
हो रही
good,
है
I would say,
अगर तो हम
grasp
रश करेंगे
on
तो हम
being
प्लेयर्स
able
हैं
to
कोई ना
do
कोई
all of
अपने
this
खो
coming
सकते
into
हैं.
the game. I think what's really fun to see as well is just the fact that for AGAL, they know how to do the bait and switch. They know how to go for zone control. But I have to say that for Loud just now, they were just doubling down on that real estate. They know that they had the height advantage. They know that they can just really kind of keep out GD from their area and force GD and AGL to go for that fight. And all they have to do is just clean up house.
Yeah, and it's been very impressive to see this Brazilian squad so far, because yes, it wasn't a very aggressive purgatory game, but if you look at their positioning placement in all 4 games so far has been
बहुत
phenomenal.
guys
We're going to take a
टीम
quick
लाउड की
short
तरफ से
break
guys
now.
बहुत
When
ही
we come
एंड
back,
लेवल
the
परफॉर्मेंस है
final
guys अगर हम
2
बात करें
games
अपनी
of the
टीम
day.
की जो कि guys पाकिस्तान से और guys इंडिया टीम की भी बहुत अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है बट guys पाकिस्तान टीम की तरफ से वो वाली परफॉर्मेंस नहीं आ रही जो कि हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे बट कोई नहीं guys इंशाल्लाह ताला वो अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस दिखा सकते हैं हम वेट करते हैं इंतज़ार करते हैं और गाइस इंतज़ार ही कर सकते हैं एक इंतज़ार लंबा इंतज़ार कि उनकी तरफ से कब अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस देखने को मिले गाइस वो कहते हैं बस एड्स आ गए हैं सेगमेंट्स आ गए हैं और हम वेट करते हैं गाइस हमारी नेक्स्ट गेम कब शुरू होती है लेट्स वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट गेम गाइस सो ओके गाइस अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस यहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से टॉप 1 पे लाउड टीम आ चुकी है अभी तो गाइस दिखाते हैं वो लीडर बोर्ड और गाइस मेरे हिसाब से गाइस पेरिस में पहला ही इस तरह का टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है गाइस काफ़ी खूबसूरत ओपन सेरेमनी हुई सारा कुछ हुआ गाइस काफ़ी खूबसूरत तरीके से हुआ और गाइस और बात करें तो गाइस टीम्स यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही हैं सारी ही टीम्स वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रही हैं और सारी टीम्स चाहती हैं कि वो गाइस बने चैम्पियन बट गाइस चैम्पियन तो एक ही बनेगा ऐसा तो होने से रहा कि भाई 4-4 5-5 या फिर 12-12 चैम्पियन आए अभी तो गाइस बहुत मज़ा आने वाला है हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए और गाइस हम आते हैं कुछ टाइम में जब ये एड खत्म हो जाए बिकॉज गाइस इनका शोर मुझे बोलने नहीं देता
Break out the drums because Brazil is showing up. 2 booyahs today for Loud, and my gosh, Neptune, this squad is consistent as heck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine 2 booyahs and 3 times on the top 3 out of 4 games. And this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1 out of this kind of competition. Most of the time in this level of competition, there's a lot of stealing of those booyahs. There's a lot of stealing of those numbers as well in terms of elimination. So Loud is just doing quite well in positioning themselves and making sure that they are not out there being gunned down.
Yeah, and of course, Loud is so much better tactically when we compare to the other teams. They have the patience, they have the drive. Again, it's something so refreshing to see. But then again, it's a Brazil team. Are we even that surprised?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Brazil has been one of that contender that has been a bane when it comes to like a battle of Southeast Asia and Brazil and also other regions being introduced. And with the more regions in here being put in the mix, like they have that elements of surprise because the focus would be on the newcomers and they will be most of the target. And we were seeing that at the bottom leaderboard.
Yeah, we definitely were. I mean, I was going to be looking at the match standings right here. GD being able to put up some points as well. Out of all their squads, AG, how about that with those 27 points?
27 points, 18 elimination points, and I gotta hand it down to Do and Saifa. They're doing so well. This is exactly the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from Esports Divine because it's an Indonesian, of course. I do hope that they can learn from the best, and honestly, I think that game, it really showcased the ability of Do and the capability that he has to lead the team towards victory.
Honestly, I thought AGA was going to take the booyah in that last match. Their positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh, surely they have this. Surely they've got this. But no, of course, Loud's just sitting on top in the way that they were sort of, they're able to accelerate and take more of positioning in the zone. It was exceptional. And I know Neptune, you got something to say about that, don't you? Like, yeah, let's get loud.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of what they can do in terms of the number. Again, getting a booyah will add up for your total points, but elimination is at some point at this stage of the competition is even more important because you have to bring that much to pull yourself at the top of the leaderboard, and booyah is something that is reserved for the team, especially with the champion rush condition towards the grand finals.
And I think looking at the overall standing, something that I'm really aware is that It is so scary for EVOS Divine in the very beginning of the competition. I mean, we started off really shaky, but looking at it now, we have 84 points and then 50 kills. That is not bad at all, even though we only have one Booyah secured right now. I think what I said at the beginning of the show might come true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for EVOS Divine to maintain this position and actually be, I don't know, the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that sponge between those teams towards the top. And it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just making an even bigger gap to some of the other squads. Now, one thing I know has been sticking out besides the top squads, right? We got to go to PDX. I mean, I was talking about earlier in regards to tag, that's a squad that needed to be able to step it up. They have since then, since we've mentioned it. I know you were looking at PDX.
Yeah, see, I'm looking at Paradox and look, they're not sitting pretty on the top of the leaderboard, okay? You know, we're talking about the Louds and the AGLs. I feel like there's two games going on at the moment. We've got like the AGLs, the Louds, EVOS, you know, kind of having their own scuffles in the top of the leaderboard. And when you move further down, the tags, we got Paradox down there. I know Paradox had an accelerating run against Tag, but unfortunately fell like a little bit short in that match there. And it just seems like they're just not making the best decisions for their team. They managed to sort of get split. But where we were looking more into that final zone, Paradox, it was probably the first time I actually saw them group up and were able to put more eliminations on the board, and that's what we need to see from them. So I don't really know what's happening like in and amongst the early fights and stuff for them, but that was probably the best performance we have seen from them. But they are, you know, not being able to get those eliminations and those placement points on the board.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, the first few games, they're not that aggressive. And the signature of Paradox Gaming is that, like the signature of Paradox Gaming coming from their regionals is that aggressive team. Like from Africa, they managed to clutch it towards the end and getting that qualifier on the EWC, and it's more of the elimination. So this is one thing that we were expecting at get-go. There's a lot of teams who want to show up strong, especially if they are new to this contention. But for Paradox Gaming, they need that time to recover. But what I'm worried about is if that time is running out, because again, that's already 4 games and you only have 2 more for this group.
Yeah, and speaking of trying to come off as strong, courageous, again, I feel we...
Thanks, girl.
Then we gotta add gorgeous then, girl, because you are drop dead gorgeous. Okay, anyways, speaking of courage, of course, we have to also talk about Gun Dynasty again, because finishing at top 3, it's just so amazing. It's making me feel like I need to know more about this LATAM team. I mean, that is just crazy. They are now at the 5th position of the overall standing. 69 points, 23 plays, and then I'm seeing 46 kills. That is amazingly huge for them, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, from the first and the last game, they managed to get 20 plus on elimination. It was a little bit slow, though, on that second game, and towards that third. I think it's because of the challenge they have on that game number 2, or the match number 2.
AGL second पे guys और हम बात करें तो यहाँ पे guys loud sneakers यहाँ पे guys third पे guys कुछ ही points की guys यहाँ पे देरी है और यहाँ पे guys 2 Booyahs कर चुके हैं loud guys.
I'm about to say something that I might regret, but right now, I actually enjoy watching Gun Dynasty more than Buriram United Esports.
Oh.
I enjoy them so much. It's crazy. Like, I found a new love today.
What's making you enjoy it so much? Because remember, Buriram, even though you didn't get a chance to talk about them earlier, they did end up picking up that one Booyah.
Yes, they did, but I think it's just about time for Gun Dynasty. I mean, you saw it on the 4th game. They were so amazing. And again, the courage that they have and the strength to back it up, it's just so amazing to see.
Yeah, I guess the difference between the gameplay of Gun Dynasty is in the beginning of the game, they show up.
Yes.
That's where more the hype is coming from. And compared to what we've seen in ViderMedia United Esports, again, the signature is you're invisible in the first half, then to the second half, that's where you get all those eliminations. But at some point, they're surprised. I'm pretty sure they're counting how many opponents do they have in front of them towards the end. And with say 7 or 8 teams against you, you couldn't, or ViderMedia United couldn't really bring that fight fire and catch up with the numbers. But it's a good thing that they did get that booyah.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at this squads that they need to wake up, especially when we're going to be going into the final 2 games of Group A. Keep in mind, for everybody watching at home, you're saying, wait, final 2 games? No, we still got 6 more from Group B coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something because right now, the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points. And that's not going to stop. That's just going to keep going because of the consistency, Conchita, that we're currently seeing out of their squads. What can we see out of those bottom squads in the last 2 matches? Because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams played, but what I see from their performance today is that there's a gap of, capability that apparently they still have against the other team. And that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as possible, because obviously being on the bottom 2 is not so ideal. Looking at it, it's still quite a climb that they need to do. But yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
And then you have Aurora. Aurora is currently 40 points. I'm sorry I have to do it to you.
I won't mention their name anymore.
You can talk about them, but just don't mention their name.
Yeah.
From that squad, I mean, you were talking about having eliminations earlier on. They only have 19 eliminations so far. We've seen squads being able to get almost that in just 1 match.
I think what Aurora game is finding right now is a balance of, because they failed in the first game. Yeah, I mean,
It's okay.
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games. But since they couldn't bring the elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so they're going back to the basic. Go for survivability, trying to balance it out, elimination and placement point. And that's why they're trying something different. Because just go and try to catch up, or go for catch up on the placement point. Once they get the groove of how to find the final circle, then they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every time they go into an altercation or try to take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's down to 1 player, then they're going to have to make that revive and try and do that. So I do believe that, yeah, if they can continue that survivability, because eliminations will come in the end, okay? As long as you can make your rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will come. So hopefully we can see that sort of progress into the next games, because they slightly started doing it in that final match, but the first couple of matches, every time I saw Aurora fight, it was them out, and it's not working for them. So they definitely need to adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted, but they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree, because individually they're great players, but somehow when it comes to the teamwork, something just isn't working. There is something that they not to change. I mean, it's like someone needs to step up, I guess, and be the role model for them. Yeah. No.
I might step out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to target you for this one. Yeah.
No need to do that. I mean, in regards to eliminations, one squad that has been stepping up is Team Apex Gaming. They have been able to put up those elims. At the beginning of the day, they were struggling a lot. Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming for Group B. He was saying they're slow starters. He was actually expecting them to do better in the second day.
Yeah.
But you can't be mad. Honestly, Neptune, you cannot be mad at the way that this squad has now been able to put up those eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of elimination geared for Team Apex Gaming.
It's the complete opposite, right?
Complete opposite of what we're going for earlier. Like placement point, they like no regards of placement point. All they have to do is early on the get-go, they want to get all those eliminations in, and at some point for teams, they're treating it as a 50-50. Like, it's a double-edged sword. But for Team Apex Gaming, they want to bring down the sword against their opponent. Whether they lose, I think they can carry over those eliminations in the following round. The risk is they're losing the balance of finding the final circle. And again, there's still importance of that booyah. Probably not this page, this point of this stage. But if you're really catching up in numbers, you have to do well on both.
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean, from what we see out of the 4 games that we have just watched, Apex really is trying to fix the mistake they have on the first game. And yeah, I think things are quite looking up for them right now.
can see they got fans right
Thanks
now
on top.
here in the arena live from Paris. This is Free Fire at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the last two matches of Group A. Can those bottom squads step it up like we've been wanting to see? Or is it just going to be too little, too late in this last two matches before we go into tomorrow? AJ, Tash Bunny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. Man, it has been an exciting one here for sure. We expected Nextera to deliver, and Nextera did
last two matches
exactly
होने
that.
जाने स्टार्ट लेयर्स हो चुके हैं रेडी उन्होंने अपनी उंगलियां गाइस कर ली हैं रेडी मसल्स उनके हो चुके हैं स्टार्ट यहाँ पे गाइस हार्ड हो चुके हैं या कह सकते हो कि उनके वार्म अप हो चुका है और गाइस अब होने जा रहा है शुरू अब मैच गाइस देखते हैं क्या होता है गाइस.
It's always very fun, right? I think we've already kind of pinpointed which players we want to see.
Yeah.
We saw it coming in from Moshi, we saw it coming in from Rasha as well.
तो ये
Some of
तो
the two
कलारियां आ
hard
चुके हैं
hitters
गाइस
for
टीम
this
की
particular
यहाँ पे
game.
टोटल
And now that
गेमर
this is
टोटल
actually our
गेमिंग
first
की आ
Kalahari
चुकी है
of the
गाइस
day,
कि इंडिया से
I'm
बिलोंग
wondering if it's
करती
going
है
to be
इनकी
a
गाइस
slower start
परफॉर्मेंस
or
नो
will the
डाउट माशाल्लाह
momentum
बहुत
of that
अच्छी रही है
fast,
गाइस
aggressive
लेट्स
start
सी
keep going
यहाँ पे
all
क्या
the way
होता है
till the
क्या
very
हमें
end
पाकिस्तान की
of this
परफॉर्मेंस
Group
हमें
A
अच्छी
day?
देखने को मिल
Demon's
सकती है.
Pride currently at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Not in the right spot, if you ask me. Taking the fight up early at Refinery against Loud. AGL Cypher being cheeky as well to check out exactly what's going on at Refinery. So that shows a potential
भाई गाइस हम देखते हैं
intention
टीम
of
डेमोंस्ट्रेट
AGL
क्या करती
wanting
है
to
गाइस
rotate in
रिफाइनरी की
towards
तरफ
this
तो जा
high
रही है
platform
बट
later
गाइस क्या
on.
ये इनके लिए अच्छा
DRS
साबित
Team
होगा अगर
Apex
हमें टॉप
Gaming
1 पे
Tech.
चल रहा है
This is going
हमारे
to be
बड़े
a
प्यारे से
tad
भाई
bit
जो ये
crowded.
गाइस इवोस
Command
से हम
Post
ताल्लुक रखते हैं और गाइस
only
हमारे
usually
एलिमिनेशन
has
में
one
गाइस
team
टॉप पे
commanding
हैं
it. This
एमवीपी
time
हैं
we've got
गाइस.
3 vying for that spot.
You know, looking at the most damage and also most elims as well, right? You're seeing a majority of the players coming in for, I think, most eliminations. I think on top of Rasha, you also have both Dew and Cypher as well,
भाई
which
जब
actually
इवोस
sets a
टॉप पे अगर हम
precedent
बात
on
करें
how aggressive and
DRS
how
आ
much
चुकी है
I think
TEC आ चुकी है
AGL
TAG का
prioritizes these
प्लेयर आ चुका है
eliminations.
क्या है
Saljad is
TAG
in
का
a
प्लेयर बच
tricky
पाएगा
position here.
बिकॉज
He
गाइस
does
मेरे
have the
ख्याल से
flank,
काफी ज़्यादा
but he
मसला
cannot
बन
back up the
सकता है
rest of his team
मेरे को
members.
मैंने बात करने के लिए नॉक कर दिया गया TEC की जान से किल भी फिनिश किया बिकॉज किल इज सो इम्पोर्टेंट इन दीज मैचेस बिकॉज गाइस एक पॉइंट आपको मिल जाता है अब गाइस एक और प्लेयर सामने आ चुके हैं गाइस इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं बिल्कुल का ग्रेनेड से यहाँ पर से रेड भी लग चुके हैं बस यहाँ पे गाइस एनिलर से यहाँ पे एक्टिव हो चुकी है गाइस स्किल ऑफ का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पे गाइस रीप्ले आ चुके हैं गाइस टीपी वहां की गाइस फाइट हुई है टीममेट्स प्राइड वर्सेस लाउड जैजी ने नॉक किया गाइस अच्छा को नॉक कर दिया गया गाइस लेट्स सी अभी क्या होता है बट यहाँ पे गाइस नहीं हुआ एक ही प्लेयर को नॉक किया गया बट गाइस टॉप पे चले
Demon's Pride again starting off on the back foot here, but the recovery was solid through those revives.
TEC just now looks like they had the upper hand in that fight, and now DRS has decided to join in on this fight, and DRS has been scary today in terms of positioning and even fights here. It's Wolfen that will be the first one to fall, as the rest of TEC waits in the wings. Nejat as well will be picked off somewhere else, and now Buram United also here joining in that fight. It is hectic over here at command post as well, as Moshi finally finds a final nail in the coffin to a member of TEC.
Yeah, if command post wasn't already
वही
crowded,
अगर 12 की 12 टीम से लाइव में क्या है भाई पॉसिबल कर पाएंगे अगर हम बात करें तो अगर टीम इवोस के प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया है
Gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC, one after the other, but Buriram, as mentioned, is still in here. Locked down by the thrill of battle now.
वही
Takuri,
अगर DRS
big
की तरफ
advantage,
से गाइस ब्लू बॉल तोड़
but
जा
it
रही है यहाँ
looks
पे
like
टीम
he's not
पूरे
gonna be
नाम भी
able
आ
to walk
चुकी है
away
गाइस
from much.
क्या होगा
Fatigue
गाइस
knocked
लेट्स
down
सी
once
देखना पड़ेगा
again.
गाइस
And the recovery is going to be slow here from the side of DRS as they continuously are pressured by
गाइस
Buriram
DRS की
Takuri.
तरफ रश किया जा रहा है प्लेयर को
Jonah
नॉक कर
finds
दिया
him
गया
with
है
the
गाइस
VSK.
टीम लाउड
Instro
सेंटर में
far
मौजूद है इन्होंने
away
गाइस टीम
from the
डीपी
rest
को
of the
यहाँ
battle,
पे
but will
काफी
Buriram
ज़्यादा
be
टफ
able
टाइम
to
दिया
snuff him out? He's got the stealth bites, which is about to run out, and he gets away in the nick of time. And perhaps this is going to be the final survivor here on the side of DRS that brings them right back in, but he has to play this one slow because Loud is right in front of
वगैरह पे
him.
भी क्या है यहाँ पे टीम डीपी ने बिल्कुल करवाई पॉसिबल कर लिया गाइस यहाँ पे TRS का एक प्लेयर बच चुका है DRS टीम बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल में आ चुकी है गाइस
in the end, top 16 will be found out finally by GD here. It's just
वही गाइस यहाँ
such
पे
an
एक ही प्लेयर
unlucky
बचे हैं यहाँ पे
situation
TP के भी
as
गाइस एक प्लेयर को नॉक कर
Shiro
दिया गया है क्या
quickly
यहाँ पे टीम
brought
DP
back
हमें
into
गाइस
the
वैसी
game in this
परफॉर्मेंस दिखा
situation.
पाएगी वेट
And I
करना
think
पड़ेगा
that
देखना पड़ेगा
in so
गाइस
many of these fights as well, we see one team having the upper hand situation, and then suddenly the rest of the collapse coming in from so many teams. We start to see a systematic way for most of these teams trying to bring themselves back into the game. And Cypher, nasty shot coming in, and he's just gonna bleed out here.
Yeah, Benel is definitely one of the super flex players out there. He is the
Okay,
Swiss
guys,
Army
यहाँ पे
knife
fight हो रही है, यहाँ पे पूरा
of the GD
मिनट
squad
से
at
knock किया
Gun
गया है, यहाँ पे
Dynasty.
guys TP
Just
versus
showing
AGL
everyone
ने
that
प्लेयर को
they're
knock
just not
किया गया,
here to
AGL
fill up
Q को
the
knock
slot.
किया
They are
गया
here
guys,
to
और
rip
शॉप
away the
ने यहाँ
championship.
पे
And if they
guys
keep this
टॉप
up,
रिवाइव करा
sure as
गया है
hell
guys,
are
यहाँ
going to
पे
be able to
कैमरा
do that.
सिर्फ
First
नहीं
of all,
लेके जा
getting
गया
into
है,
the grand
लेकिन फाइट
finals
काफी
is
अच्छी हुई है
looking like
guys
it's
यहाँ
going to
पे.
be an easy journey for Gun Dynasty. But it looks like at Bayfront we've got a little bit more of a tense situation as two Southeast Asian squads take on each other in a battle. Falcons versus EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine in this situation, you just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure if AIMGOT is being marked right now is the question. Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now, you look at TEC, they've come back into the game. It started off really well for them in the early fights, but then the collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles. And for Falcons, they want to try and check this fight against TAG.
A crucial rotation here from AIMGOT, looking to bring the squad of EVOS back into play. If they get eliminated now, being overtaken by AGL and Loud is a no-brainer. The players on the side of Falcons, on the other hand, on their rotation, they spot out TAG. Team Apex Gaming in a little bit of a trouble. Riptide is going to be breaking down the defenses. Iljot can't drive away. Wolven stuck. Time Turner is on his side, and he needs to hope and pray that Falcons make a mistake here, but the valiant dash of Afina is just going to put him in a little bit of a pickle, and now it's all up to KD God. He's got coins to revive the squad twice around, but can he get to a vending machine in time?
Yeah, it's just really scary right now. You have no clue or idea where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go, EVOS back into the game as AIMGOT finds a way in here. As for the rest of the team, the reposition is going to be incredibly hard. They just take a lot of damage. Benel, oh my gosh, nasty shot coming in from multiple angles. The Swiss Army knife for the
guys,
team.
काफी अच्छा guys, हमें rotations ली जा रही हैं, काफी अच्छी guys, हमें kill को finish करेंगे, kill को finish करना is the most fundamental principle of these games. Because guys, एक kill means one point और guys, बिल्कुल यहाँ पे guys बात करने से पहले ऊपर का बंदा मुझे यहाँ पे guys AGL का player की third party हो चुकी है, ऊपर तरफ आ चुके हैं, third party guys हो गई है यहाँ पे, बिल्कुल पीछे की तरफ guys जा रहे हैं.
From that situation,
यहाँ पे TEC राहत को भाई revive करना पड़ेगा अपने teammates को.
Gun Dynasty in a little bit of a pickle, and but now
Because
once again dropping back to see if we can save the squad, but the pickups are going to be solid here from Shivu.
एक team eliminate हो चुकी है, DRS हमारा साथ छोड़ के जा चुकी है guys.
Keeping Gun Dynasty definitely in the driver's seat here for the day.
Oh yeah, KD got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. The Falcons are hungry and they really want these kills. Forced to reposition, drops down to the ground, but Unfire is refilling that space that's been left behind. KD got a lot of damage taken from the util as well. He is barely alive. Forced to go in the open.
Okay guys, and बहुत ही अच्छा shot यहाँ पे Unfire की तरफ से guys इस्तेमाल किया गया यहाँ पे guys grappling का shot लगा यहाँ पे guys मारा गया बिल्कुल ऐसे एक और अच्छा grappling का इस्तेमाल and बिल्कुल guys launch pad लगा के निकल रहे हैं भाई क्या
Wolven, the escape plan failed, but he did manage to pull in
बिल्कुल
a
guys
final
यहाँ पे
second
launch pad का
revive
इस्तेमाल किया
for
मेरे
Team
हाथ से
Apex
ही launch
Gaming.
pad का
That's
इस्तेमाल
going
किया
to be
किधर
the
गया
insurance
भाई
policy
बंदा
for the time.
नीचे ही
Falcons,
मौजूद
on
है
the other
guys.
hand, they found that one to be a little bit too easy based
guys
on the
मुश्किल हो चुकी है इंडियन टीम के लिए बट guys shot बहुत अच्छा shot बन गया guys down कर दिया गया.
right before he got taken down. KD God bringing Wolven right back in. The recovery play is already in motion for Team Apex Gaming.
Falcons is doing great in terms of reposition. How they collapse is just so scary to see, especially if you're caught out here alone here. Now, Falcons, nice position here, fairly safe away from the rest of the teams, but they have to rotate eventually as TEC, despite losing so many players early, they are also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knocked down, Rahat does find Jonah in exchange, but Wasana wants to avenge his teammates.
And he'll be able to do that with a valiant dash. Phenomenally done. Timed perfectly. Captain Jonas out of the equation, but Buriram have got the vending machine on their side. Get high once again as usual on the recovery plays. Moshi M82B looking for Nejad. Can he pull the final strike to take TEC out of the lobby early here? He focuses towards the right instead as AGL shows up on the radar of Buriram, and that is the saving grace for TEC. who managed to pull in at least one revive to stay in play.
Yeah, Kutush gets knocked down somewhere in that process as well here. As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear to go into that until they hit Bayfront, because TAG is waiting there right now. And I have to say, TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked out, I think, twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there. So great in terms of decision making, as well as a little bit of luck on the side of the EWC 24 champs. And it's only Apex in their way as they will try to get into Bayfront in a little. Can the Indian squad punish the champions of EWC 24, or will they get punished instead? The battle between Buriram and AGL still continues, as both squads need to get into the next zone. And Jonah on the revive with the Kar98, punishing Baros, which means the front liner out of the equation. A little bit of an extra advantage for the side of Buriram, and AGL does not want to stay and play. They use the launcher to get themselves out of that sticky situation, far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well. You're taking up too much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really overwhelmed them as well. And I think if anything, if AGL can find a good position, they are the type of team that if they're prepared for it, they can take these fights and just completely dominate so many different areas. Now, Buriram United will follow suit here, coming into the safer zone as well. The southern side underneath the circle is looking scary. Loud is there, EVOS is there, TEC coming through, DP on the wings as well. And it's going to be really nasty. I love where Loud has put himself. Look at this sniper. Buriram United don't know.
The trigger discipline there, making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a prime one. He wants to maintain the bird's eye view, stay out of trouble, and then strike when it's truly needed. But for how long are you going to stay undetected up there? Loud definitely has a big advantage for this next circle. And Southeast Asia battling each other to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus AGAL. The shot is there. Aurora versus Gun Dynasty. Aurora, you cannot take this fight. Team Apex Gaming interfering as well. Kar98 perfect for Katie God. Azrael sprayed down to the ground. Jun looking for the recovery here. Will be the distraction as he gets clipped down by the thrill of battle as well. Nothing much that Aurora can do in this situation, up against EVOS as well as Gun Dynasty.
Azrael is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know that. So they want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as well. Aim got marking them, making sure they don't come close. Both teams are being so cautious of one another, but Loud decides to jump in here. Aurora might be crunched.
Close to 13 minutes, 11 squads still alive and kicking. Things are about to get very messy. Pandemonium about to break out here on the battlefield if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation has been able to keep themselves safe for the time being. Good glue walls pulled out, timely manner. Not having to waste a lot of those med kits on unnecessary recoveries. EVOS, Loud, Aurora in a tight little spot, but they've got the advantage for the next circle. They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he even has an idea that someone is coming through as well. Gonna try and break it as the rest of the teams here. Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. If Aurora were to jump out, they're gonna fall straight into Loud's arms as well. A lot of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really in the green. If anything, anyone is out here for grabs. It's an FFA area, free for all, for the first person that pops out their head. And everyone very cautious. And over to our Bayfront as well. The same thing is happening because TAG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight for to attack. And AGL, you know them. You see them fighting. They're going to try and third-party you.
Yeah, but still, gate kept by Team Apex Gaming. And he's just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as much as possible. But will India take advantage of the situation? If they want to battle, they have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in. Team Apex Gaming holding their fort strong here. Pina trying to break down the defenses, finds an opening, and with the Punisher takes down Shoto. A deadly shot, but the follow-up is slow. Team Apex Gaming again, barricading all of those windows, trying to keep Pina out of their way. And it looks like the players of Gun Dynasty will spot out this battle between the two, trying to play third party from that high ground.
Yeah, and it's just really annoying to be dealing with all of this as well. Katie got this with damage. Even Pina out in the open. Caught! Limit does find one. Wolvin eliminated as well.
Oh.
Forced out in the open. What can you do? You stay inside. You eat damage from the util. And now for GD, all they have to do is just pick them off one by one in the mid of those rotations.
Gun Dynasty, the biggest winner in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming, they survive the ambush by Falcons. Not somehow, that's how. Beautiful play off of Gun Dynasty. And Gun Dynasty doesn't care exactly who's in front of them. They just want these points. And yet again, Gun Dynasty taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming. But this time, they do not manage to defend themselves. LATAM just too strong. And Gun Dynasty, from being the third party to the predators in that equation, and Team Apex Gaming had nothing left in the gas tank.
They have such good timing and such insane awareness. Now AGAL, because they're on the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally, the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out and just fighting. PDX as well in the same situation.
Paradox.
Top 16, taken one already.
This is not an equal battle. Paradox can be outgunned here by Gun Dynasty. The only difference maker is going to be the ambush by AGAL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And Gun Dynasty, like the third party equation that they pulled off, they get shut down. Aurora makes their way out of the lobby a little bit too early once again. Gun Dynasty looking for the recovery, but Nell and David, no vending machines around them, and the shutdown by Cypher off of that Mag 7 is perfect. Gun Dynasty loses yet another, and Paradox still alive and kicking through all of that.
And it is hectic here as ViderMedia United completely want to crunch down Loud, and they do just that. Moshi knocked down already. Wasana coming close, keeping the team fairly alive and healthy. Here's PDX coming close, trying to take a little bit more space, but the high ground ViderMedia United has gives so much vantage.
This is the most eliminations we've seen out of ViderMedia so far, and AGAL is on fire as usual. The most they picked up was 18 eliminations at Nextera, and they want to break their own record here on day one's run. What a phenomenal day AGL is having for themselves, and two Thai squads in this final circle up against Gun Dynasty that stands no chance because of their numbers.
Yeah, GD only one player alive, not for long, but now will go down next year. And AGL on fire, crushes through here, kept away by those blue walls. Moshi almost getting clipped, finally does, goes down to Baros, and he's not done quite yet. Cypher finding great angles and positions here as Jonah puts in the damage from far away. It's hectic. Wasana jumping, trying to find a way against Cypher, but cannot do more than that.
The record for eliminations is 18, set by AG Global, but no booyah for them on that match. ViderMedia on the other hand looking to set the record for the day, and now it's a 1v1. The support up against the sniper, and the support player is stealthy on the front lines and deadly with the Mag 7. ViderMedia late to the party, but biggest on the numbers as they break the record set by AGAL.
Record-breaking and second booyah of the day. This team feels unstoppable. There's just so many things happening right now, but they're so, I would say, aware on how the positions are going to go, how the movement is going to be, and somehow they managed to find that last crucial kill at the very, very last possible timing.
It was ViderMedia that set the record for the highest points at Purgatory, 15 eliminations plus the booyah. But they got matched up with that. Problem was at Nextera, AGAL just could not walk away with the booyah. It was Loud that ruined their plans, walking away with the second booyah of the day for Brazil, and kept them from breaking the record of ViderMedia, and ViderMedia showing exactly why they are three-time world champs. Phenomenal play. Let's check out these replays as well, as ViderMedia pulled off that final battle sequence.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about ViderMedia United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to just really double down in fights. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right? But this time around, you could feel like they're just starting to just get into the groove. They're starting to really feel themselves in this fight. Positioning-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control at high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all. And get high XL, man. This guy is one of the most lethal supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they are no strangers to it.
Yeah, I think it's also really exciting to think about how, you know, Buriram United approaches this game. Sometimes they're going a little bit more slow. They have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great day for TEC. Managing to play a little bit of recovery on Kalahari was crucial for them. But, you know, it's just going to be enough to get them out of the danger zone. Not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go. Having to choose your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Qiddiya City? No problem. We got Qiddiya City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
And what an insane last match that was. I feel like that was probably the most chaotic end zone that we have had in these games today. I don't understand really what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand out to you?
Lace, what we just saw is actually a classic battle between Buriram United Esports and of course AGAL. We are practically seeing history repeat itself again and again and again. And it was so amazing to see Get High finally came out as the winner because boy, that was intense. I am so giddy inside. I'm so excited. And it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from the A group.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen obviously AGAL dominating at the time, but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on. And they're like, you know what? We kind of didn't do, you know, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, you know, we're in game 5 coming up now, but like, is it a little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did. I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if you talk about the Southeast Asian games teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating their points throughout throughout the whole entire day. And it is so refreshing to see, because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Yeah, I love that. Can I tell you a little bit of a story? And this was actually back to match number 1. Yeah. I'm going to take you guys back just a little bit here, but that is none other than Gun Dynasty and Banal, okay? I don't know if you saw me get out of my seat for this part, but they were making sort of a swift recovery, and the Banal pulls out the monster truck, and you kind of think that all fails and it's going to end there, but no, they sort of take that smooth transition to make that recovery, and the mechanical skill that Banal has for his team and the adaptation is simply exceptional. And if y'all missed that, obviously we got the replay, but they took this opportunity early to sort of maximize their eliminations, and I think they actually pulled up 17 elims in that first match. And what that obviously does for this team, and it sets them in a standard that is above and beyond the rest. Currently sitting more in the middle of the leaderboard, you know, against our Louds and our AGLs. But that first match is something that I feel like these other teams need to follow suit, because, yeah, consider me and color me impressed, because I'm a Banal fan now. I don't know about you.
Well, same here, because you know what they say, right? The first match usually sets the tone, and that's exactly what they did. It was so amazing to see and so refreshing to see Banal. I mean, I said I just found a new love, and I think you felt it too. But then again, looking at the overall standing, AGAL, oh my God, 109 points, 70 elimination points. That is so amazing, and that is something that I'm so excited to see at the opening of EWC 2026. And of course, if we're talking about a top 5, we have Buriram United Esports, as well as EFOS, Gun Dynasty, and Loud Snickers. That is, oh my God, that is what I expected and more.
Well, I know we're super excited here. I hope you guys are super excited at home, because we're heading into our next match. Take it away, casters.
Man, I tell you, the day has been looking super solid, but I did not expect only a handful of teams to walk away from Kalahari with double-digit eliminations. But what happened was the teams that did walk away with a double-digit elimination, which, by the way, was only 4 squads, walked away with a ton of points, right? We're talking about 23 eliminations from Buriram. AGAL walked away with a total of 19 eliminations. GD with the 15, and Loud walking it with just 10. Yeah, but that's still quite a lot for the squad, because they're obviously looking to maintain their dominance on the leaderboard, and you're looking for the top 4 spots. But even with 2 Booyahs, it's surprising how Loud is still behind GD. Gun Dynasty has been amazing today.
I know, I was going to say that, right? The survivability was really good, their aggression was really good, their proactivity was really good, their rotations was also really good. They're like the kind of team that are very silent but deadly. You don't see them on the Booyah screen, but no Booyah, no problem.
No Booyah, no problem at all. At least on stage 1. But as we spot out the map here, it looks like finally we get some discipline. We get some quiet out there. We are back on Nextera, baby. And Nextera is the map that gave us the most number of eliminations from the day. 121 eliminations earlier on at Nextera, just to light up the battlefield. And I talked about how we kind of were lacking through these eliminations on Kalahari from a lot of the teams, but still it was the second highest with 102 eliminations. So I think some of these teams are definitely warming up, to say the least.
It's always very fun to see these things happening. And again, you know, how aggressive these maps have been. In the show just now, you said that some of these maps can go a bit faster. And that's how fast we're going right now. As Jazzy does get one quickly. Ray rushes forward. Top is barely alive right now. I'm not too sure how much longer he can survive here. Ray does put his shot first out here. But finally, in the end, does go down. And the points being stolen away by EVOS here. Starting off real hot as Jazzy crosses the peripherals of the rest of EVOS, and you cannot get away by trying to play like that against them.
Demon's Pride, getting their pride crushed out there. But they were not too arrogant to begin with. They were humble enough to acknowledge that this was going to be a very big stage, a massive challenge for them, for their region. But they're giving it their best. Their best so far hasn't been good enough. We did see a little bit of recovery play from Demon's Pride on that Kalahari match, and that has been their best game of the day, where they scored 10 points. The rest of those matches were way lower than that. That's exactly what's keeping them at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But thankfully, they've got 6 more games to look forward to tomorrow, and a lot of these mistakes to recover from.
Yeah, EVOS is still on it as well, chasing the last few members of DP here. So Madara instantly brought back into the game. Yes, but you're just giving up so many points to EVOS right now. But also at the same time, we were looking at GD for quite some time. We're seeing how aggressive they are. PDX is going to go down eventually by them.
Absolutely, and EVOS picking up elimination number 5. Well, thanks to AimGod and his thirst for a few extra elimination points. Jazzy out all alone. He's protecting no compound whatsoever. Madara's just dropping right behind him, and they're just going to be hoping and praying that EVOS does not go out hunting. And thankfully, EVOS looks the other way. They walk away from the potential point. But DRS out early, though. This is not what I was expecting, but Aurora picking off the solid 4 points from the Nepali squad.
Yeah, I think that feels like DRS has started to slow down just a little bit as well. They didn't get the deeper run that we saw in the beginning of the day from this team. Aurora, though, looking into playing a different tune here. They want to try and catch up with Kiroro. They can crunch him from multiple angles. Kiroro in trouble. The CQC, he tries to keep alive. He does, but not for long here as Zeus finally chunks him down eventually.
Yeah, Kiroro just trying his best to get away. The stealth bites, but Zeus was just way too close. And he had the Valiant Dash as well to just break down those defenses instantly to get another point for Aurora, who's definitely having a much better game here. But Team Apex Gaming up against your reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup. Free Fire. Can we see India take down one of the most lethal squads out there? AimGod, the shield gun in hand. Won't be able to get aggressive just yet, waiting for the rest of the team members to catch up as well. Woven going in for the tags, but instead the reversal and the backup from the rest of the EVOS members puts him on the ground. Shoto's gonna get caught out here as well. It's a 2v1. Valiant Dash still keeping Shoto alive, but the numbers play will catch up, and a disadvantage for Team Apex Gaming here. Slowly, the team crumbling with the vending machine inside Sahiljat. Can he pull off some sort of a miracle here for the squad?
Yeah, but he's being marked by Rasha, who just desperately wants to take him down. Takes a little bit more damage here. It goes down. Rasha coming through as well. Not able to do so. Sahiljat finally wins it out in the end. Perfect positioning, but still has to deal with the rest of EVOS.
I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Good enough from Team Apex Gaming. Sahiljat giving us some exciting tightrope walking survival plays off of the glue wall, just at the very edge of that platform there. But of course, EVOS Divine still with the advantage on the numbers. But what's important is the recovery play off of the Indian squad. He bought enough time for the survivors to scurry on away, pull in those revives. And we're going to get to see if or not Team Apex Gaming finds that full recovery later on. Aurora, on the other hand, on one of their better runs so far. The most number of eliminations Aurora has pulled from a lobby today has been 9. They're already at 8, and this game is still fairly early. Can they continue their run, or will they fizzle out? Demon's Pride, again, still no way whatsoever to recover their gameplay here as they're scrambled on the battlefield.
Jazzy taking a lot of damage as well. Limit putting in the damage. And there we go. Falcons clean up house there as well. Another point in the back for DP. Brought back into the game quickly. Somehow I'm surprised the AGL with only one player left. I wonder what happened there.
Madara, Aswab, too close to Aurora. Easy picking here for the Aurora players. I see Tech in there as well. Potential 10-pointer best elimination game run here for Aurora on this next era map. Thanks to the players here from South Asia. The Dinocular will scan out the Demon's Pride players. Aurora's definitely on the hunt as they rotate around into Twin Bridge, looking for Intellect Center. It's actually Demon's Pride being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scrambled from the very start. Holy mama!
Gosh!
Rasya brought it to AGAL. That deadly shot.
He did it twice! unmoved, undeterred, cool, and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the #1 spot. Take the guys out of the #1 spot and move on into where they stand. But Esports Divine, obviously, they need a few more points to climb the leaderboard. They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. And Demon's Pride again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Buriram United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got to stay alive, but this shot from Moshi, nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto is close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Buriram United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna go and prioritize the positionings instead? And from the rotations, they're gonna try and go northern side here because the circle did hard shift north side.
Damn, Moshi, you're good. The follow-up off of the Riptide Rhythm is too perfect. Timely. But now, Gun Dynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up, and Pina's there for the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit. And the Riptide Rhythm causing a lot of chaos out here in the lobby, just not from one team, multiple squads depending on that Skylar. And we saw the perfection out of Moshi. Limit showing us that he can murk magic off of that as well. Shiru, Benel too far away from the vending machine. Shiru's gonna be chased off of it as well. But Benel from afar with the strike of the VSK, finding the headshot. Deadly play from this guy. Knocks down Pina as well. And Benel single-handedly taking the fight up to Falcons. And that should be enough to contain the champions of EWC 24.
Should be able to bring back his teammate into the game as well. He kill, he heal, and he also eliminates players in this game. TAG once again brought back the teammates into the game once more as well. GG gonna launch themselves forward. Okay, this is gonna be interesting to be chased by EVOS here. Abax does find Shiru there somehow, knocked down.
Man, I mean, EVOS got into position.
बात करें guys, 10 यहाँ पे teams alive and 37 players alive यहाँ पे EVOS guys नहीं रुक रही, 13 elimination से ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ रही है और guys यहाँ पे देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं team Falcon क्या करती है guys.
FGL shot out. I've not seen a single narrow play after the nerf. That bit unfortunate we don't get to see those clutches.
और guys एक player को knock कर दिया गया EVOS के और guys let's see यहाँ पे क्या होता है.
But it's Abax that gets caught out by Pina first in the end.
और यहाँ पे team Falcon की तरफ से काफी अच्छी गेम प्ले और यहाँ पे player को knock करके finish भी कर दिया गया है.
Will be found as well. EVOS may have been more than they can chew.
और यहाँ पे EVOS के लिए मुश्किल बन चुकी है. अभी वो kill करना बहुत मुश्किल है यहाँ पे guys. बहुत ऊपर से cover भी दिया जा रहा है यहाँ पे guys. Knock करेंगे, finish भी करेंगे guys. Revive possible किया जाएगा. बिल्कुल guys revive possible किया जाएगा.
Make this their game of the day. Definitely the best run they've had in here so far. EVOS on the other hand, looking for that #1 spot as they took out the team on that #1 spot, AGAL themselves. But they're now on a recovery play. Abax on that revive. Falcons on the other hand. This definitely officially is one of their better games. Earlier on, they got 12 eliminations off of Solara, but only 5 placement points. They have to be careful because they were heated up on the Solara map as well, but dwindled down quickly when that circle was closing in.
It just seems in this situation here, TAG stuck in the corner. Now looking at Falcons there, they really took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to GD, David, Vega also getting knocked down already. Benel just waiting for the right timing here. Just pop up his head, steal away those very nasty shots as he's been delivering toward this, I think, first side of the game.
10 players alive. Oh sorry, 10 teams alive and 33 players. यहाँ पे DP का last player है. क्या DP यहाँ पे revive possible कर पाएगी? और इसी के साथ guys यहाँ पे EVOS, यहाँ पे guys बहुत ही अच्छा खेल दिया. BRU guys 105 points guys यहाँ पे AGL नहीं कुछ कर पाई because guys 109 अभी तक top points पे है, but guys यहाँ पे eliminate हो चुकी है. यहाँ पे guys लाउड की तरफ से काफी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस और लाउड को काफी ज़्यादा kills चाहिए और पोजीशन चाहिए ताकि वो टॉप पे आ सकें because guys ये मुकाबला सब हो गया. guys मैक्स 6 guys ग्रेनेड का बहुत अच्छा इस्तेमाल किया इसी की जानिब से.
And going in for the finish here as well. Has got the electrotherapy connected to him, but can he get the job done?
Can't really get too close.
Slows the pace down a tad bit, and that does not give them that advantage they wanted.
Yeah, they're forced to reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a three-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TEC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC first. Blade coming in hot, has an angle to work with, but finally locked out of the angle. You have the time timer online. Denrick trying to find a different angle into the area. The inhaler keeps him surviving for quite some time. Snipe goes down, Kutush, huge for that as well. Even Denrick is found in this situation. Blade also decides to end Denrick's life in the end. And CEC, the players are just getting dropped left, right, and center. As GD decides to join in the fight.
Paradox Gaming team को eliminate कर दिया गया, guys finish किया जा रहा है TEC की जानब से.
Big play there by a Blade. Phenomenal, and Banal is out
But
on it
guys,
again. This guy is
zone.
unstoppable on the revives. Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be holding on to, because you know your team's getting tortured out there, but they're also picking up some big points.
Esports Club को भी eliminate कर दिया गया because zone से बाहर थे. और team EWC भी यहाँ पे guys shut down हो चुकी है guys. 7 teams are left और कहना भाई ViderMedia United इस वक्त आ जाएगी guys. ये game भी बुया कर सकती है, but देखना पड़ेगा guys क्या होता है. Let's see guys.
Forced to reposition, rushes away with their lives. Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green for the time, no. Has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them and the rest of the teams.
Holy
mama. ViderMedia United मौजूद है, सामने Gun Dynasty मौजूद है, TAG भी मौजूद है. Let's see guys क्या होता है, because ViderMedia United zone के अंदर आ रही है, तो आपको समझ जाओ कि उनके लिए वो करना बहुत आसान है. Let's see guys क्या होता है.
As well as the dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable. They sure as hell are on fire, and even literally out there right now within the lobby.
Let's see
Can they pick
क्या
up
होता है.
more for themselves?
Yeah, so
15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
Here comes the wait. Jonah putting a bit of space between him and the rest of the team. Now gonna rush forward here. Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against ViderMedia United. They're so aware that they're very close by.
But guys, यहाँ पे team ViderMedia versus AU वाले हो रहे हैं. क्या यहाँ पे team ViderMedia को साना भाई कुछ कर पाएंगे? क्या वो बता पाएंगे, दिखा पाएंगे कि भाई वो रशर क्यों है? क्यों उनको top 1 वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट रशर कहा जाता है? But zone की तरफ जा रहे हैं. यहाँ पे ViderMedia United की जानिब से यहाँ पे guys काफी से स्नाइपर का भी इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है guys. Let's see यहाँ पे क्या होता है.
Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not gonna work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie. And the heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot.
बिल्कुल बसाना प्रूफ कर रहे हैं कि क्यों उनको नंबर 1 रशर कहा जाता है. काफी अच्छी गेम प्ले करके guys 5 teams are alive. और guys यहाँ पे 11 eliminations हो चुकी हैं उनकी. अब बिल्कुल guys देखते हैं यहाँ पे BRU guys एक दूसरे के नुकसान के बगैर guys बुया कर सकती है.
And finding their way in here.
This is a really great round for them as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as Jonah just really get up close and personal and just clean up the area.
वो ये जब जैसे ऊपर की तरफ बैठे survive करने हैं, because उनको पता है कि guys अभी बुया करना मुश्किल है, but उनके साथ zone भी आ गई है guys.
Very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with, but we are seeing GD come close.
It's Thailand versus LATAM. Who's gonna get that number 1 spot? Both Gun Dynasty and Buriram, full squad. But Gun Dynasty on that high ground, this can turn into a disadvantage. What is a massive advantage for them right now with a bird's eye view? Can turn around instantly if someone gets the God nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon Sprite. A valiant run here for Demon Sprite. It's not going to be good enough to break them out of the 12th spot just yet. As we're left with 4 squads in the final circle. Loud, still loud out there looking for their 3rd booyah of the day.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu how they have been able to hold on to this top side of this compound once again? Now ViderMedia United forced
अभी 4 teams रह चुकी हैं और guys अब हम बात करें DP guys यहाँ पे हो चुकी है eliminate because of zone में नहीं थी और guys पे Loud, BRU, Falcon और यहाँ पे guys सारी teams जो बची हैं guys वो बहुत ही guys आला किस्म की team है.
Yeah, big brain play, man.
Let's see guys हमें क्या होता है guys. अगर हम बाहर के जोन की तरफ guys जा रहे हैं यहाँ पे guys. Rotation लेके team Buram United की जानिब से guys. बारी आवाज आपको कस्टम गेमिंग भाई. कस्टम गेमिंग पे फाइट बड़ी यहाँ पे क्रिटिकल है. इस फाइट को भी यहाँ पे देखा जा रहा है. और इसी की जगह अगर हम बात करें तो guys बिल्कुल नीचे की तरफ उतर जा रहे हैं. फाइट हो चुकी है शुरू. यहाँ पे गन डायनेस्टी के वर्सेस वही टीम फैल्कन और बिल्कुल लॉक कर दिया गया है गाइस. गन डायनेस्टी बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे बिल्कुल वाइप आउट हो चुकी है. और भाई बहुत ही अच्छी गेम प्ले है यहाँ पे गाइस टीम फैल्कन की जानिब से. गाइस यहाँ पे बिल्कुल पीछे से लाउड आ रही है. यहाँ पे गाइस बुरनम यूनाइटेड गाइस फंस चुकी है बिकॉज लाउड वर्सेस बुरनम यूनाइटेड हो जाएगा. बिल्कुल उनके पास यही मौका है फाइट करने का. बिकॉज अगर तो वो कवर से बाहर चले गए तो गाइस थर्ड पार्टी हो जाएगी. और गाइस देखना पड़ेगा गाइस. वसाना ऊपर चले गए हैं. शॉट लगा रहे हैं.
Yeah, Buram United is just so aware of how exactly things are going to go. Now they have a lot of space to work with. They're aware of where the players are going to be here. But Pina jumps through. Lands the shot, not able
गाइस
to.
बहुत सी रोटेशन टीम बुरनाम की जानिब से. और गाइस फंस चुकी है टीम लाउड. और यहाँ पे गाइस बिल्कुल बुरनाम के हक में जा चुका है ये भाई गेम. अगर हम बात करें तो भाई यहाँ पे बिल्कुल इजीली यहाँ पे बुया कर सकते हैं. और गाइस बिल्कुल लाउड के दो प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते. दोनों टीम्स ने यहाँ पे गाइस इनको यहाँ पे कचूमर बना दिया इनका. यहाँ पे गाइस लाउड सिगर्स को एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया गाइस. टीम फैल्कन वर्सेस बुरनाम यूनाइटेड. और भाई बिल्कुल बहुत मजे की फाइट होने जा रही है. शॉट नॉक और बिल्कुल नॉक निकाल दिया गया है गाइस. यहाँ पे बुरनाम यूनाइटेड नॉक हो चुके हैं प्लेयर्स. बात करते हैं देखते हैं भाई क्या करते हैं. बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिया गया है. यहाँ पे रह चुके हैं सिर्फ 2 वर्सेस 2 की सिचुएशन ही है. बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे ट्रिपल किल टीम बुरनाम यूनाइटेड. तीसरा बुया गाइस. मैंने बोला था पहले आप लोगों को.
It is incredible looking at Buram United.
मैंने गाइस आपको पहले ही बोला था टीम बुरनाम यूनाइटेड गाइस आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस करके गाइस तीसरा बुया ले चुकी है. और भाई टॉप पे भाई
Positioning is key, and from that the rest of the eliminations and the fights just flow to them.
बहुत अलग गेम प्ले गाइस. अभी आप लोगों को स्टैंडिंग्स देख के ना आप लोग गाइस एकदम शॉक हो जाएंगे.
I didn't even look at the YouTube chat today, but I am damn sure, I am 300% sure everybody would have been saying, washout squad, Buriram can't do well, blah, blah, blah. We've heard that rhetoric so many times because they've started off the day with 13 points in game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara, but what a way to wrap up their 6 games. They broke their own record of 27 points at Kalahari. The match that we just saw ended on game 5, and then here at Nextera they cleaned up house as well for a back-to-back 3 Booyah day to just show everyone that this time EWC, the championship, is going their way.
टीम बुरनाम तो इजीली गाइस सिक्योर कर चुकी है पोजीशन गाइस. आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस गाइस बुया करके यहाँ पे गाइस चली गई है. यहाँ पे गाइस नेक्स्ट मैचेस में फाइनल में स्टेजेस में गाइस फाइट गाइस बहुत अच्छी थी. गाइस जो भी बोलो गाइस बुरनाम यूनाइटेड मैंने आपको पहले बोला था उनकी दिमाग से उन्होंने जिस तरह रोटेशन ली गाइस वो तो एक नेक्स्ट लेवल थी भाई.
We have so many Titans in here, and to clean up a lobby full of Titans, I mean, mad respect to the 3-time world champs, man. 2 times they've been here already on the Esports World Cup stage, but maybe the previous time the heat at Riyadh was just a tad bit too high. They did complain about the heat in Paris as well, but I'll have to say it's nothing compared to the desert sands of Riyadh.
Yeah, for real. As we come into this game as well, I think what's really exciting to see right now is the fact that not only are they the type of team that really took their time in map number 1, but you can start to see really amp and get more comfortable as most of these maps come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space. And most importantly, there's a lot of support and trust with each other for them to really go all in on these fights.
Yeah, but I have to say, Falcons, man, what a game here on the final one at Nextera to pull away 22 eliminations. This was by far their best game of the day. I mean, prior to this match, the most number of points they pulled away was at Solara with 17 points, and their second best was just 13 points. But they just finished Nextera with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone that they're still alive and kicking. But I mean, am I sad for EVOS? Not really, right? Because at the end of the day, I think they still will be able to hold on to their top 4 spot. They didn't manage to wrap the day up with the Booyah. As a matter of fact, it's only the one that they pulled away at Solara that they looked the strongest on. Purgatory, I thought they were about to pull away a back-to-back, but, you know, it just wasn't their day. We're gonna have a little interview here with the Buriram Esports player, so we'll throw you guys onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell and I'm happy to be here with this beautiful lady, Lacey. And we got Wasana from Buriram team here. Let's talk with him some very interesting things. Okay, so last year Buriram didn't perform as well as we expected, as the audience expected, and especially your own team at EWC 2025. How does this affect your team to come here this year?
ก็ใน EWC 2025 นะครับ performance ของทั้งของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยค่อนข้างออกไปในทางด้านของน่าผิดหวังนะฮะไม่ว่าในเรื่องของ performance แล้วก็ทั้งตัวผู้เล่นเองแล้วก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็ตามคิดว่ามันมีผลต่อ performance ของเราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้างไหมฮะ
ขออีกรอบด้วยครับ
performance ของเราในปี EWC 2025 ครับผมมันค่อนข้างออกไปทางน่าผิดหวังนะฮะคิดว่ามันมีผลอะไรกับในปีนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ผมว่าน่าจะตอนนั้นน่าจะแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆครับแบบเหมือนยังอยู่ในช่วงที่แบบฟอร์มตัวเองไม่ได้ดีด้วยคิดว่าก็ถึงนั้นผมจำคำถามไม่ได้
Okay, let me repeat.
भाई नहीं यार कुछ नहीं करनी है पता है क्या नाइटली बता बंदे ने 3 बुया किए हैं भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल गेम प्ले नेक्स्ट लेवल IQ कस्टमर नेक्स्ट लेवल स्ट्रेटजी नेक्स्ट लेवल कोऑर्डिनेशन
ค่อนข้างไปทางหน้าผิดหวัง
स्पेशली जो भाई इनका मैच तक कलारी वाला भाई क्या गेम
มันก็แบบเหมือนตอนที่เราช่วงที่เราพลาดก็เหมือนให้ประสบการณ์กับเรามากกว่าครับก็มันทำให้แบบปีนี้เราโตขึ้นด้วยแบบมีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นว่าโอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้นะเล่นแบบนี้ไม่ได้ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง
Yeah, I think in EWC 2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure we study through it and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it to EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Osana.
Well, I mean, you've turned things around now because let's forget about 2025 because we are here in 2006 and you guys have done such an incredible performance. Now, Wasana, I want you to talk us through match number 5 when your team was in a 1v1 against AGAL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่5นะครับในเกมที่5ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AGAL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับ
ก็แบบว่ามันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3 แล้วก็มุมมันดีกว่าด้วยตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลังมากันทุกคนเลยใช่ครับ
Yeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game, and it's like I think we have a better angle, so that's what lead to the final result.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have threatened you this today, because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for Buriram.
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็ท็อป 5 ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างผลออกมาค่อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าในท็อป 5 เนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของบุรีรัมย์ครับ
คือสำหรับผมทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมครับ
भाई बुरीराम यूनाइटेड जो कि गाइस टॉप प्रेशर कह सकते हैं वर्ल्ड के जिन्होंने गाइस बहुत अच्छी गेम प्ले दिखाई बहुत अच्छी कोऑर्डिनेशन गाइस सारा कुछ के साथ इन सब टीम के साथ उन्होंने गाइस बुया करवाए वो भी 3-3
I knew it.
Well, I mean, look, all these teams have had an exceptional day today, but of course, you know, Buriram United, and we are here with Wasana, and you have showcased absolute brilliance throughout this entire match, and I feel like other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this moment, you know, especially Loud. I know she's going to hate me after this one, but congratulations again on today's performance, and especially in that last match where you've just completely taken over, you know, the top of the leaderboard there. But I think, you know, we're going to get things off running. We're going to take a short little moment and, of course, be back with some more exciting Free Fire.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular
चलो
posture
बता, we'll
for
be
12
right back.
hours a
अभी
day.
यहाँ पे ads को करा रहा हूँ.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If there was any question, the reigning champions of the Free Fire World Series Global Finals 25 showed up today because they got 3 booyahs. Not just one, not just 2, 3. Honestly, we were talking about consistency early on, right, Neptune? I don't think we were expecting this type of consistency.
I do agree. I mean, it's at some point, even in Southeast Asia, ViderMedia doesn't show up this much in the first day. But I think with the failure they have, and it was mentioned in the interview as well, they failed so many times before, and they don't want to risk it. They just want to bring the numbers. So that's 3 out of 6 and a back-to-back to boot.
I mean, Husky, how are you feeling about this squad?
I think, you know, BRU, like Neptune has said,
Yeah,
right,
पे
usually on day one they are
guys,
so
overall
achieved. They're a
standing
team
though,
that
guys,
goes into the science
no
lab, they do a
competition,
bit of litmus
80
tests, figure out the
eliminations, 3
variables, come up with a
booyahs, so guys,
hypothesis, and then they figure out how
NXT
to
guys,
win
no
from the
doubt
day
बहुत
2
अच्छी
onwards.
performance
But
guys,
maybe
और
because we only have 2 days of group stage,
AGAL,
they decide to
no
come in
doubt
on
बहुत अच्छी
nitro
performance
charge,
because
kicking
guys
the
0
Gear
booyah और
5,
guys इसी
and
के
just
साथ
take
यहाँ
over
पे
the
guys
lobby,
skills
which
इनके बहुत ज़्यादा हैं,
brings me back
73
to
और
BRU back in
77 gun dynasty
2022
के
at their
115
prime, where
122
every
points और
single
guys
round they are
Evos,
always
no
going
doubt
all
अच्छी
out.
gameplay, but
Man,
guys
I'm
some
gonna go
booyah
with
नहीं
you
कर
this
पाए.
one, Lucifer,
Rockstar
because
की
Team
किस्मत चली भाई
Falcons, I
loud.
mean, this squad
Snickers no doubt
didn't
best
look like they
gameplay
were gonna
guys
show
और
up
2
today,
booyahs
and on the
और guys
final
इसी के
game,
साथ
they
guys
definitely
अगर हम
showed
बात
up.
करें
I think it took some
107
time for them to
total
recover in
points,
the earlier
53
games while we
eliminations.
ended up seeing Gun
guys
Dynasty.
the
They
team
picked
Falcons
up
ने
big
भी
time. I
no
think
doubt अच्छी
out
gameplay
of the
की,
box
but
of a
guys
surprise, Gun Dynasty
उनका
and
उस तरह
especially
guys साथ
Penel,
नहीं चला.
he went all out. We saw his amazing hits coming through. He was the storm today that nobody was prepared for.
And I'm looking at 5th place, Loud Snickers. I mean, they ended up with 2 booyahs, but being that many points away from Buriram, yeah, you are kind of close and you are outside of the top 4. Remember, the top 4 after tomorrow will be going directly to the Champions Rush Finals. How are we feeling about this squad?
I don't know. I mean, for Loud Stickers, I think they have the numbers. They brought in the consistency. They can get, 3, if not 4 out of 6 games that they can get in top 12. It's more of the elimination that they're not getting. They are still playing it slow. And I was expecting in the beginning, yes, that was strategy. But even towards the end, because of how aggressive everyone is right now, the warm-up is over. Like, first 2 games, the warm-up is over, and they was just stunned. They don't know what to do because there's a lot of teams waiting for them to the final circle.
I mean, teams that needed to warm up but weren't really warming up how we expected them to are currently on the second page. Lucifer, we're looking at Team Apex Gaming. You're 43 points. Right now, I think they're going to have to start changing their mentality from going directly to the grand finals to now just wanting to go to survival.
I agree completely on that. I think Team Apex Gaming, they need that little momentum shift, which is not seen yet. But one thing did happen. There was a little surge that we ended up seeing where Shoto went on a head-on with Falcons, got that win. I think that has to happen a lot more frequent, and that is the reason when you asked me earlier, I was mentioning that Tag will pick it up, but doubtful of today because it is not an environment that they're used to. So now that they've finally had a taste of the Esports World Cup stage, they might pick it up tomorrow and might have a small challenge towards the top 4.
Oh, I know. India, especially Tag fans. Tag on top would love that. And I mean, we're looking at Evils, the reigning champions at EWC. Husky, they started off hot and they were consistent, but they just weren't able to meet what Buriram was able to do.
Yeah, but I think, you know, for a lot of EVOS fans, this is considered better than what we've seen in the past almost 1 full year since 2025. After they won Riyadh, they had quite the slump. They went through a lot of challenges, and we even heard them talking during their interviews that they are just trying to figure things out. They're trying out different styles. So we came into today not expecting EVOS to do it that well. We were expecting them maybe to finish a top 6, and then maybe tomorrow they turn it up. But to finish in 4th place and have consistent booyahs, or at least getting one booyah, just one booyah, is already above beyond the expectations we have.
And it's kind of scary too, I mean, for some of these squads that are performing the way that they currently are, because we talked about it earlier too, right? We talked about how some of these squads are just compacting and making sure that the top is very top heavy in regards to points, sponging a lot of those points from the bottom teams. And somebody needs to do something tomorrow to make sure they stop them. We had one team with 3 booyahs, one team with 2 booyahs, and another one with 1. I mean, you need to find a way to get those booyahs.
I think though, despite of not getting booyahs, we're looking at Gun Dynasty as well as AGAL. I mean, no booyahs, no problem for the moment, for this stage, because they have been consistent in getting all those eliminations, especially with Gun Dynasty. They have been proactive every time, every match, and even if there's a risk, they have already stacked up a lot of those eliminations already and all those points. Although this first 6 games that I think they're risking, like they can risk at least 1 game to go down, and then following, they will still have that top.
Yeah, I think even coming into this, right, the meta has shifted more towards prioritizing sniper players. We've seen the ability Skylar and Morse being more of the popular ones, and we have some great standout sniper players today. Benel from Gun Dynasty, Liminx7 from Team Falcons, Moshi, of course, from BRU. Rasha is on his game today, and a lot of these highlight clips actually came from these sniper players.
I know you've been wanting to talk about the squads, and I'm so glad you guys joined me, especially you too, Lucifer. By the way, for everybody paying attention, we are changing people around, and don't worry, Lucifer and Husky will still be around because they're actually going to get to cast on the 2nd series that's going to be coming up. Make sure you stay tuned. We're currently just wrapping up here Group Series 1, which was none other than Group A. Any surprises, right? You talk about AG. We've talked about maybe Falcons being able to step it up, and we talk about Tag not really being able to wake up. Whether it's good or bad, I want you to tell me one team that surprised you, and it's okay if it's bad.
I think, to be honest, Gun Dynasty is something that everybody is winging for, because none of us thought that they will be going outright like that, coming out from Latam and now picking up pace like this against Gens from the Southeast Asia. They've done big, and especially this group was most of the toughest teams out there in the lot of the 24, and they've been the biggest surprise. And adding on to that of how loud they've gotten their booyahs and how they've been on a stretch starting off in the very first game, I think that's where we have those highlights and surprises on day 1 itself.
Yeah, for everybody currently watching, I mean, I want you to keep in mind, top 4 will be moving to the finals tomorrow once we play an extra 6 matches here for Group A. But this is what I'm talking about, that group heavy, how that top is just going to be sponging up those points. You can start seeing now a bit of a discrepancy, even though we'll have 6 more games. Now, one team from you that you were kind of surprised whether it was good or bad, Neptune.
Well, I would say Team Falcon, because I was not expecting them to slowly build it up. Again, similar to what we've seen EVOS Divine. We talk about EVOS Divine. They're and Buried United. They're one of the team who doesn't want to show their full potential. But I guess they're trying to shift in 2nd, 3rd gear. Not the 5th gear, as you mentioned, for Buried United, Husky, but just as 3rd gear, just enough to stay afloat for another day.
Well, Husky, I mean, we don't want to say that 5th gear just yet from Brewery. Save it for the finals. But what is one team that you definitely need to see in that 5th gear, especially coming in tomorrow?
I got to talk about Aurora Gaming, right? Malaysia, it's the last time a Malaysian team has been on the international stage was 4 years ago, back in Free Fire World Series in Bangkok, Thailand. And ever since then, we have missed out even in regional tournaments. So to make it back onto the world stage at EWC 26 and the first appearance for them as well is a big moment for Malaysia. Of course, you can see the jitters in them. There were definitely some moves that even I was questioning, like, what are we doing here? But I believe in them, right? I think Aurora is a team that even if they don't make it to the finals by tomorrow, they will have a decent chance in survival.
Okay, well, hey, tomorrow, if you want to be able to even go to survivals, make sure you wake up. You could see it. You could hear it in the background. And those are the loud fans starting to get ready, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Group B is going to be coming up. So stay tuned, because you're actually seen as your casters. And thank you so much, boys, for joining us. I appreciate it. Lucifer, Neptune, you're going to be stuck with me the whole time. And Husky, make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back.
What would you do with $75 million?
I would travel the world, I would invest, I know a bit of a boring answer, and I would help people when I can. I'll buy things for my family.
A house for my mom. Yeah.
Invest so I keep some money for the future.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family, I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying.
I would invest it into probably a retirement account.
Why are you such a liar?
I'm a finance major. I just graduated with a finance degree, so.
So don't lie, you're gonna pay off your student loans first.
No, actually I wouldn't, because I have an interest-free loan from my parents.
Oh, so he came from money. Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth.
That's right.
What would you do with $75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota? Do you think that maybe this is, you're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my old trader, yeah.
A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd.
Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Ooh, what color?
Ooh, has to be red.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million?
Up, 2, 3, 4.
Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself, and everybody would have to play at my arena. This would just be mine now.
You think that this is 75 mil? A little delulu.
Okay.
You could buy the parking lot.
Parking lot, I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes! Okay, now shoot. Ooh, maybe he can use the 75 mil to buy some skills.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as this is your halftime show before we end up going to Group B. That's right, I ended up running. So if I'm a little bit sweaty, I apologize.
I'm out of breath too, man.
Boy.
Sitting around sucks.
I'm relaxing.
Well, Glitter, let me actually introduce you to the broadcast because you have been able to do all the club championship reports. How are you enjoying Free Fire so far?
Honestly, it's been really cool because we're focusing kind of on like these overarching storylines for all of the orgs, right? And obviously one of the heavy hitters I was going to be taking a look at was Team Falcons. And after what we just saw in the last match of that series, that Booyah, they just barely missed out on it. So close. Second place, that puts them in 6th overall. So that's big for CC side of things, as well as AGL being up there in 3rd. Not too shabby.
It started to heat up there for the club championship. But yeah, I mean, Falcons did good. They finally woke up for us, Lace.
Yeah, match 6. But yeah, look, I did sort of capitalize on that, you know, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, a lot of, you know, the club championships to sort of carry. And, you know, if we move back to 2025, it was like only until the last particular match that they were able to sort of capitalize for Free Fire for the club championships of Falcons. So they sort of came out a little bit slow. They were sitting in like that the middle of the pack mentality. But you know what? They were like, wait a second, we're going to be club champions of 2026, you know what I'm saying? So
they want to go for that back, which we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. But right now, you know what? We're taking a little bit of a break from Free Fire at EWC 26. We want to have some fun here. I want to ask you, how's your trip so far in Paris? What is the best thing you have eaten?
Oh, the best thing I've eaten?
Yes. There's so many good options.
There's too many good options.
It was that meat in the cafeteria yesterday. The
beef. The beef was really
Shout out
good.
to the cafeteria people here.
Honestly, also had some really good pastries, like unmatched pastries.
Okay.
So a little pain au chocolat, you know?
Okay. I want a croissant. I haven't been able to get a croissant just
They're
yet.
everywhere, 7.
I know, but I'm just waiting for the right one that just looks at me and is like, eat me 7. I'm like, okay, that one. How about you, Lace? Which one? You said the meat at the cafeteria, right?
Day 1 I got here, okay? So I've been here for a week. Day 1 I got here, I was like, just really need a sandwich. And like here, a sandwich is fantastic. A baguette, and it had like, you know, different grains and seeds on top of it, and some Swiss cheese and ham, and I was in heaven, and I balanced it out with an eclair because, you know, I need to get those carbs in. But I was in heaven day 1, guys.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Wait, hold on.
you.
What was it? The one that you said? A what? A what?
A baguette.
I don't know why he has that.
You don't want to know. Let's just say I was running funny. But this weekend. Now, I want to do a challenge between y'all, okay? Because it is Free Fire at EWC 26. And there's been a lot of teams getting booyahs. I mean, Burram was just able to get 3 booyahs in one series, which honestly, everybody was absolutely shocked. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be throwing this baguette at somebody.
Literally?
Yeah, I hope you grab it because I don't want to get up because then you guys are going to see how short I am in real life. But I'm going to be throwing it at somebody, and I want you to give me your best booyah.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't know if I leave my left hand.
Who's it going to be?
I don't know.
Who's it going to be? I want to surprise y'all.
Hot potato. At least I don't have to catch it now.
Why would you give the baguette to the best? Okay, which camera am I going to stare deep into? This one?
That one right there,
Right.
yeah. Oh, she's getting up for this.
Oh, I can't compete already.
Booyah, baby! Ow! There we go. That was all I got.
Oh my God! I don't even want to go.
Do you want to follow that up?
I don't want to follow that up. I don't. Well.
Okay. Well, you know what? I think we're just gonna leave it there because we will be getting ready for Group B.
Get up, 7.
I'm not gonna pick it up.
Booyah.
I'm getting hungry just looking at that baguette. So hopefully Group B is getting ready. We'll be getting started soon. We'll be breaking it down. We'll be talking about all the awesome teams that are there and see if there's anybody out there that might be able to get through booyahs. And we might end up using that booyah at some point. Because Lace, that was something.
That was from
Stay tuned.
That was from my chest.
Stay tuned for Group B. Oh, hold on, wait. No, not quite.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Alright, hello everyone, it's Yuso and we are live in Paris here in EWC 26 Free Fire stage. And right next to me, we have our two co-streamers who are so popular in Vietnam. Introduce to you, Bác Gấu and Cyrus. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, thì không biết là hiện tại là mình đang được ngồi đây sân khấu tại Pháp thì mọi người đang cảm giác như thế nào vậy ạ?
Xin chào tất cả các bạn nha. Rất là hồi hộp các bạn, mà không khí ở đây gọi là tuyệt vời và chưa bao giờ mà thấy một cái sân khấu mà lớn như thế này các bạn ơi. Mình không biết là áp lực của các tuyển thủ sẽ như thế nào nữa.
Sau đó thì cảm thấy như thế nào ạ?
Dạ em có thấy rất là vui ạ.
Vui thôi hả?
Dạ.
Mình bay rất là lâu tới đây mà chỉ thấy vui thôi hả?
Em cũng trải nghiệm được nhiều rồi.
Trải nghiệm được nhiều. Alright, overall the stage is really hype, big. They have never seen any stage like this. Very special to them in this Free Fire scenes. And overall, a very overwhelming feelings, happy when they're here in Paris to attend EWC 26 Free Fire. Okay, so I can see in the comment section thì không biết là từ nãy đến giờ mọi người theo dõi được 2 trận đấu rồi. Thì không biết là cả Bác Gấu và cả Sarah cảm thấy là các bạn khán giả của mình comment như thế nào vậy? Mọi người có hưng phấn, có đang chờ đợi màn trình diễn của Team Secret của mình không ạ?
Wow, rất nhiều người ở Việt Nam và rất nhiều người khán giả hâm mộ của series WG đang trông chờ màn ra mắt của WG, và rất nhiều khán giả đang coi ở tất cả kênh sống của Ghana Refi Việt Nam đang rất bất ngờ bởi vì cái phong thái thi đấu của cái đội tuyển ở Latam hay là ở kể cả Mexico hoặc là Ấn Độ. Họ đánh giá thấp Brazil, nhưng năm nay Brazil trở lại khá là mạnh mẽ.
Cảm ơn Bác Gấu ạ. Vậy thì Cyrus sẽ cảm thấy như thế nào về trong 2 trận đấu vừa qua đi? Thì Cyrus sẽ đánh giá như thế nào? Bởi vì bảng A cũng sẽ là một cái bảng rất là căng thẳng so với bảng B của chúng ta.
Thì theo em thấy thì sau 2 trận thi đấu thì em thấy cũng khá là khắc nghiệt. Nếu mà đội nào sẽ thi đấu mà gọi là xuống phong độ sẽ đội đó sẽ bị loại.
Chính xác là như vậy. So as we can see that of this coming tournament, here we have a lot of teams, Latam, India, and so many move on more. And very excited to see a huge circle of Free Fire all attending here to compete their best to get the champions at EWC 26. And overall, after 2 matches from Cyrus depends on him. Well, who got the weakness has to go down, obviously. And of course, I can see that everyone is really hyped, especially for Team Secret, as known as WAG from Vietnam, are also here to attend EWC 26. We'll attend the match in the Group B after this Group A. And well, this is the end. And I love the energy of everyone here. Everyone looks so happy and very hyped for their favorite team. And I do hope you guys are also like that. Please continue to support.
Have you introduced your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy bears, even hats. Oh, you want to customize with your own name? Yes, there is a bunch of options here. What about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options here, another teams that you can cheer for. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come. Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of EWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad to not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon. What's up, everyone? Carol Bombshell here. I know you guys are having so much fun watching Free Fire, but there is a lot more going on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go.
Welcome to EWC 26 Free Fire. I'm Yusol, and right next to me is PS1 from Team Secret, as known as your favorite team ViderGG in Vietnam. Lần này đến với giải đấu EWC 2026 này thì không biết là ViderMedia có cảm nghĩ như thế nào ta khi mà mình vừa hoàn thành xong Free Fire Series 2026 Spring thì có vẻ như là sẽ rất là căng thẳng như mình. Liệu rằng là mình có thể lặp lại cái chức vô địch đó một lần nữa ở đây không ta?
Dạ thì nói chung là bọn em cảm thấy rất là hào hứng khi mà chuẩn bị bước vào thi đấu. Tất nhiên là bọn em sẽ có hết sức để giành được chức vô địch lần này.
Alright, so we will try our best to get that championship once again, just like we did in Free Fire World Series C 2026 Spring. Alright, one more question. I remember in the Vietnam tournaments, you guys, especially for your coach, the Ghost, have said that we would love to say hello to the Fluxo. So what do you think about them? Is your mentality okay when you have to face them or something like that? Because I heard that you guys were in the same bus on the way here as well. Thì ở giải đấu Vietnam League vừa rồi của chúng ta thì Du Xuân nhớ rằng là huấn luyện viên The Ghost có nói rằng là chúng mình gửi lời chào đến Fluxo. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với Fluxo đến đây luôn. Không biết là mọi người có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì, có thân thiện với nhau không ta?
Thì nói chung ở ngoài đời thì tụi em là bạn bè nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù. Một mất một còn.
Một mất một còn. Vậy thì bây giờ em nghĩ như thế nào về Fluxo giải đấu hiện tại?
Em nghĩ Fluxo họ rất là mạnh về khoảng teamwork, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì có lẽ cũng sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose them. Well, thank you, VS1, a lot. And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching. And please continue your journey at EWC 26.
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay!
You're
So
gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back, and it's so good to finally see RRQ back in action because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be #1. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid and never the bride.
Oh.
That is kind of the case with RRQ, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. I love an underdog story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, you know what I mean? But Team Secret. Now, in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so you're like, Lace, why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025, where they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yep, I'm using that. And they hit about 14th place. And it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on because although in earlier performances, not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board, which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
No
if
jinxes.
that's going to be a jinx or if it's a good call out and they'll be like, you know what, we really don't want to choke. One team that's going to be looking not to choke here on day one of Free Fire at EWC 26 is going to be Fluxo because this is that one championship that they're currently missing. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like ViderMedia, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh, yeah, I'm expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Right? We've seen the group of death from Group A. Group B right now is I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RRQ, Fluxo, especially after they were they were stolen of that global finals championship by ViderMedia. Everything was just going downhill. Well, not too much of downhill. They're just short out of being champions once again. So I'm really looking forward to that turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now. And let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them. And we were talking about snipers. MT7 will be in there. So I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're going to be talking about players, once one player, whether it's from RRQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RRQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough. And I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But yeah, speaking of players, I really want to appreciate how Dutz is doing so well as the captain of RRQ. But also, something that really caught my attention is actually what the Vitality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world, and they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do, and it's just so amazing what a small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced to Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters. And then they switched from a Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters because they're just going against all the giants like Rem United, AJAL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta. And I don't know if someone will copy them. I know if someone will copy them quite well to counter them, but we know that Chris Jaw, the coach, has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well in surprises here, like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari. And even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for ViderMedia, they once they get that knock, they already use the launch pod, ready to go in for that shot, for that confirmation. And they know exactly if they will be third party. And they can pull out quite quickly. So that's what we've seen from Bigatron, or Team Vitality rather. They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar. And the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Vitality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, oh, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And yeah, it could turn out like a complete mess. But, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. Oh, I'm ready.
Oh my God, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before, and I am so moved by what I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing defensive Fluxos are?
I wish they were right behind us. I'm not gonna lie, because not only are they doing that stuff,
my hands up
they also had some drums. They had a bunch of energy. They're jumping up and down. They even have their mascot here. So actually, is that right? Yes, that might be right. I'm hearing that the amazing Karen Bombshell has an interview with some fans.
Can you feel this energy? This is the atmosphere of Brazilian fans. I am right now at the Fluxo crowd. Let's talk about with Amoroso, who is responsible for all these people that came all the way from Brazil just to cheer for their favorite team, Fluxo. Okay, Amoroso, I know this is your first time here in Paris, the first time you are out of Brazil. How does it feel to be the first time you're out of Brazil only for your passion for esports and especially for your team? Eu sei que é a sua primeira vez fora do Brasil e eu quero saber como é que você está se sentindo saindo pela primeira vez do Brasil, pela sua paixão pelo esporte eletrônico e para torcer para o seu time.
Cara, a sensação acho que é inexplicável. Não só eu, né, mas a maioria, 99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez e tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né, porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FFWS Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, né, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós estamos muito orgulhosos do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui, vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway, by train, by walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at EWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Fluxo. That's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
I swear, I have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dances.
just
I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? Me too. She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my God, amazing. Girl
It
crush.
is. I mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling everywhere.
I know, I
You
know,
see her
right?
walking, you'd be like, oh, there goes Carol.
That's my disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh yeah.
I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on. Brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get. I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go RRQ. Hopefully they didn't hear me. Yeah,
That's the
They didn't
spirit,
hear me,
girl.
guys.
Love you.
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double given positivity.
Yeah, we double blessed them.
We have a shrine out the
Hopefully,
back.
fingers crossed. Okay.
Well, before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RRQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but it's
Yes.
a new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that come through that change everything. And then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
Yes,
not at all.
new dynasty. But
RRQ,
it is something that we needed to do, though. We gotta keep them fresh.
Agreed.
We do. We definitely do. And you know what? I'm going to give you some more time because I think I have an idea who you might be picking, Conchita, in regards to the team that might end up getting 3 booyahs. So Neptune, you got some time. Let's see if you have been swayed to the RRQ or maybe the fans behind us with Fluxo are swaying you, or you're just going to surprise us.
No, I mean, despite of Fluxo being behind us right now, I'm just going to numbers right here. But because based on like the qualifiers that they have, the regionals that they have, they're the ones that has the most booyahs, 14 if I'm not mistaken, and you won't be able to do that. They're not even, that's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to them to continue that here on, because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Fluxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well, because if you go to Brazil, you can see how crazy fans get, how loud it gets. Now, not loud, but how Fluxo hype up.
That was like, okay, which one you want to go with? Okay, Conchita, you have plenty of time.
Okay, I do. Should I talk a little slower then?
Which team are you gonna go with?
Well, obviously, I have a special place for RQ in my heart. But if we're talking about distractions, I think one of the biggest distractions that they need to face and conquer this time is Secret WEG, because they are one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia. And I do think that they have a lot to prove at this EWC 2026. But again, if you ask me which team are most likely to replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
That's a crazy long way to say that.
I'm really sorry. I tried to be neutral.
That's a professional right there, my girl.
She took us on a roller coaster of emotions.
I was like, she's gonna change it?
Oh my God, she's gonna change it. No, we're coming back. Okay, it's actually RQ.
But all I'm saying is that it's not without distractions, it's not without challenges, because I know that RRQ, it hurts me to say this, it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying that they have this choke that they haven't really found how to be rid of that yet, you know, the stage fright, I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just, they need to break the curse right away.
It happens, honestly. We've seen many teams in different battle royales. We've seen teams being able to do it here at Free Fire too, where you get to this kind of position, where you get to this kind of event, and the comfort of your home is no longer there. The comfort of having close relatives to kind of support you if you have a bad day is not there. Even though sometimes we do have family traveling with some of the players, it's just a completely different atmosphere, and sometimes players do tend to choke. Sometimes the pressure does get to them. What I want to know, Neptune, is if you are one of those players, let's say 3 games not really going your way, right? What can you do as a player to just snap yourself out of that mindset?
Again, one thing that pressures the team is because they're not enjoying the game. And that's basically like, that's a basic when it comes to playing the games. All you have to do is enjoy it, because that's where everything gets clear. Whatever you practice would be coming back to you. There's no more pressure of the opponents, no more pressure of the crowd. Just enjoy yourself. Just go back to the basics. And then that's when you go with the checklist of how are you going to go with it? Are you going passive? Are you going aggressive? Will you be like, and I'm pretty sure these teams has plans from A to Z, or probably even more.
And if I was one of the players, I'd be like, but Neptune, booyahs are fun. Winning is fun. But
eliminations are fun.
Not really, no. Yeah, but then again, I have to agree with Neptune, because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sports. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's going to help you to perform better.
Yeah, and the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams, and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second to just actually send it. When they got nothing to lose, that's when they're like, you know what?
Falcons.
Yeah, we got nothing to lose. Let's just send it. And luckily for Group B, I mean, you're going to have 6 matches to start off with. You saw what happened with Group A. Going into this lobby, Lace, especially in Group A, we saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's going to be the same? Because I'm thinking it's going to be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the chart.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GG, match number 1, where they hit 17 limbs. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, you know, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong. And, you know, we're talking about the teams, double snipers, double rushers. Like, just see if this works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong. Doesn't work, and adapt and make changes through there. But, yeah, y'all need to, like, turn this up because I need to see some action.
Yeah, I mean, it's Paris and it's summer, so it's hot outside. Might as well turn up the competition inside as well, right? And as I keep saying,
entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group, and I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. So they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality. And that's what we were expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, Gun Dynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board, like doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just day number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush, so you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is gonna be top heavy or if we're gonna be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
Of our teams have now had a chance to compete right here on the Gadia City grid. And there's plenty more where that came from, Looting.
Yeah, of course, 40 ace players just waiting in the backstage now, and they're counting down the time, the moment, until they can finally get their hands on the game.
Oh, well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with Miyako!
Al-Ahli Esports.
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
Straw Hats Esports.
Lion!
S8UL Esports.
MEB lost!
Team Vitality.
Team RRQ.
Twisted.
Guys, we are back with the short break. और गाइस यहाँ पे ग्रुप 2 शुरू हो चुके हैं और इसके मैचेस भी शुरू हो जाएंगे बहुत जल्द। और गाइस अभी हम यहाँ पे टीम्स का इंट्रोडक्शन हो रहा है, आप लोग कर सकते हैं।
Team Secret.
ओह, टीम सीक्रेट गाइस आ चुकी है।
And finally, Fluxo W7M! This is where your journey begins. You decide whether you dominate or whether you simply survive. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
And which team will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the group, Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ, they're somebody who's looking forward to get themselves on the board and not choke.
Yeah, if you want to look at a lobby with teams that have known heartbreak more than anyone else,
exactly,
this is the lobby. This is the group. Fluxo last year in Jakarta in the Global Finals 2025, second place for both categories, both ripped away by Thai teams AGL in Clash Squad, BRU in the Battle Royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ, same thing, EWC 25, 3 chances and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash Squad, same thing, came in second. Global Finals 24, 24, they came in second again. So many storylines that they're waiting to complete, and I think this is a very good litmus test for us to find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like, Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what Team Secret did, just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here, because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26 season is something that they can be able to prove, along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group. Here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Seoul, we have Straw Hats. I think, you know, even TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams, right? I am looking at both MIBR Lost and Lion, especially Lion, because this is a team that has members, has players from Rainbow 7 back in FFW 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think Lion are a team to watch out for everybody else, the 12 lot, 11 lot. And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, SHUL Esports, they are the guns that are looking forward to prove on a global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number 1, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from SHUL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right? We have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo, with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this this entire squad has been together for what, like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the Grand Finals, alongside teams like VRU and Falcons, surprisingly. And now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in 4th in their region, but I think, you know, a team like Fluxo is a team that is always full of surprises.
Yeah, the surprises and possibilities. I think this season in its entirety for Free Fire itself, teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SCA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove their decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's not technically not the first time we've seen, you know, teams from South Asia and India compete in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022, and it's been a long time coming, right? Like we sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on an international stage. So I think, you know, this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. But our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while. In Clash Squad, phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes up. They're very adaptable in their play style. And Maal, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. There were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Al Ali itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 10, you're out of the tournament tomorrow.
It's insane because you look at survival stage, there's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage, and if you perform good enough, you skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the grand finals. If not, you go to another group of 10 games, and then you have an uncapped grand finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality in the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. KD goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage, where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and EVO's Divine. They were also the one that stopped RRQ from winning everything in Game A. And, you know, they were the ones that really gave us that Game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris. And I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme of things.
And mattering for Bangladesh is going to be Straw Hats. I think when we ended up seeing Titan Esports Club, they couldn't step up. We hoped that Blade would maybe have a big day. We didn't see him try to fight it out, break down the clue walls, but it was just not enough. But on the other end, Straw Hats, in the recent performance, even in, as I was mentioning about the Asia Invitational, well, Team Vitality won. Straw Hats put up a really good performance there. So I think this could be an opportunity for them as well, because we've been talking continuously that Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw in Group A, it's going to be the same for Group B. And I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RRQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good. Then we go Solara, then Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams, especially because when you kind of trace back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general, but now Indonesia, who have such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about them. They're getting closer. I think that finish that they need, the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title, but they just missed by Nick. But this time, maybe Hook or Crook, they make it happen.
Only thing that I am slightly sad about that we're not going to see for the next, today and tomorrow is Team Vitality against Falcons, right? In different groups, love to see the Falcon Slayers show up somehow, but good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's almost a guarantee if you just, you know, look at public opinion. But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right? At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade okay, maybe a bit too much. If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agreed, I think that works out, but when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right, you need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about India. USA, Miyakov coming into this Esports World Cup 2026. We saw how they played out, and I think out of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition is completely changed.
Actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well. Right? I wouldn't have dreamed of having the stakes in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that the, what do you call it, the shield, where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned. And it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point you get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writings is actually in Basta Indo because he did win last year. Neat little detail. I love it a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You've seen on the stream itself, as we are going to be starting off the Group B games, that is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And, you know, ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for a bad reason. It's Twisted Minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instance or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that it changes this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the Esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Raid, and then they became Twisted Minds. But ever since that, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for our arena, for the stage that we are at for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. And it feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go the Fluxo way. They're enticing everybody sitting here to just root for Fluxo.
It's like, how could you not want to root for Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
In fact, even when they lifted out the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR Los back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They are both in the same lobby again, and we actually would get a potential remake of that scenario on Kalahari if it does happen, because record has it, MIBR Los has had Fluxo's numbers back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, dang it, they had us. I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner, which is nice, right? Like sometimes people think that, oh, this is planned now. I'm telling you, no one rigged anything, right?
Yeah.
It falls into place. Who could have expected Team Secret to win Spring? If you ask me, I would say no way.
No way.
I tuned in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they won. How did they win? 4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes, I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect from RRQ when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it because they made a similar comeback like that, back-to-back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, but we actually seen it many times, even from a team that's actually not here, Team Onyx Esports, went back in Spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Rush when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that, you know, they were actually in a group hug, you know, before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris.
Paris, France. Let's continue to light things up because Group B is going to be a fantastic show.
Finally,
and right
guys,
off the bat, we
after
gotta look
a
at how Bermuda plays out, right? In this case, very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drones come in still pretty much what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. You know, Vitality going to Observatory, RQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG. Decided to go for peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that geared towards Kosa. Miyacorp also heading that direction as well, but actually Fluxo spreading out.
I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between Miyacorp, but most of the teams seem to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and early Esports. A little bit of a quick battle first elimination picked up by Exposé. And that's going to be
Let's see guys
who's already down, and that's going to be Al Ahly already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up. They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up.
So
they
let's see, guys.
expend their ability to get a revive.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in the early game, it is still very much understandable,
Yeah.
right? You really don't lose too much.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you go back to square one. I think for Al Ahly, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this, so now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player, and you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off, and early, I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here, and it could become even more difficult because the resources in the early game will not be that great, and the challenge is still happening. Twisted Minds have a glue all right in front. Oscar's radiant dash doesn't work over there, but still Exposy tries to bring it back and exchange on an elimination.
And it's Total Gaming that is the one that caused disaster for both squads. I think getting that elimination early on onto the bus. That is going to stop every altercation that has happened to this point and shift the focus of Twisted Minds towards themselves. 3 eliminations early on. Al Ahly gets bailed out of this situation. Everyone lives on, but let's see how far Total Gaming wants to push this.
Total Gaming Esports, Aiku, they wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in Water. And it seems like it's working out, and there it is, Shanke. He finds one, but quickly teared off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be very, and Mafia looks like he's back in form, picks up Diamond, the man who troubled them. That is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start get a total of 6 troubling Twisted Minds.
Yeah, took off on a sprint in a marathon and off to a great start. 6 eliminations at the back, and unfortunately for the boss, doesn't really have much resources in his bank. So even a revive would be an impossible task as of now. To make things worse, not much resources nearby that he can go for. At least no coins in sight. You didn't say Total Gaming, they have something in store for us. Gives me back the feeling of what we saw from Gun Dynasty earlier on, right? It could be that run as we shift our focus over to Lion. Them against Soul, Vitality as well. In their crosshairs, Sibek being forced out by Riptide Rhythm. A couple of shots now from Lion. It's going to be Joker that finds that, but stolen away.
SHUL Esports, that's Noor, the newest addition for the lot. And he has to prove himself on this stage, but now he gets taken down. It's going to be trouble. He will also be confirmed. Bunny, he couldn't do much. The glue
ओके गाइस अगर हम देखें यहाँ पे गाइस बिल्कुल दोबारा रश हो रहा है गाइस बिल्कुल मौका नहीं दिया जाएगा फुल स्ट्रेटजी के साथ स्नाइपर ने से कवर दिया और उनको एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया यहाँ पे सोल ट्रोल को भी एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया सोल सोल का एक प्लेयर ही बचा है क्या ये टीम सोल को एलिमिनेट होगी तब रहेगा गाइस
Especially when you're dealing with people like Joker,
तो 8 eliminations के साथ टीम टोटल गेमिंग TG यहाँ पे गाइस आगे की तरफ खड़ी है और इसी के साथ गाइस 4 elimination के साथ टीम ले 9 तो गाइस ट्विन जंप भी आ चुके हैं और अगर हम इसी के साथ बात करें तो 2 eliminations उनकी टीम के पास
SHUL were able to find a revive. Others could
have been a very first elimination in this group being won. Thankfully, क्या उसी तरह यहाँ पे हमें aggressive game play हो गाइस अलग level strategies IQ को use करते हुए लोग नजर आएंगे या फिर नहीं देखना पड़ेगा
but the happiest so far as we can still see energy, not even a single beat being dropped. That's going to be for the Fluxo fans, but Straw Hats finally, who had an early difficulty, now picking up pace. They pick a player from Al Ahly, and that's going to be Remind.
And even then, we still have 45 players in the lobby, right? As if no one got taken out at all. Bit of a casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even when you look at the radar, TG moving towards the center very soon. Launchpad being taken by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. One of the players does lag behind a little bit, but you do have a reconnaissance squad ahead, and they might end up running into Simons from Al Ahly. They spot him, taking the launchpad out. So Observatory now conceded over the Straw Hats.
I think because this Observatory is around the edge, right? We saw Al Ahly want to get this position, but right now it's a point make a call.
Versus LOS.
Have a challenge. That's going to be RRQ that they
want
to hit
shot लगाए जा रहे हैं बहुत से shots यहाँ पे 2 बंदे नॉक करके finish ले रहे हैं
That's going to be runs down.
अगर बात करें भाई RRQ के last player alive हैं
will be able to recover the players, and this Bolt Maker works in their favor.
Right off the bat, taking out the captain of RRQ and sending only the young Ma'al on the run. no vending machine in sight. A revival point that is too risky to try and capture. With Team Vitality and MIBR was about to square off in that area around Clock Tower. Plenty of compound to work with, a lot of low grounds to hide with. But Team Vitality splitting up as well into a 1-2-1 formation. Whereas MIBR lost, they're going to settle in the compound that they just wrestled away from RRQ.
I really like how Vitality is strategizing. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIBR lost have no idea about it. Because they just pushed an opponent out of that compound. They chased out RRQ, but look at this. Slowly trailing in that same direction is even Tony Gaming. There's going to be a helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We got to see where this circle takes us, right?
Yeah.
High chance Clock Tower is going to be in the next circle. But where it kind of pivots towards going to decide where Total Gaming goes, and smack dab in the center, we are getting a very, very nice algorithm for game 1. Starting it slow,
Slow and steady was not how all it started. Multiple teams having casualties, but still all the 12 teams that dropped in Bermuda are still surviving.
अब 3 teams मौजूद है, अभी तक कोई team wipe out नहीं हुई. मैच 1 चल रहा है guys. ग्रुप स्टेजेस 2 का. ग्रुप स्टेजेस की guys हो गया है. पहली टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है. RRQ guys काफी अच्छी टीम है, बोला जा रहा था, बट यहाँ पे इनका ये मैच अच्छा नहीं रहा. कह सकते हैं कि वार्म अप है. बिकॉज अगर हम बात करें पिछले पास से ग्रुप स्टेज 1 से, क्योंकि guys
start. It's always not how you start, it's how you finish. In this case, for Team RRQ, they're gonna go back to the drawing board. 5 more rounds ahead. And some of their most powerful
United भी
in the later
इसी तरह
stages
guys warm up कर रही थी.
so not all hope is lost. Exposy finds the 3rd point for his team as well. Twisted Mind slowing the pace now. Was able to get back on
अगर
their
हम बात
feet.
करें
Decent
टॉप एलिमिनेशंस की, तो गाइस हमें चल रही है
very decked out arsenal.
टीम TG
Should this game go late. I think
6
they
eliminations
just
के
cleared out
साथ.
Graveyard. So there is going to be a very good trajectory for them to move on forward.
देखना पड़ेगा guys क्या ये इंटेंस फाइट हमें को देखने को मिल सकती है.
On the other end,
Because Clock Tower पे सिर्फ 3 teams मौजूद हैं.
people can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how we are seeing MIBR lost,
3
Total
4
Gaming and Vitality together, and joining
अगर हम
that
बात
lot
करें
is going
चारों
to
ने
be
ही
Straw
जोन
Hats.
को पकड़ा हुआ है एक
Slow and
घर,
steady, everybody want to
और
look for an
अगर टीम यहाँ पे
opportunity.
आती है लॉन्च पैड लेके,
Who spots
तो
through
उनके
the
लिए
window
बहुत
on the
ज़्यादा
player of
मुश्किल होने
Straw
वाली है.
Hats, the newest entry team
Without
who
any
made it to Clock
information.
Tower. But hey, being at the center, meaning the fight is not going to yet break out. It is only when the circle shifts away from you and you have to make a move is when we see the fight. I think other than that, they'll be just trying to chip away each other's
सब प्रेडिक्ट
HP.
करके
Other than
आएंगे
that,
कि Clock
nothing
Tower
else
में
for
जोन
now.
बनेगा.
Especially in this case, for them, they are going to spread out their manpower, right? You want to control as much area as
अगर
possible.
हम बात करें guys as
You do run the
compared
risk of
to
getting picked up. We've
stage
seen
group
that happen
stage
multiple
1
times. If you're
group
up
1
against more
से,
experienced team, that's
तो
what
guys
they're
ये
looking
teams
at.
काफी ज़्यादा
Some
भी
of the
डिफेंसिव ही
quicker
खेल रही है,
chains
इतना
of the
अटैक नहीं कर
anchor,
रही.
Diamond, getting another one under his belt, and this is
बिल्कुल आज हमें एक फाइट देखने को मिल रही है.
as Twisted Minds
TWIS
down for round 2
versus
back at
LY1.
Observatory, where they dropped in the early game, but more equipped to take on a fight.
Twisted Minds, I really like that they managed to recover, but they're not just completely clocked in. They need to figure out, and same goes for Lion. A quick jump coming in from Gamesh King. He will get still in another different direction, but not yet towards the circle. He's just moving further away.
Yeah, I mean, one team that has been pretty silent the
फैक्ट्री
entire
के ऊपर
game in Team
मौजूद है.
Secret.
वाओ.
Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect them to come out swinging, get a couple of eliminations before they go off the radar. But so far, this Team Secret right now feels like Fluxo from 2024, where they play an incredibly slow game, and at that point of time, playing slow is sort of how you lose out in the late game. And in this case, Team Secret, they are taking no chances. As you did mention early on, Lucifer, Lion, not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on, but now they will have to make a break for it. The launch pad being used, a couple of binoculars ahead of him as
और कोई टीम भी
just
guys
to make
फालतू
sure
फाइट नहीं लेने चाह रही
there are
क्योंकि
no
उनको पता है कि
gatekeepers
फाइट ली तो भाई एक
Circle
आध बंदा
pivots
स्कोर
to the
का
southern
ज़ाया हो
side,
जाएगा,
so
फिर
the
रिवाइव
journey
करने
gets
करना बड़ी
extended,
मुश्किल हो जाती है.
and they might still get intercepted by Twisted Minds.
अगर हम बात करें दो टीम्स का, हमें यहाँ
Position
पे
of Clock Tower. More
बड़ी
teams
अच्छी लड़ाई
joining
देखने
that
को मिल
fray.
सकती है.
More teams wanting to take control of that arena. It's not going to be easy. Now is when it all breaks loose. Because right at the edge, when the zone closes in, we are for sure knowing that the Clock Tower will not be inside the circle anymore after it shifts.
I mean, the last we checked the radar, Team Secret were at Factory, and they were completely alone, right?
Yeah.
Completely uncontested. Maybe Fluxo comes in from the eastern side, but even then, it's a high
Guys,
chance
मुझे
that
लग
they
रही है
will
एनिमी
not cross
फाइट लेंगे
paths.
सारे.
But we did say Clock Tower has a lot of areas that you can play around. High ground, low ground, building, outside, inside. In this case, even the underground tunnel.
Yep.
As our Ali members
अगर जो फैक्ट्री पे जोन बन
there.
गई,
MIBR Los
जो
continues
फैक्ट्री के
to
बच्चे
make
में
sure
हैं,
they control the perimeter. Haone instantly
उनको
finds
तो
the
बहुत
palm
गैस
on the
फायदा होने
Goja.
वाला है.
That was an opening, but I think they should be able to bring the player back up because this is happening
क्योंकि
within
उनका
the
स्नाइपर ना
compound.
किसी को ऊपर
Nobody
से
has
उतरने
clear
देगा.
sight of their enemy, so taking them
ना
down is
किसी को
not going to
उतरने
be quick
देगा.
and easy. But as you can see, it's just the waiting game right as of now. 11 teams surviving. If not for Mahal going down, I think we would have 12 teams. 11 minutes into the game. This is Group B, game number 1. I did not expect to see all these teams still surviving.
मैं कहता हूँ बात में तो eliminations अभी रुकी भी नहीं है, कोई elimination नहीं हो रही, सारे guys बहुत safe खेल रहे हैं.
The teams that are playing in the lobby, sometimes if they want to play fast, they want to play fast. Sometimes they just decide we're not going to fight. We're getting the ladder. We're getting the teams that are going to start blowing some smoke. Maybe 30 minutes into the game when the whole lobby is still up. In this case, barring RRQ, who have been eliminated. But aside from that, it's going to get messy. That also means this is an incredibly volatile late game.
It is, especially because we already spoke, right? Group A, we know teams are very familiar with the circuit itself. We saw a lot of Southeast Asian teams already taking control of it. The Brazilian squad of Loud also taking control of it. But here, everybody is unsure about the other team. They want to read them, and that is the reason they're taking so much time. But finally, Batsin, he finds an opening on Mia Corp. That's going to be Biblik going down. Next, Joshua have to figure this out. Leon also surrounding them, so there's going to be a lot more trouble. Miyakov, they're trying to hold them off. Glue all and making sure Rooftop becomes their home for the time being.
Leon will have to make a decision right now. The circle is going to start hurting them. They are going to be invested in this corner. But if they don't show themselves outside of the building, Miyakov has a very good idea of where they might be. Then outclips would also solve that problem. The bigger winner now is definitely the team from the States. Leon will have to huddle together and figure out a solution very, very quickly in the next half a minute. Fluxo making a big rotation and now the team's secret and exposing, starting things off by taking out Josper. So Miyakop, they have another team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They are on top of the roof. But right now, having an upper hand might be Fluxo. They want to take down Team Secret because they were the ones who made a jump right in front of them.
बात करें अगर बहुत फाइटिंग को मिल के बिल्कुल गाइस मैंने आपको बताया था लेओन के लिए काफी मुश्किल बनी उनको एलिमिनेट करके वाइप आउट कर दिया गया. 9 टीम्स रह चुकी हैं गाइस. एक और टीम वाइप आउट हो चुकी है फैक्ट्री वाली टीम थी ना, टीम सीक्रेट.
Put a team out.
The Brazilian Titans 6 eliminations on to Butcherson. And MT7 stepping up to the occasion as well. We did say, even during one of the series breakdown, the series recap, snipers players are integral. MT7 pushes in. We see Yago step up to the occasion as well.
Soul versus VID हो रहा है.
It's their turn to make
बोर्ड में कहीं यूज़ में सोल की ट्रैक को डाउन कर दिया गया और बिल्कुल इनविजिबल हो के स्नाइपर का कवर देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बिल्कुल. Straw hits helps the guys will eliminate it.
And now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke about Clock Tower. It's already in a very difficult spot. The vending machine is there, but so are many other teams. And Troll Gaming are on top of all of it. They're already in the first floor of things, so they have a better vision of where the other teams are. And Al Ali, we already spoke about them. They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there. They made their entrance. They're holding their control. On the other end of our screen, even wait, Troll.
नमक के लेके जांच करने के नीचे बंदों को पता चल गई इनकी पोजीशन.
Battles and now Sibang has to deliver. He's trying to put up glue wall. Stroll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the last man. His position gets compromised. And Al Ali, they quickly jump in and Team Vitality eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, Al Ali gets themselves another point. Twisted Minds against Fluxo. W7M right now. A full blown out fight. 12 eliminations under the belt of the Brazilians. Exposy gets pre-fire, butchers in, nails his 8 as MT7 finds the pass from long range. Twisted Minds getting dismantled. MT7 goes for a rescue mission. Fouls the captain back up on his feet. Twisted Minds cannot withstand the pressure that is Butcherson and make it 15 for Fluxo.
Fluxo looking unstoppable. They're still at the end of the circle.
TG अभी जिंदा है तो ये काफी अच्छा स्टार्ट में खेली तो मैं कहता टीम TG ही यार बुया करेगी.
They only ended up getting 6 points in total. But Troll Gaming now they start stepping out, but Aztec gets hit by Rigby. Yago putting down Shanky. Troll Gaming held this position for far too long. And then Aztec to fall. That is going to be the end for Troll Gaming. Holding that did not work in their favor.
And now Fluxo will take on Ali. Can they eliminate
और यहाँ पे काफी इंटेंस फाइट शुरू हो चुकी है बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि सामने से काफी ज़्यादा डैमेज पड़ रहा है.
And MT7, he needs some help. But unfortunately, MIBRLOs are in the best possible position. Falls with a nade, takes out C4, equalize the battlefield. Hawk goes down. Al Ali now getting pressured.
Nades were being tossed by Fluxo, but MIB lost. They turn it around, and Box is the
well,
last one
LOS की तरफ से काफी अच्छी गेम प्ले हो रही है और गाइस अभी FX टीम ने 16 किल्स सिक्योर कर लिए 18 हो चुके हैं और गाइस एक मसला हो चुका है कि 1 वर्सेस 3 की सिचुएशन है क्या टीम FX कर पाई है कुछ नहीं भाई नहीं मौका दिया यहाँ पे टीम LOS यहाँ पे गाइस फर्स्ट गेम बुया कर चुकी है जो कि बहुत ही अच्छी गेम प्ले करते हुए
for MIBR loss, a rematch that we didn't expect to see that soon in the final circle with minor interventions and an uninvited guest in the form of our Ali Esports, but at the end of the day, well fought honestly by the MENA region, right? Put up a good fight against Fluxo, gave them a heck of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR loss was even in the conversation. But there's nothing to be disappointed about.
Yeah.
They got the booyah. Fluxo still finished second. The fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
If this is the very first game and we ended up seeing a fight break out like that, which was, as we said, completely complicated. You couldn't decipher which team had the better opportunity or the better position because we spoke about it. Hey, this team has a compound. Hey, that team is in a good position right at the edge of the circle. But towards the end, MIB a loss who did not even seem on our screens a lot. They ended up closing it out, and it ended up being a fight between the Brazilians at the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, you called it out, right? You said that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR lost.
Yes.
They got there first, they called dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because MIBR were ahead of that play. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower, and that is the reason they were able to take down Total Gaming and put them down in an instant. And I think all the fights that we've seen MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay, quick hits coming in from Yago on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other hand, Ali also troubling them. The last man standing over there, looking for the eliminations, ends up getting 2 more, and that's going to be a total of 18 for the Lord of Fluxo.
MIBR lost gets 14, and in a pretty ironic way, Box getting of his former teammate Yago, who actually won 2023 together as well. So again, a bit of a bittersweet reunion on Bermuda. But what a start we have! I mean, of course, barring the fact that RRQ got wiped out first, which is unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure Conchita is losing her mind backstage. But we're gonna take a moment to breathe and let these teams get back on track. So we'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
He's here, MT7. MT7, I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you a nickname called Baby Goat. Do you really think you are a goat? And why you think you can help your team to win EWC this year? MT7, os fãs brasileiros te deram o apelido de Baby Goat. Você realmente acha que você é um GOAT? E como é que você acha que você pode ajudar o seu time a vencer o EWC 2026?
Trabalhei muito, hoje eu me considero um GOAT aí do Free Fire, né? E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar o suporte, derrubar o primeiro, o segundo, o terceiro, o quarto, fazer uns highlights maneiro. E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a GOAT because I have worked really hard through all these years. And of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win EWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a sniper. Thanks so much, MT7, and I'm gonna see you during the match at EWC 2026. High five.
High five. Bye.
And we are back here, and right now I'm with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so last year you guys were really close to the title. You finished in the second on standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Chance apa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sampai sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini? Yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin.
We must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1, 2, 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana? Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1, 2, 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ.
Yeah, we trust in this season. It seems like last season, Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year, team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. We wish you a good luck during the matches, and I will see you there in the arena, right? Thank you so much, guys.
For RRQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a caster curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there and just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2 coming from Brazil, it's just something that we'd expect. Because it's something like Fluxo was dominating it in terms of numbers. Even when they jump in against the opponents, they just are aiming for those squad wipes. So MIBR lost is a team that we didn't expect to get that booyah as well. So they were just stalking, waiting in the shadows until that final pounce.
One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that we have seen up to this point, especially this early on, right? Out of the squads from India. But moving on from some of the other squads, one surprise squad, especially at the start, Twisted Minds.
Oh, exactly. I mean, they're going back to the aggressive way. This is one thing that I was looking forward to every time I see Twisted Mind, is them to go aggressive. And even though they falter in the first view,
Yes,
it did
guys,
mention about
finally
Total
got
Gaming.
them back.
Total Gaming is one of a few of those surprises. And it's not so much that they cannot get away from it, but Venomation is available, so they can always go for a revive. And Twisted Mind, they got 14 total points. And that's 12 points behind MIBR. Lost though, but it's still a lot when it comes to this group.
It is a lot, and one thing that I know you're going to be happy, especially talking about Twisted Minds, is those eliminations that they were able to get, right? Because they ended up getting 14 points, like you mentioned, and 9 of those points were coming from eliminations. You're big on them, but I mean, we got to go back to Fluxo, because Fluxo, even though they don't end up getting the booyah, they do end up with 18 ilms. Can they maybe bounce back and go after that booyah? Remember, we have some squads earlier on get 3 booyahs in one series.
Well, I do understand the mindset of Fluxo at this point, because from what we've seen in that game, like, it is a slow pace. Not so much of chasing that is happening. And I think they felt that they're not hearing all those gunfights, so they're capitalizing on, I don't know, some of the teams just slowly warming up. And then once they see a squad, that's when they use exactly the strength they have, like MP7 and Sniper, to get information or get elimination.
I mean, squads that you were looking at earlier too, Leon, I know, was one of them. I know a lot of people currently watching at home is hoping that SAUL Esports does end up doing good. That squad ended up getting a total of 2 eliminations. We want to, come on, tell them that, Tim. We want to see more.
Yeah, we want more. Bring us more. Because, I mean, I know this is the first day jitters for them, especially like second half. And we were talking about that on Studio earlier. We're in. They've seen the gameplay for other teams. So this time, instead of just waiting for them to like using that tactics, they were a little bit shattered for the moment, but I think they can get back.
I mean, coming into this second match, I really want to see RRQ bounce back. And it's based on what Conchita was saying earlier on
वो
too.
कहता
We
मैं
don't want to
RRQ
see
की
them get into
परफॉर्मेंस
those
देखने को
jitters.
मिली
We don't
कुछ
want to
भी
see
नहीं
them
देखने
get
को
into
मिला
that
और वो
choking
एलिमिनेट हो गए
mentality
थे
that some of these
ऐसे
people
ही
are
सेम
expecting.
बुरीराम
I
टीम
think
यहाँ
they
पे
might be
एलिमिनेट
able
हुई
to
थी
turn
गाइस
around.
बट मुझे
And I
लगता
know
है कि
everybody
अभी
here is
कम
going to
बैक
be
कर
ready to
सकते
see who's going to be winning Game 2 of Group B.
Thank you very much to Seven and Neptune. Yes, I mean, Conchita is right? We gotta see if RRQ can get out of that underperforming, that choking zone, right? Something that is it's a very hard C word right now for them because he has been playing them for very, very long, Lucifer. But when we look at Solara, I unfortunately have to put RQ aside just for a bit because I want to talk about Team Vitality. This is a map that they excel on.
This should be an opportunity that they should close on. Solara,
Because
the smallest of all the games, the
Solara,
quickest of all the games. When we compared Bermuda, right, there was a little bit of a silence in the mix. Now going and jumping down to Solara, there's an opportunity that everybody will be forced together, take that fight head on, and we might end up seeing it work out for Vitality, as you mentioned.
It's going to be pretty important as well because for Team Vitality, they didn't get off to the best start, 9 points, single digit. But then again, it was also a pretty top-heavy game number 1 with both the Brazilian teams coming out swinging. Let's see if they keep the momentum, right? A lot of times, teams, they come out in game 1, game 2, guns blazing, they hit like a 30 bomb and then they gas out. And that's not really how you want. You want to be able to maintain and make sure that you don't overheat. And in this case, we're looking at both MIBR Lows and Fluxo.
And in that case, mainly, I look forward to RRQ pulling off their best games. Because the first game in general games of all the performances I've seen coming in from RRQ, the very first game doesn't work in their favor. Every other game, they just pull off with a spree of eliminations. And something that also starts off for early, compared to the previous game, is finding the very first elimination by C4.
Again, the first elimination will be him
instantly looking for the disengage.
Because team
Easier to pull off on a map like Solara if you are lucky enough to get onto the grind rails, can't get away, but in this case, it might come down to Kapas, see if you can get a couple of pickoffs. Just get out Ali away, or if not, you're going to go into the contingency plan of just splitting up and cutting your losses.
Miakop, in the last game, we ended up seeing Via the edge of the circle. They tried to play it out, it did not work out. And this waiting game troubles them. And there it is, another challenge coming in from C4, finds his second elimination here in Solara already.
Literally say that Kapas needs to be the one that anchors down the field. But unfortunately, I think with him gone, Miakop is going to be at least put in shambles for now about cutting your losses. Team Secret make an early rotation. In fact, they actually caught Water, so that is a confirmed elimination there. I think 2 under the belt of Honga, looking for the remainers of Total Gaming, who actually had a great start in game 1. But Team Secret, they started slow in Bermuda, looking to turn things up in game 2, and that's number 3 against the Knuckle Sandwich, and a triple.
And Team Secret are now picking up eliminations. They only had 1 point at the end of game number 1. Now they have already 3 added on. And Total Gaming, thankfully, they'll be happy that one of the players were at least able to run away from studio rather than getting in the crosshairs of Team Secret again. And RRQ on the other end, they will be able to hold themselves off, get to elimination, and MIB are lost in still trouble. And moving up, now I think he, yes, has the max 7, but can he find the knock? He's trying his best, but it's not going to work out. Players are surrounding him, still be able to travel with 1 knock.
शॉट लगा के गाइस यहाँ पे डाउन कर दिया गया, प्लेयर को बचा लिया गया यहाँ पे गाइस, सोल वर्सेस यहाँ पे गाइस, ओहो गाइस कितने किल डाउन हो गए यहाँ पे गाइस, थर्ड पार्टी हुई है, 2 फाइट हुई है, थर्ड पार्टी हुई है, देखना पड़ेगा गाइस बिल्कुल, ओह वाओ शॉट यहाँ पे गाइस, सोल ट्रोल यहाँ पे भाई बिल्कुल अब रोटेशन ले रहे हैं, अपने किल को रिवाइव करने के लिए जा रहे हैं अपने आप के टीममेट को, आई मीन
That was a big recovery coming in from Troll. He's a very crucial player on that sniper and always delivers, and this is one of the moments for him to highlight himself. But on the other end, Twisted Minds and Straw Hats as well did not have a great game. Twisted Minds at least recovered, but for the time being on the deficit with Exposy going down, they have to figure out how they fight out with Straw Hats, and Straw Hats, they need numbers, they need eliminations, something that they had expectations on, and they've not yet delivered. It's just one elimination.
And made worse by losing Exposy to RRQ.
यहाँ पे 3 वर्सेस 3 की सिचुएशन है, प्लेयर नीचे उतरा होगा, बिल्कुल स्पॉट कर लिया गया, यहाँ पे दूसरा प्लेयर भी उतरा, उसको भी ऐसे चल स्पॉट कर लिया, यहाँ पे फिनिश भी कर लिया एक प्लेयर को, वननेट भी कर दिया, सो लेट्स सी गाइस यहाँ पे क्या होता है, बिल्कुल गाइस यहाँ पे TWS जंप बिल्कुल पानी की साइड पे चले गए हैं, बॉल में ख्याल से, यहाँ पे अगर हम देखें तो TWIS बिल्कुल यहाँ पे 0 किल्स के साथ 14 पॉइंट्स के साथ तो हैं, बट यहाँ पे गाइस इनके तीनों टीममेट्स एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, यहाँ पे TG का का भी एक प्लेयर नॉमिनेट हो चुका है गाइस. लेट्स सी एसएच. अगर हम बात करें एसएच की इनके चारों प्लेयर्स तो जिंदा हैं, बट यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर अभी नॉक होकर फिनिश हो चुका है. अगर हम किल्स की बात करें तो गाइस किल्स पे इस वक्त टॉप पे चल रही है टीम टीएस. इस मैच की अगर हम स्टैंडिंग्स की बात करें ओवरऑल तो एलओएस टॉप पे चल रही है पुराने पॉइंट्स को मिला के.
A revival point, the vending machine down
तो
the road. Team Vitality on the other end finds themselves
MIA versus VT. तो यार कुछ शॉट्स लगाए जा रहे हैं और MIA versus VIT हो रहा है.
Team Vitality receiving some resistance from Miyakov and it's Biblik that takes out Joe.
Not the best coming in from Team Vitality. Even the game 1 start, they were caught out in a 3v1 and they lost to Troll, ending up at a 1v1 and Al-Ali took their last elimination. So not sure of how they play this out. When you already mentioned, we spoke about this. This should be their map, their match. They should try to get back points, get to the top of the charts. But looking at how the play of this game is continuing, I don't see it happening anytime soon for Team Vitality.
Which is the craziest thing because statistically they're technically not the best on this map, but whenever we get to that map and we look at the stats without Team Vitality, they step up. It's kind of a sick joke in a way.
Yeah.
RRQ Kazu having their captain kept alive by a bye, but someone still needs to go retrieve it. There it is, back up on his feet. RRQ with 6 eliminations under their belt. Good cross pass with Vitality. Maybe even Straw has again.
I can say to Neptune and everybody else on our expert panel, pish posh, there's no curse, you don't have to worry about. It's just the RRQ play. The very first game doesn't work in their favor and then they manage to recover. Team Vitality would want to do the same thing as well. Straw Hats on the other end at Casavista, they managed to recover. They did pick up those early fights, they did win it out against Twisted Minds, but they would have wanted to eliminate the whole squad. Thankfully, Jump made an opportunity to run away, but he still not revived his entire squad. This is what happens when you run away from a very early on fight. You do not have enough coins or reinforcements to push ahead or even go to the vending machine and try to get your player back up. And I think that's what's affecting Jump right now.
Quite an interesting development as well. As we look at the edge of the circle, plenty of teams are duking it out. You know, you have RRQ and MIBR lost, the eastern side at Delta Isle, Team Secret and Lion on the western side as well. But I think Lion are looking for a disengage. They've already sent one of the players out to a vending machine to get those revives going soon as they start dropping bodies. And I think Games King is going to be trapped in quite the predicament. Team Vitality out in the middle in Archway and actually getting a pretty good area to hold on to.
LOS यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर का नुकसान कर चुके हैं और टीम FX यहाँ पे गाइस चारों प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं और AHIL गाइस चारों प्लेयर्स मौजूद हैं. देखते हैं कैसे क्या होता है. एक पॉइंट भी LOS के पास है. ग्रुप B
And right above them, we already spoke about Miyakov. And Miyakov, just like the previous game, they don't go out
EWC
all brash at right the beginning. They wait for their opportunity, which they did pick up a couple in the early game, but it's not going to continue. But right as now, RRQ, the ones who are continuing, the team who just got the booyah trying and denying them, that's going to be a big spray coming in and picking the players off, converting eliminations, and that's how we ended up seeing them getting their 6 eliminations in total.
Way better spot than what we have seen in game 1. I mean, anything that is not last right now is better for RRQ. Isolated jump right out on the edge. And unfortunately, the same predicament as RRQ from game 1, no vending machine in sight. And no points, no points. There is one on the radar. Like you said, no resources to bring his teammates back. He actually just picked up a pile of it.
EWC
That could be the game changer
official और
if
गाइस इसी
MIBR
के साथ बात करेंगे डे 1 है गाइस. यहाँ पे भी गाइस 4 टीम्स यहाँ पे गाइस क्वालीफाई करेंगे लीडर बोर्ड पे टॉप 10
sneakily hiding in the time being here at the studio, and there could be an opportunity that they start off a fight that Lion are not prepared for. But I think Hats has an idea. He knows he's caught out between enemy land. He's not sure if he should head out and put his head there for a fight, and that is the reason he's just holding off until the players move out. But moving in for Team Vitality are going to be Al-Ali as well as Straw Hats. Something that they have to wonder about and change their pacing.
TG now up to start receiving some of those shots from Team Vitality, but they do have a compound that could keep them safe. Resistance put up, and Mafia and Abdeen to take out Leaks in that exchange, but again, compound pretty much secured for now, so Team Vitality should be able to recover and sort of readjust to the fight as it's been a bit of a hectic squad.
वो भी चाहते हैं कि एक बार पॉइंट टेबल्स में इनको पॉइंट्स मिल जाएं पोजीशन के और लास्ट में किल्स मिल जाएं तो फिर वो अग्रेसिव खेल सकते हैं आगे सब टीम्स यही चाहती हैं कोई भी एलिमिनेट नहीं होना चाहता और मजे की बात कोई भी टीम एलिमिनेट नहीं हुई अभी तक और आरआरक्यू अगर सामने आती हुई नजर आ रही है 9 किल्स के साथ गाइस मैच 2 डे 1 ग्रुप स्टेज 2 ग्रुप यहाँ पे बी में अभी देखते हैं गाइस काफी ज़्यादा तारीफें इनकी सुनने को मिल रही है उनके साथ साथ बंदे अंदर की तरफ मूव कर रहे हैं और यहाँ से स्कोप खोल के शॉट लगाने की कोशिश की जा रही है
full squad 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Second time it has happened. I think this is what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, which is an exciting thing because it keeps it volatile. Ali even
हम बात करेंगे इसी के साथ तो गाइस पॉइंट्स टेबल भी आप देख सकते हैं FX टीम के 26 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं LOS के 26 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं AHL के 14 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं PWIS के गाइस यहाँ पे गाइस अभी इस गेम में तो LOS का ही 1 पॉइंट है सॉरी 1 बुया
So I think that should be a loss to have an idea all
का ही एक टीममेट पे एलिमिनेट हुआ है अगर इसको रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर लेंगे तो एक भी प्लेयर अभी तक एलिमिनेट नहीं हुआ होगा गाइस
just knocks for the time being. There's no confirmation. Mal in turn
बिल्कुल में काफी प्लेयर को नॉक किया गया क्या रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर लिया बिल्कुल गाइस हमें 48 के 48 बंदे अलाइव हैं लिटरली एक स्क्वाड भी एलिमिनेट नहीं हुआ और गाइस हमें जोन श्रिंक हो रहा है और गाइस वेट किया जा रहा है सिर्फ वेट किया जा रहा है बट गाइस जैसा कि मैं पनौती मैंने कहा और यहाँ पे MIA क्रॉप एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है फर्स्ट टीम गाइस यहाँ पे 4 बंदे वाइप आउट हो चुके हैं जोन श्रिंक हो रहा है मेड किट्स लगाई जा रही हैं फोर्स भी की जा रही है लेट्स सी गाइस यहाँ पे फाइट सब शुरू हो चुकी है RRQ वर्सेस AHL दोनों टीम्स बहुत ही अच्छे खेलती हैं क्या RRQ कुछ कर पाएगी RRQ के साथ काफ़ी उम्मीदें हैं बट यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर को फिनिश भी कर दिया गया बिल्कुल वाइप कवर दिया जा रहा है प्लेयर को और यहाँ पे AHL एक और प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया है और इसी के साथ गाइस RRQ यहाँ पे खतरे में बिकॉज उसके 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे RRQ यहाँ पे एक बंदा बैक की तरफ यहाँ पे बैक थोड़ा सा ले रहा है और प्लेयर्स को रिवाइव करने की पूरी कोशिश और रिवाइव पॉसिबल कर लिया जाएगा यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी हो चुकी है TWIS आ चुके हैं अगर हम बात करें तो AHL जो कि गाइस यहाँ पे मौजूद है और यहाँ पे TWIS का एक बंदा नॉक करके फिनिश भी कर दिया गया है वेट करेंगे क्या वो रश करेंगे या डिफेंसिव खेलेंगे मेरे ख्याल से पीछे से भी बंदे आ चुके हैं और ये AHL वालों की गलती थी मेरे हिसाब से तो उस तरफ जाना बिल्कुल कहते हैं RRQ उनको स्पॉट कर लिया गया जो प्लेयर्स अभी रिवाइव हुए हैं उनको नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से तो अगर RRQ पे भी अटैक करें कवर तो उनको मिल ही रहा है बट उनके पास लूट नहीं है अभी अभी रिवाइव होके आए हैं और 38 बंदे अलाइव हैं गाइस काफ़ी अच्छा इस्तेमाल काफ़ी अच्छा कवर बढ़िया पे RRQ रिवाइव पॉसिबल करेगी बहुत मुश्किल था यहाँ पे TWIS बस के बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे प्लेयर को रिवाइव भी पॉसिबल कर लिया गया RRQ का प्लेयर जोन के अंदर ही मौजूद है तो लेट्स सी गाइस में क्या होता है ओनली 11 टीम्स आर लेफ्ट 36 प्लेयर्स आर अलाइव और इसी के साथ गाइस TS यहाँ पे टीम आ चुकी है इसी के साथ देखते हैं कैसे क्या होता है जोन श्रिंक हो रहा है मसले बढ़ रहे हैं गाइस टेंशन बढ़ रही है यहाँ पे RRQ पे प्लेयर जो कि डबल AWM के साथ मौजूद है काफ़ी ज़्यादा उसके लिए मुश्किल हो चुकी है यहाँ से मेड किट्स भी खत्म हो चुके हैं सब कुछ खत्म हो चुका है पीछे से निकलने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे लेकिन वाइप आउट बिल्कुल गाइस टीम RRQ को वाइप आउट कर दिया गया बिकॉज प्लेयर ने रिवाइव किया बट टीममेट्स लूट पे आए और एनिमी ने सपोर्ट किया 3 प्लेयर को नॉक किया प्लेयर जोन में ही पर सारा डैमेज खाया मेड किट खत्म और बिल्कुल गाइस इसी के साथ यहाँ पे टीम SH वर्सेस FX हो रहा है लेट्स सी गाइस क्या होता है ऊपर की तरफ क्या रश करेंगे देखना पड़ेगा गाइस काफ़ी ज़्यादा बिल्कुल प्लेयर को नॉक कर दिया गया अब मेरे ख्याल से रश कर देना चाहिए यहाँ पे प्लेयर इनका नॉक किया शायद इन्होंने नहीं किया इनकी एनिमी टीम ने किया इनको इसलिए नहीं पता यहाँ पे बिल्कुल इनको कॉल आ गई है शायद इनके टीममेट ने नॉक किया कि अब अंदर जाएं प्लेयर नॉक है
That was an opening for Fluxo and they're going to be happy. They put Straw Hats completely out of the game. SHL Esports ended up becoming a wonder of a blessing for them. That is added on
38
eliminations.
20
Yes, one of
idea
the
of
players got
Corona
one elimination on
Namely,
Strand, but the other three were all taken away. Now, Team
Secret
Secret want to do the same thing. They have a total of 11 eliminations right at the edge of the circle with the same
इसी के
position.
साथ अगर हम बात
Even
करें
goes
guys
for
अपने
Twisted Minds.
60
That is the
टीम्स
reason we
रह
can see
गई
the
हैं और guys
inclination
जोन
coming in
छोटा
from
हो
Team
रहा है और
Secret
बिल्कुल
to
अगर हम
take
बात
out
करें
Twisted
टीम
Minds
एफ
as soon
जो
as
guys
possible.
बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म कर
And
रहे
he
हैं
has been
guys
working
30
wonders
पॉइंट्स
for
के
them.
साथ
Right, they picked up the
मौजूद
pace,
हैं
game
और
one, they
बिल्कुल
played
guys
slow,
एक
and
भी
they
प्लेयर
fell
का
in the hands
नुकसान
of
नहीं हुआ
Fluxo,
बहुत
but
ही
this
अच्छा खेल
time
रहे हैं बहुत टफ
they
टाइम
amped
दे
up the
रहे हैं
tempo a little
एनिमीज
bit,
को
and
लेट्स सी
Fluxo
गाइस क्या होता है
surprisingly
यहाँ पे
doing the same. But the eliminations haven't reflected.
और इसी के साथ guys अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ पे guys अभी हम चेकआउट करें तो भाई यहाँ पे जोन छोटा हो रहा है सेकंड लास्ट जोन बन चुका है सबको guys जाना पड़ेगा जोन के अंदर क्योंकि guys काफी ज़्यादा मुश्किल होगा बिकॉज बहुत सारी टीम जोन से बाहर हैं देखते हैं किस तरह मैनेज करती हैं guys यहाँ पे इस्तेमाल किए जा रहे हैं M60 का और guys M60 की मदद से guys काफी कुछ ब्लू वॉल छोड़े जा रहे हैं
And it seems like it will be easy pickings, like shooting fish in a barrel. Twisted Team Secret with 13.
Twisted Minds, they are also in trouble. But
इसी के साथ
Explode,
ये
he
7
wants to
टीम्स
trouble
रह
Team
चुकी हैं
Secret,
बिल्कुल
but
यहाँ
they
पे
did
काफी
pick up
स्नैपर का
eliminations. They're
इस्तेमाल
looking
किया जा
good.
रहा है
But
देखते हैं
Jumpspeed
कैसे
lost
क्या
the
होता
man
है
who brought the players back up. Toll Gaming on the other end, they are going down to
बिल्कुल
the
guys
knees.
हमें
The fight
बहुत
against
ज़्यादा डैमेज
Vitality
बहुत
not
ज़्यादा
working
यहाँ
in
पे
their favor.
VIT
With Sipeng
टीम
and
के
Nix are
ऊपर
also
guys
down. So
प्रेशर
Team
यहाँ पे
Vitality, they have another
ग्रेनेड्स
child
किल
that's going to be
लॉकर्स
Lion on
सब
one
कुछ
end
guys
and
जो
Fluxo
इस्तेमाल
on the
किया जा
other.
सकता है
And
टीम में
Lion
सबसे
are
इस्तेमाल
taking an
किया जाएगा
advantage on both the teams of
टोटल
Vitality. And Total Gaming and finally put an end to
और
their
यहाँ
run
पे
on
guys
Solara. But
डैमेज हो
Koja
चुकी
is
है
going
इसी के साथ guys यहाँ
aggressive.
पे
He finds
VIT
MT7
की
over
तरफ
there.
से
Will
काफी
not be
अच्छा
able
guys
to
टीम
confirm yet
FS की
because he
ऊपर
had to step out
प्रेशर
of the zone.
और guys काफी ज़्यादा डैमेज यहाँ पे हुए हैं ऑन टीम का एक प्लेयर नॉक कर दिया गया है टीम TS की तरफ से और लेट्स सी गाइस हम क्या होता है 6 बंदे रह गए हैं जोन क्लोज हो रहा है गाइस लास्ट जोन में भी स्प्रिंग होने जा रहा है अब गाइस 6 टीम्स हैं लेट्स सी गाइस हम कौन सी टीम है बुया करती है
to make it further. Joe now needs to poke it for safety and will do so for now, but PLS1 catches him from behind and
guys
then Team
देखना
Vitality
पड़ेगा
removed
कौन
from the
सी टीम
lobby.
बुया करती
5
है
more
गाइस
teams remain. Team Secret, 14 eliminations and counting.
I'm seeing a lot of M60 being used. They are pummeling these bullets. Their enemies looking unstoppable.
पर बिल्कुल गाइस अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस 5 यहाँ पे टीम्स अब 4 टीम्स गाइस रह चुकी हैं अब देखते हैं गाइस अभी क्या होता है
Big launcher coming in from Hacks and he puts the side of Fluxo out.
Cascading damages. Fluxo walked into a
तो बिल्कुल
landmine
गाइस
and
अभी
Lion
3
comes in
टीम्स
with a
रह चुकी
grenade
हैं
launcher.
टीम लायन
And
रह
they are
चुके
the
हैं
ones that get the
TWIS रह
voucher
चुके हैं
up
TS रह
and
चुकी
reap
हैं
the rewards
अगर हम
of
बात
what has
करें
been
टीम
stolen by
TWIS को यहाँ पे
the
बिल्कुल
right now.
प्लेयर्स का
Out into the
नुकसान था
open is
बिकॉज उनका
Twisted
प्लेयर
Minds and Team
अलाइव
Secret
था और गाइस फ्लिकी से
waiting
निकलने की
for
यहाँ
the
पे गलती
easy
हुई
pickings
और
and
बिल्कुल
they
भाई
are
वाइप आउट
done.
टीम
Now Twisted
लेऑन
Minds up
वाइप
against
आउट
Team Secret.
TS वर्सेस
4v3 in
TWIS अगर
favor
हम
of the
पलड़ा की
Vietnamese.
बात करें तो भाई
Team
पलड़ा
Secret,
हमारी
we're
है टीम
expecting for them
TS
to
का
start off on
और टीम
group and game one itself here
WIS
for Group
काफ़ी
B,
अच्छे
but they
खेलने
started,
अगर
they
एक
figured
प्लेयर
out
एक
how to
नॉक
play
ले
was
लेते
from
हैं
every
तो
team, and
इनके लिए
now
काफ़ी
with 16
आसानी हो
total
जाएगी
eliminations,
और
all
देखना
their
पड़ेगा
4
क्या ये
players
नॉक
standing,
लेने
they're
में
looking
कामयाब
forward to a
होंगे भी
booyah.
या
What
नहीं
they
होंगे
did in the
गाइस
SCA Grand Final Spring, they want to start off just like how we ended up seeing Evo's Divine. It seems like Team Secret
अगर
have found the
अगर हम
secret
बात करें
recipe.
तो गाइस आप लोगों के सामने ही
This is the
मौजूद है
identity
गाइस
that has
इसमें
been
दो
missing. Same as
टीम्स
Twisted
रह
Minds,
चुकी
who are
हैं
still looking
बॉल
for
मेकर
who they
गाइस
were
लगा दिया
back
गया
in
है
their prime, but
देखते हैं
Team
गाइस अभी क्या
Secret
होता है
roaring to life. Led by some of the
इसी के
brightest
साथ गाइस हम
stars,
स्किल
Secret
लॉकर
up
मार
in
के
front,
अटैक कर
none
दिया
by his
प्लेयर को
side,
नॉक
right
ले
the
लेंगे गाइस
corner,
मैंने बताया था यहाँ पे
dropped
टीम TS को
onto the
पकड़ पा रही है
mark.
क्योंकि बस
Janero
बंदे यहाँ पे
Better
गाइस
View
यहाँ पे
exposing
4
Netherlands
मौजूद है
and
सामने
Diamond.
3 बंदे हैं
Will
बिल्कुल
be
गाइस शॉट लगा
dispatched
दिया
in
गया
just
अग्रेसिव
a
खेल के
moment.
बिल्कुल टीम
Team Secret
वाइप
around
आउट
the
हो गई
corner.
बुया ले चुकी
Team
टीम
Secret with 19
TS
eliminations and a booyah.
कंग्रेचुलेशन for
This
your
is a big game coming in from Team Secret
best
and especially for
gameplay.
Vietnam itself.
कह
To
नहीं
see
सकते कि
their
बेस्ट है
squad
क्या पता
after
ये
just
इससे भी
pulling
ज़्यादा
off the
बेस्ट कर
SCA
सकते हैं
title and now they're pulling it off here in EWC, here in Paris.
If there's any
गाइस
doubt
अभी
whether spring
सेकंड
was a
गेम बुया कर
fluke or
चुकी है
stroke
टीम
of luck,
TS
this should
ओके
quell some of those
गाइस
questions.
ऑडियंस की तरफ से भी
Still more
सपोर्ट
be
दिखाया जा रहा है यहाँ
proven.
पे.
This could still be the stroke of luck that people have been forcibly saying is part of the narrative. But if there's one thing there's a constant, is that Team Secret has some of the most gifted players. Since T Koi joined the squad, they have been
तो गाइस इसी के साथ अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस यहाँ पे सेकंड मैच भी हो चुका है यूरोप टू फ्री फायर ऑफिशियल ई-स्पोर्ट्स लाइव फ्रॉम पेरिस. अभी गाइस यहाँ पे 4 मैचेस और पड़ेंगे ग्रुप 2 के और गाइस यहाँ पे वही क्वालिफाई करेंगे जो कि गाइस करेंगे ऑलमोस्ट अल्लाह भला करे 4 किल्स सॉरी 4 टॉप 4 में आएंगे गाइस वही क्वालिफाई करेंगे नेक्स्ट स्टेज के लिए और गाइस बकाया चले जाएंगे किधर बकाया चले जाएंगे सर्वाइवल मोड में. सर्वाइवल मोड में ऐसे इनके और मैचेस भी होंगे ना फिर
commanding play that they had, right? We spoke about them. They were already at the edge of the wall. They could have taken a fight if they wanted it, and they could have jumped the wall, gone towards Twisted Minds. They could have moved towards either the fight between MIB a loss or Fluxo happening. They did not. They held their fort. They knew where the circle was shifting, and they gave that time. They knew when they strike for a booyah.
Let's see
An eye for
क्या होता
opportunity
है.
indeed, and that is perhaps the secret recipe. That's what's going to carry Team Secret all the way. But we also have fans from S8UL
बांग्लादेश की तरफ
Esports
से
right here
टीम
in Paris, in the
सपोर्ट आ रही है.
arena. There's still a lot more to give.
ऐसे इस
Of
ग्रुप
course,
में
this
बांग्लादेश
is just the
टीम्स हैं,
beginning
इंडिया
of
की
what is going to
टीम्स
be
हैं,
a fantastic
बाकी
and
टीम मुझे
adventurous
कंफर्म
journey
नहीं पता
for
ग्रुप 2 के
our
बारे
teams
में.
in Group B. But I think in this case,
But guys,
we have
no doubt
MIB
यहाँ पे टीम्स का काफी अच्छी
Brazil starting
परफॉर्मेंस
off
दिखाई जा रही है.
strong in
काफी
game
अच्छा
1.
एनवायरनमेंट है यहाँ पे
Vietnam
guys,
on
आप
the board
चेक
in
कर
game
सकते
2.
हैं लाइव
Now
फ्रॉम
we're looking
पेरिस
for the
guys. काफी अच्छा
Indonesians
एनवायरनमेंट
and
बनाया हुआ
the
है, काफी
Thais
अच्छा
to
स्टेज है,
make a
काफी अच्छी
splash
ओपन
in the upcoming
सेरेमनी
games.
हुई.
While you're looking at the
और इसी
SEA,
के
I want
साथ
to look
guys
at the
ग्रुप
South
ए
Asian
में तो
team,
बहुत ही
Straw
ज़्यादा
Hats. They
अच्छी
did have high
परफॉर्मेंस देखने को
expectations.
मिली
They
हमें
should have
टीम्स
started off really well, but it
की
looks
जानिब
like
से.
they find initial fights, eliminations to convert, but then instantly when they get a challenge or forced to take a fight against somebody, they're not ready for it. And that wary situation of the unknown, they're not ready for it. Same goes for S8UL as well. Individually, we saw
ठीक है,
Troll,
हमसे
the
guys
magic coming in on the
coaches की
sniper.
तरफ
He
से
is just
गाइड
too
किया
sharp
जा
so
रहा
far.
है
But as a whole
कि
squad,
आपने
they're
ये
just
गलती
not
नहीं
in the
करनी है,
position that they want
because
to feel
guys
comfortable
coaches
in.
की तो
And
बात
I think it's
होनी
just
नहीं
about
चाहिए.
getting that polish, right? Making sure that all the cogs turn in the same direction. I gotta give a special shout out to Al Ali Esports.
Oh, yes.
They had some great moments off screen. We might not see them on full display. It converted by Lion right after that, thanks to that RGS from the side of the Latam representatives. But Al Ali, this is a team. The banner might be new, but the players have been here for quite a while. Reminds you folks, they've had a couple of attempts, so I can't wait to see what they have left to show us. But for now, we're gonna get a room of breather, and we'll be right back with more Free Fire action.
And we are back here on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell. Happy to be here with my friend Barney. He's the man, guys. And we are here with Iago, the sniper for Team Lowe's. Maybe our Lowe's, right, Barney?
That's right. Let's do this. Carol's gonna kick things off and ask us some very interesting questions. It's gonna be good.
Of course. Okay, Iago. So recent form hasn't been great. So how good does it feel to kick off at EWC with a Booyah? Ok, a primeira partida, a gente sabe que vocês não performaram tão bem quanto vocês gostariam nos últimos jogos, nas últimas partidas, apesar da final do Free Fire ter sido muito boa para vocês, né? Mas ainda assim não conseguiram levar o título. Como é que é para vocês chegarem aqui e já começarem com um Booyah aqui no EWC?
É muito bom.
Sorry.
É muito bom, é claro que todo mundo fica muito ansioso para jogar, então é muito importante a gente chegar com um Booyah já, que já tira aquele peso, tira aquela ansiedade toda, e a gente consegue jogar bem melhor e ficar mais de boa, tirar a ansiedade do corpo.
Okay, so for sure, start with a Booyah, give us such a feeling of relax, and we can get more secure about our game, and we have also a good chemistry all together. So we start with a Booyah at AWC, for sure, it's the best thing that we could have done today.
I mean, the synergy looks great, Iago. You guys look like performing really well. Let's stay on map 1, okay, because I want to talk about the final moments. You guys went up against Fluxo in that final showdown against your regional rivals. How did it feel after that map, realizing that you went up against them and you beat them? That must have been a nice confidence boost.
Basicamente, vocês chegaram no endgame junto com o Fluxo, então nós gostaríamos de saber qual que é o sentimento de chegar no endgame contra um time brasileiro também, e ainda sendo o Fluxo, que é um dos seus maiores rivais na Liga Brasileira, né? Então, qual que é o sentimento de conseguir um Booyah em cima deles?
Bom, primeiramente é muito bom, por conta que eles estão no final, é muito bom pra gente também, pra os dois conseguir a classificação pra final. E também é muito bom, né, ter aquela rivalidadezinha, tipo, do BR. E continuar aqui também vai ser muito bom e, se Deus quiser, disputar também com eles também.
For sure, it's really nice to have a Booyah over Fluxo, but most because it's really nice to have Fluxo in the end game with us, because we are, in the end of the day, both of the teams are Brazilians, and we do get good points together, but also we have this rivalry back in Brazil, and beat them here at the EWC feels very nice. Okay, Iago, for us to finish, you are knowing Brazil as Thanos because of all the championship rings that you have won. Would you add a EWC title, take your legacy to another level? Você tá ligado que você é conhecido como Thanos no Brasil, né? Então, você acha que você garantir mais um título, especialmente do EWC aqui, ajudaria o seu legado a ficar cada vez maior?
Ah, com certeza. Meu legado já com certeza é muito forte. Ganhando a EWC em si fica inexplicável. Para mim já é muito inexplicável, mas é um grande sonho meu também, sonho do meu time em conquistar a EWC.
Okay, so win EWC definitely would add it up at my legacy. In my legacy, of course, it will make me stronger in Brazil. I will have a stronger image in Brazil and in any another region that plays Free Fire, but this is my dream. I want to win a EWC. That's definitely my dream, and I will help my team win a EWC.
Well, after that first map, that dream can definitely come true. And with that being said, we are going to head over to a very, very quick... Well, we're just going to head over somewhere. We're going to come back very, very soon. Thank you so much for checking us out. Thank you so much, Iago, for joining us in this interview. We'll be back right after this.
हो गया यहाँ पे ऐड आ चुका है ऐड aliens.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Esports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers, not that I am? Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose? Well, you wind up here, the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing Green Day, don't sing Green Day. Every one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams. Losers live forever here, and if you listen closely enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a waste of time. On the Valorant stage, 4 of 8 playoff teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th? Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or Dota Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And finally, things were heating up on stage at Fatal Fury Wolf City. And I don't know if you're picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket to top the regional favorites and get another win for North America. If only the Football World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Two matches are done for Group B. We started off hot with Brazil, but in this second one, it was none other than Team Secret, Conchita.
Yes, finally. This is the Team Secret that I've seen grabbed that title of the World Series Spring, and I think the organization that they have, the way of playing is what gets them here and what gets them the booyah. It's about time, actually, because I was really waiting for them to perform really well, and they did not disappoint at all. I mean, look at that.
They definitely didn't disappoint. 7 eliminations there for Hong Am, and one team that I know you were keeping a close eye on, Lace, is none other than Twisted Minds.
I mean, this team, I guess if we take you back sort of to the online, didn't look too great, okay? Not looking too hot, but... You know, they had a roster change, bringing in Diamond and X-Posy, and this was like almost caused a 180 for this team, and they are now in contention to sit in that sort of top spot. And I know me and Neptune were kind of like fighting on this before, like, I wanted to red Twisted Minds. If you saw that match too that they had to go through on the eastern side, I mean, they had an early altercation with MIBR. They had to retreat and regather on the eastern side, but that was kind of only thanks to RRQ, who came in and like, oh, I'm just going to be a little bit of distraction. They were able to sort of get away, and not just get away. Did you see that zone pull once in that final circle? I mean, they were sitting pretty. I was bound to see sort of a win there, but look, they did only have 3 players out of the 4, whilst, you know, they're going up against Team Secret with, you know, their whole entire squad. But the ability to adapt and change from Twisted Minds, don't leave them out of the conversation, guys, because they came to play even in match 1 with like their 14 elims. They are. Neptune wants to talk, guys. I'll pass it over. He's just as excited as I am.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one reason why I'm excited to talk about Twisted Mind. It's because they are different this time. Back then, it was just all aggression. They want to go for elimination, and now they're playing with survivability. And even with that, my jump was just, as you mentioned, just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, like Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first 2 games. Right now, they are still kind of scattered at the 7th position overall with only 8 elimination points. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad. But one team that did have a great performance there in that last match was Al Ali, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they didn't really expect that kind of performance, though. They were not aiming for the Booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was we're seeing a similar pattern here for those who are taking the top of the board. Just stay silent, make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. Go for those elimination out of the snipers. Just capitalize on that. I mean, Solar is one of that map, though you can move fast because of slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got 2 snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, Neptune, they started off hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad-wide. I would say it was still a slow lobby, I would say, for the first 2 or 3 phase, but you've seen how well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken or needs to be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless at that point, and that has been the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the giants, the titans, I would say that's part of Group A. Group B, they are just wrecking it.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that strong start from teams, right? Come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. 15 eliminations, I believe, in match 1, giving them that incredible strong start, and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, we talk about the mentality of players, right?
Yep.
How could you not be hyped having this whole entire crowd just like playing drums and singing your song? Like, it's absolutely incredible, and it's working for them. Like, can I have a crew that follows me around with drums and slice when I'm napping, like wake me up and stuff? Can I get a production? Can I get that organized? Thank you.
They were absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's when they're kind of calm because they're being able to relax a little bit. But going back, we saw RQ there currently with just 13 points. I know this is one team that you were very high on, Conchita. How are you with their performance so far? You didn't want them to start off slow. They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to reconsider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show, because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RRQ now. Like, what the hell? From now on, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think RRQ, well, the first game, obviously, it wasn't a great start at all. Being the first team to get sent back to the lobby was honestly quite embarrassing for a team in their caliber. But then again, it's what really lit the fire under their asses, I think, because if we see what happens in the second game, I think they are getting slightly better. They are trying to learn more about their opponents, and that's what exactly what they did.
They're so humble. That's so nice. That's delightful. You guys get some limbs and we'll just get them away. What a humble team. We knew this from the start.
They're getting a breather. They're getting a breather.
Oh, wow, but I do think that they're learning a little from the mistakes that they did in the first game, and hopefully they're just going to keep climbing up the ladder. But for now, I'm not feeling it still. I am not. I mean, looking at the statistic itself, 9th position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean, in Southeast Asia, they were dubbed the masterminds.
Yeah, the
so
bomb.
that's a possible reason where she's coming from, studying their opponents and probably bring something in. But one thing that I want to see is, we've seen that in game number 2. Mal was left alone, even a sniper. He couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have the weapon. But on Clash Squad, where it's a different mode, he was practicing those CQCs. So if we can bring that to Battle Royale, and that's one thing that they can do, just to make sure that they can survive and not be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EFOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ, because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're gonna throw up the first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day 1 of Free Fire at EWC 26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction, because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group 8. I'm going to be looking. We just talked about it. Team RQ, Team Vitality, and Lucifer. I know you're currently looking as SAUL Esports. You gotta wake them up, Lucifer.
Indeed, I agree, Seven, that SAUL Esports have to pick it up, because Troll individually has done big, but I think the entire name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who were very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start. But on the other end, Fluxo. So far, this entire lobby of Group B Husky hasn't seemed wayward, running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's not like after game 2 we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7 and 8 spot, there's a pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. Third time could be the charm. Could be the charm. Vitality, though, still looking for the magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality, because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart that engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's going to be towards Purgatory. Whereas heaven or hell, it's time for teams to show up. And maybe, as Seven mentioned, SAUL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but If I remember correctly, memory serve, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case, they have company in the form of Mia Corp.
Now, Mia Corp have not had a great start so far. They're looking at around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only two teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned, and the fight already breaking out between these two. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening. And that's the very first elimination. But a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination. But it's not working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa also goes down. More players from Mia Corp dropping one by one.